Hey everyone, welcome to Infinity Harry. If you're enjoying our unique takes on Harry Potter and want to see more exciting content, don't forget to hit that subscribe button. Today we will see second part, what if Harry awoke his ancient magic during the Endbringer attack. Here is short summary. During the Simurgh's devastating attack, young Harry Bailey didn't break, he awakened. Ancient magic long buried in his soul surged to life, revealing memories of a past existence as a powerful sorcerer from a forgotten universe. But before we start, if you want more stuffs like this, then please support to subscribe this channel and share with your friends. Let's start the video. Lisa wouldn't stop throwing up. Harry was really starting to worry about it, but he was too busy trying to remember some type of healing charm that would keep Taylor alive. She was very, very badly hurt. The bugs, though, were frankly freaking Harry out more than Lisa's constant sickness. Almost the moment Harry got Taylor to the couch in his lair, insects started pouring into the warehouse. The wards he used did not do anything to stop them, and he was so freaked out over how hurt she was that he had a hard time concentrating on trying to find a way to deal with them. So he stood staring at a couch covered in squirming bugs while the only thinker in the house puked out her guts. Water? Lisa asked. That he could do. Harry ran to his charmed refrigerator and grabbed a bottle of water for her. She took a swig, washed it around her mouth, and then spit it out. She then drained the whole bottle. Your teleportation beeps, she declared tiredly. I'm sorry. I didn't know it would make you so sick. It ed with my power, she said, as if he hadn't said anything. Sent it crazy. It tried to absorb everything from the teleportation itself, couldn't handle it. Don't do that again. What if? Don't do it again. If it means life or death, I'll die happy knowing I won't have to do that again. More water. Harry tapped the bottle and filled back up. Rather than drink, Lisa stared. What the is that? Water. From where? Conjured, Harry said. I promise, it's drinkable. You made water out of thin air. Yeah, condensed it. Sure. How? Magic. Magic. What's your power, Harry? You're obviously a cape. I saw where you were testing your powers. Magic. That's my power. I don't have a cape power like you or Taylor. Just magic. Can you magic up a cure for Taylor? I'm trying, Harry muttered. She's covered in bugs. He could see Lisa struggling to rub her eyes and focus on the couch where Taylor rested. She was barely visible underneath the carpet of squirming insects. Her power is so gross, Lisa muttered. She needs a doctor. I could call Coyle to get a referral, but he's going to be upset with us. What do you mean? My team is dead, Lisa said in a dull, flat tone. I walked us into a king trap, and now they're dead. Shut up, Harry. You're not the thinker. You couldn't have known. I'm the dumbass who called you. Stupid. 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 She hit the bottle on her forehead, barely registering the water she spilled in the process. Harry sank down cross-legged on the floor next to her, suddenly lightheaded as the full import of his first outing sank in. I got Gru and Alec killed. All those other people. Bakuda recruited with bombs in their heads, Lisa confirmed. When she went, they went with her. He felt like being sick again, but had nothing left to vomit. Instead, he took the bottle of water from Lisa and took his own swig before handing it back. I need to try and remember healing spells, he said. I know there are a lot out there. Remember. Healing spells. Harry shrugged. I have like 300,000 or 400,000 years of memories from some immortal wizard named Harry Potter in my head. Got them when the Simurgh tried to kill me. It's where I learned about the runes, and how to make my staff. I have to try and use those memories to figure out how to heal her. She stared at him, mouth agape. I have nothing, she finally admitted. He shrugged, closed his eyes, and started sifting through memories. He didn't know how long it took, but when he had what he thought he needed, he stood and summoned his staff. He slammed the butt of the staff down next to the couch, and in a flash of light all the bugs were blasted away from the couch, leaving Taylor slumped awkwardly. His second spell created a perfect image of Taylor over her body, but hollow like an illustration of a body rather than the body itself. Various areas began to light up in red, demonstrating her many, many injuries. Holy shit, she's hurt bad, Harry whispered. Lisa had climbed to her feet, staring in shock at the magic. That no cape has that wide a diversity of power, except maybe Eidolon or Glaistig Yuan. Magic has no specific power, it just is, Harry explained. It falls on the user how to shape it. So, easy stuff first. Amendum. He set his hand gently on her thigh to set the break, but instead the spider silk weave absorbed the magic into itself, calcifying until it was almost as hard as bone. Huh, he muttered. What? The spider silk is absorbing my magic, he said. Wow, that's actually pretty cool. Do you think? Harry, not the time. Oh, right. Lisa made a decision. We need to get her out of her costume. I'm telling you now, if you say anything about her. I won't, I promise. It proved easier to say than do. The costume was essentially one piece that she pulled on from the back. They had to peel it back from her slowly, doing their best not to make her injuries worse. Harry was startled to see that she wore only a simple thin white shirt under the costume. Her body looked black and blue, often more black than blue, as they pulled the rest of the silk off. This stuff is amazing, Harry muttered. I wonder if there really is a touch of magic in Powers. It took a lot of will not to stare. Her body was nothing like Marissa's, with her soft curves and gentle lines. Taylor's legs were shapely and long from running. But she was not soft and curvy. Her body looked lanky but strong. Well, let's get to it. Amendum. His hand on her thigh grew hot as his magic flushed into her skin, set the femur and then healed it. When he lifted his hand, the bruise had already started fading, though he knew it would remain for a week or two. This is so ed up, Lisa whispered. This is not how powers work. Again, not a cape, Harry muttered as he healed her left shin. Okay. This next part is really hard. I've never tried healing internal organs before. Or bones either, or anything for that matter. Can you step back a little? I really need to concentrate. Despite trying to remember, he couldn't find any one spell that healed everything. Every single organ in the body had a dozen or more different spells designed to heal specific types of damage. Learning the spells was only half of what healers had to learn. Most of their lessons was in distinguishing which spells to use, and when. Instead, healers developed what they called spell chains designed for specific situations. If he read the diagnostic charm correctly, her left kidney was crushed, her liver was damaged and she had multiple perforations in her bowels. She was bleeding badly internally and had already developed sepsis in her bloodstream. Her whole body was going into shock. If he didn't heal her, she'd be dead before morning. He laid his staff down and placed both his hands on her flat stomach. Please let me get this right, he whispered. Closing his eyes, he summoned the memories Potter had of learning these healing charms. Potter never had to use healing charms on his wives because of the healing properties of his bonds, but in the course of his many battles he determined a need to learn field healing for his soldiers. Harry picked the simplest of the field healing spell chains for internal injuries. Help me, he whispered. His hands moved almost of their own accord and he heard words spill from his lips with a strong, confident tone he'd never used in his life. He felt his magic directed by the words like a conductor's baton leading an orchestra. He saw a faint yellow light seeping through the skin of her stomach. The chain of words continued beyond when he would have thought to stop, being driven by a feeling of necessity and determination, until finally the magic stopped flowing. Did it work? Lisa asked. Yeah, think so. Not sure it was me, though. Felt almost like someone else. He leaned back, inexplicably tired. Healing spells didn't use brunt force levels of magic as far as he knew, but he was still exhausted. Well, might as well do the hardest part. What? The brain. Lisa stared at him. You can heal brains. We'll find out shortly. Lisa leaned forward and gripped his wrist. Harry, not even panacea touches brains. He shrugged. I'm not going to take a risk, Lisa. Not here, not now. The mages in my memory existed far into the future. They mixed magic and technology, and developed spells based on an advanced knowledge of how the human brain works. I won't touch any neurons, but if there's any actual tissue damage, swelling or bleeding, I can heal it. At least, the memories say I can. She crossed her arms, unconvinced, but nodded. Harry gently placed his hands around Taylor's bloodied face and turned her toward him. He propped her eyelids open with his thumbs to reveal dilated, unresponsive pupils. The spell made him feel like he was falling into her eyes. Through his own, the magic shaped his vision much like he imagined a three-dimensional scan would. There was swelling, but thankfully no bleeding he could see. The damage was chemical and electrical, and even he knew not to mess with that. She was just severely concussed. He quickly backed out. Concussion only. Nothing really physical to heal, he said softly. He turned to Lisa. What do we do now? The ab is just about gone, Lisa said. PRT and police are probably out in force about now. She's going to need rest, and the only place I can think of for that is her house. With Gru and Alec gone, I have no idea what bitch is going to do. She stopped speaking and abruptly walked away, arms crossed. I'm sorry. It was all he could think to say. Doesn't matter. She didn't turn to look at him, and despite all the magic he'd learned, Harry felt absolutely helpless. What can I do? He finally asked. Still without looking at him, she said, can you get us to her house without that shit teleporting of yours? Harry looked down at his staff, then back at the two girls. Not easily. I suppose I could levitate the couch, but that might be a little obvious. We might all be able to, right? Featherweight charms. Yeah, I can get you to her house if you don't mind a tight fit. She finally turned and stared at him. Your staff flies. She said it as a statement, somehow putting the facts together. Harry summoned it to him and nodded. Yeah, mages enchanted things to fly all the time, but usually broomsticks. Her breath sounded ragged, followed by a slightly hysterical smile. Of course. Broomsticks and staffs. Fine. Fly us to our hideout first. She has some clothes there. Then to her house. Okay. A second thought. Where is it? I'll point when we're in the air. At her direction, Harry cast the featherweight charm on Taylor. Lisa frowned intently when she was able to lift the taller girl without any problem. Harry mounted the front of his staff and then stood very still when Lisa put Taylor right behind him in her only partially dressed state, leaning limply on his back, while she sat at the end using her arms and his belt as a safety harness to keep Taylor on. Fly like you have an injured girl on your staff, she said with a straight face. Right. There were so many jokes he wanted to make about that, but even he realized it just wasn't the time. He felt Lisa's hands pull him painfully as they left the ground. Holy shit, she whispered. This is ****ing impossible. Harry didn't answer. He was having too hard a time controlling the staff with the odd weight load. He was regretting not putting a featherweight charm on Lisa too. Then again, with him sitting so far forward he would probably have flipped off. They rose up through one of the many holes in the roof of the warehouse, and with their new elevation he could see fires and first responder emergency lights flashing all around the town, with a large concentration not a mile away in the train yard. My God, it's all my fault, Harry thought to himself. Somehow, someway, he had to make this all right again. Miss Militia did not trust Thomas Calvert. Something about the man reminded her of the men who dragged her and all the other children out of her village to be used as living minesweepers that fateful day so long ago when she triggered. He had that same look of disinterest in his eyes, as if the lives of those around him were simply assets to be used and spent down whenever he thought appropriate. Unfortunately, Pigott vouched for him, and legend sang his praises all the way from New York. The moment Thomas Calvert left retirement to help the flagging protectorate in office, his credentials were well established. It was well known that when Pigott finally had to retire due to her failing health, Calvert would be taking her position. Despite Miss Militia's misgivings, when Calvert called requesting immediate PRT and police backup, Armsmaster and Director Pigott both decided she would accompany the response team, since everyone else was out dealing with the ab nightmare that was rocking the city. By the time she reached the parking garage, which rose up with brand new splendor from a dilapidated part of town that had no need for such a structure, the BBPD was already on site, as was Calvert and several of his men. Miss Militia recognized his lieutenant, Dimitri, who transferred down from New York. They were all wearing their protectorate-in sweater vests. Calvert himself looked as if someone had shot his dog. What do we have? She asked. AF asterisk 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 up, Calvert said bluntly. My F asterisk 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 up. I screwed up, Miss Militia. I thought I was doing something good, but I really missed the mark. Come on, I'll show you. He led her and her support team of PRT agents team to a large elevator to what looked like an old abandoned Endbringer shelter. You know, I did consulting with Fortress Consulting before I rejoined the PRT, he explained. I do independent audits, and discovered that one of our shelters simply disappeared one day. So, I started doing some more investigating and realized I'd found Coyle. I rejoined the PRT specifically to lead the investigation into his operation. Coyle was an enigma among the Brockton Bay villains. Like a court in Boston, Coyle seemed less inclined to claim property as to use surgical strikes to further his own ends, whatever those happened to be. They climbed down a set of stairs until they came to a hallway lit not by overheads, but by forensic lights spaced all around. The smell was awful, but Hannah continued on unfaltering behind Calvert. She paused when she saw the body. A pretty young beyond, the color of her hair almost lost under the exposed contents of her skull. She recognized the striking red and black body armor with the star motif that was piled on the floor by the partially undressed body. Sundancer, one of the most powerful blasters in the United States. Further beyond, the torso of another pretty girl and the remains of what looked like a monster of some kind. Between them, with a bullet hole behind his eyes, lay the masked, costumed figure of Coyle himself. What the hell happened here? She whispered. Capes did not murder with guns, not like this. She was surprised by a sob from Calvert. It was Harry. He ground his teeth and made a show of wiping a tear. I thought I was making a difference. Legend said he was a good kid who needed a good home, and I tried my best to give that to him. Instead, I find he was not just working for Coyle, but. Dimitri quietly responded to something over his radio. We got the surveillance, boss, he said. Calvert nodded. Miss Militia. Yes, let's go see. The surveillance room appeared to be on the second floor in what looked to be Coyle's own office. Everything was cleaned out save the computer with the security monitors attached. Another of Calvert's team sat there quickly typing. Without being prompted, the woman spun the monitor around. The footage was grainy black and white. She saw Sundancer in full costume holding a miniature sun in front of her. Walking behind her, a hand gently resting on the back of her head, came Harry Bailey just as he looked when he had his interview with New Wave. It appears Panacea may have been right about him, she thought to herself. Under his apparent master control, he seemed to force Sundance to attack one of her friends, who was screaming silently for her to stop, hands outstretched. When the first girl died, Sundancer turned her devastating power onto something Hannah could only describe as a Case 53. Coyle appeared on screen, striking Bailey with an elbow to the temple while tackling Sundancer to the ground. Hannah fought to understand why Sundancer stared a moment at the girl she just killed before she began stripping off her custom. Coyle, meanwhile, went after Bailey. By the time Bailey shot the villain, Sundancer had stripped to her underclothes and simply collapsed to the floor. Bailey walked right up to her, placed the gun to the top of her skull and fired 3 times before turning to leave the frame. 2 dead capes, possibly 3, caught on camera, Hannah summarized numbly. Any idea where the suspect is now? I received a report from Shadow Stalker that a new cape showed up with the undersides and obliterated Bakuda and most of the ab just minutes after this happened, Calvert said. The timing would be a big coincidence if the new cape wasn't Bailey, especially given the body count in the train yard. Teleportation. It looks like that's his MMO. Recommendation. APB. Full master protocols for Bailey and anyone caught with him, Calvert said. Given how easily he appeared to control Sundancer, it might be wise to bring in someone not subject to any possible master influence. Hannah stared. You mean dragon? Isn't that a little extreme? Instead of answering, Coyle waved at the video surveillance. The sheer brevity of the killings went above the norm for cape-on-cape violence. The gangs in Brockton Bay knew and usually adhered to the unwritten rules. Murder as callous and deep as what Hannah just witnessed was far different than the way the area gangs normally operated. The sheer bloodshed that saw the end to Bakuda's bombing campaign hinted at the same. I'll contact Armsmaster, she finally said. Dragon has a quick deployment suit in Boston that can be here in half an hour or less. Good. In the meantime, I'm taking a team to my house. Maybe we can find some clues on Harry's computer regarding what he was trying to do. Harry flew agonizingly slow toward the center of the docks neighborhood, following Lisa's direction. Eventually they came to a good-sized but long-abandoned factory made of red brick in the middle of the city's ancient industrial section, from when Brockton Bay was a leading textile manufacturer. The factory probably dated back to the 19th century and still bore a faded sign announcing it as Redmond Welding. He brought them down by a massive but rusted metal door and chain. He carried Taylor while Lisa led them around the side of the building where they found a smaller door. She reached for the door but suddenly paused, frowning in the gloom of the unlit alley. With the charm on Taylor, she wasn't hard to hold, but it still seemed a bit odd to just stand there, with a mostly undressed girl in his arms. Something was wrong. Tattletale turned to look at him, eyes wide, and started to push him a second before the wall door and the wall around it exploded. The force of the explosion pushed Lisa into Harry and Taylor, making all three fall. The figure that stepped out was painfully familiar to Harry. Worse yet, the figure took a look at him and recognized him instantly. Shit. Harry left his mask back at his own lair. You little F******, Ballistic snarled. You little shit. You think we wouldn't find out? Find out what? Harry's voice squeaked. What King Mojo did you put her under, Harry? Ballistic snarled. What did you do to her? Marissa wouldn't have King killed Noelle in a million years. You did it to her, and then you King shot her in the head. Why? Who's paying you? What? Damn it, why does my voice keep squeaking? Coil. Lisa blurted. Coil's setting us up. Shit. My last text, Harry. I didn't scrub it. I deleted it. That doesn't remove it from the memory, it just hides it. Ballistic. It wasn't Harry. He was saving us from Bakuda tonight. Bullshit. You lying little bitch. Ballistic rushed forward and backhanded Lisa with his armored fist. She spun around, a surprised expression and a terrible angle to her jaw as she fell into Harry's arms. I saw the video, Bailey. I saw you standing by Sundancer when she burned Noelle to ash. I saw you shoot her in the head. Not only was his voice squeaking, Harry felt tears welling in his eyes. Marissa was dead. Oh my God. Luke. I promise, I'd never hurt her. Never. She was the only good thing I'd ever had. Please, please believe me. You're a good liar, little man, Ballistic sneered. He spit out the nickname he used on Harry like a curse. You fooled everyone. You're not going to fool me again. I may not be able to kill you with my power, but I can kill your little friends, and... Harry grabbed Taylor, grabbed Lisa, and disapparated. The moment they landed, Lisa screamed in an incoherent mix of rage and pain and slapped him. He stunned her and caught her gently to lay her down on the dirty floor of the warehouse, and then healed her jaw. Only then did he wake her up again. He was alarmed by the tears in her eyes. I told you never to do that again, she whispered. She squeezed the palms of her hands against her eyes. That hurts. I didn't know what else to do. Harry said. Blast him like you did Bakuda. Just don't King teleport me ever again. She rolled on her side, and with her newly healed jaw, vomited bile. Harry started to offer to help somehow when Ballistic's words hit him. They hit him so hard he stumbled and collapsed onto the couch, leaving Taylor and Lisa both on the ground. Marissa's dead. The tears welled at the corner of his eyes, spilling down his cheeks. Why'd they kill Marissa? Lisa sat up and folded her knees under her chin. She still looked deathly pale and was rubbing her jaw, which despite being healed probably still really hurt. The look she gave him, though, looked like it hurt worse. It's my fault. I talked her into killing Noelle. Harry stared, his own jaw gaping like a fish. But why? Because she was the only one who could. Her power doesn't require line of sight and isn't limited by the Manton effect. It would take something on the order of a controlled fusion reaction to destroy a potential S-class threat. If Coyle checked your phone and saw my last text, and you weren't in bed, he'd know we were in collusion together. He probably discovered how I was skimming all his accounts. F asterisk. She bowed her head almost to her knees, holding the palms of her hands to her eyes. When she sat up, her eyes were red but dry. He had the travelers precisely because he wanted Noelle. Without her, the rest were expendable. By making it look like you were controlling Sundancer, and then shot her, Coiled make sure the rest were your enemies as well. He's setting us both up to ensure we either die, or get a kill order. I'll be surprised if he doesn't somehow blame the whole Bakuda thing on us too with the PRT. She stood up and walked to his fridge. In the meantime, we have a concussed friend and 2 cokes and snack cakes. Lots of snack cakes. She took a soda and a cake and quickly consumed both. Now 1 coke. Still lots of cakes though. What do we do? Harry asked, completely flummoxed. That's a good question. Taylor's place is out. Because of you, Coil knows who she is. How safe is this place? Moderately. I might be able to make it real safe, but it'll take a few days. He considered his options. Dodo's Coil know where you live? Yes, she said. From the flat tone of his voice, he could tell she thought it was both a stupid question, and a reminder that she'd lost everything as well. I can turn invisible. How about I apparate back to your lair? Now that I've been there, I can return. I'll get some clothes and any food I can find, and come back. Invisible. She shook her head. Don't care. Go get what you can. I'll look after Taylor. Harry made sure to put his mask on before he cast the disillusionment charm on himself. He summoned his staff and with a surge of will, left Taylor and Lisa alone. He could tell within a minute that Luke wasn't there anymore. It had only been a few minutes, but he must have left quickly. Even so, Harry remained perfectly still in the dark alleyway, waiting for some sign Coil's people were still there. When nothing happened after a few minutes, Harry mounted his staff and levitated up along the wall of the factory until he reached one of the second-floor windows. The second level had been converted to a comfortable, modern-looking loft. He concentrated a moment and teleported through the wall, but stayed mounted and in the air. Again, he remained still, floating a few feet off the floor, and waited for someone to notice. 2 armed men in black pants and bulging tactical vests stepped out of what looked like a kitchen area, each carrying a can of soda. Though he couldn't name them, he recognized them both as Coil's men. One spoke something quickly into the radio strapped to his shoulder, and then the 2 men settled down on one of the couches. Given how poorly his first attempt at heroic action went, Harry hesitated on what to do, but the truth was he needed to know what was happening and he couldn't find that out on his own. Slowly, he drifted down to the floor, brandished his staff, and as quick as he could cast 2 stunners to the back of the men's heads. Both slumped in place, never having even seen the magic. Harry retained his disillusionment charm as he stepped around the couch and pulled one of the men's eyes opened. Hope this works, he muttered. Legilimens. Despite having learned about the mind-reading charm in many of Harry's memories, he was utterly unprepared for the chaotic rush of imaginings, thoughts and the man's memories. He floundered, utterly lost, and backed out again with tears in his eyes and a throbbing pain in his head. Pretty sure I did that wrong. As frustrating as it was, the most advanced and nuanced magics just couldn't be learned from memories alone. At least, not so far. He considered trying again, but his head hurt enough he feared he might damage himself. He stunned both men again and then disarmed them both. Perhaps Lisa could use their equipment. The loft was divided into rooms. He entered the first, following the faint scent of dogs, but stopped at the door. He'd found Bitch. A black bolt, like from a crossbow, protruded from the center of her forehead, and from the heads of all her dogs. The next room had several sets of stylish clothes. It was only the utter lack of feminine underwear that made Harry realize it was Regent's room, and not Tattletale's. Hers was the next room over. He found a convenient backpack and stuffed all the clothes he could into it, even including a pair of trainers. The last room had a paperweight of a bug caught in amber, and a week's worth of clothes, all baggy and unbecoming. Definitely Taylor's. He found another bag and stuffed the clothes and personal items in the back, before finally taking the paperweight and putting it in as well. After a moment's consideration, Harry remembered he could shrink things. Another moment after that, and he remembered how. He placed Taylor's shrunken bag in the backpack before moving on to the kitchen area. He found the kitchen well stocked with canned and dry foods. More importantly, he found a good portable grill and a spare butane canister. He bagged the food and then shrunk it, along with the grill. He felt uncomfortable shrinking a compressed container of flammable gas that he just forced into the backpack as it was. As he stepped out into the main loft and saw the two men, he suddenly had another thought. A brief search found the men's phones, each carried two. He ignored the smartphones, figuring they were all locked with security codes. Instead, he took one of the disposable flip phones and opened it up. He dialed 911. 911, what's your emergency? The voice sounded feminine but firm, like a stern mother speaking to unruly children. Harry took a deep breath. I'm a cape. I need to report a crime against another cape, but I don't know the PRT number. Can you connect me? One moment. Harry looked about him for any sign he might have already been detected. At some point, he was sure his disillusionment had worn off because he could see himself now. PRT-een, who is speaking? Harry felt his stomach drop. He recognized the voice. It was the first voice he heard upon leaving the plane that brought him to America. Thomas Calvert. Worse yet, Harry had no doubt that the PRT could triangulate where he was calling from very quickly, and likely identify what number he was calling from. He snapped the phone shut, tossed it over the balcony of the loft, and then blasted it into dust with his staff. Bloody hell, he can't win this easy. In the distance, he heard a siren fast approaching. He gathered everything he'd collected and dissipated back to the warehouse. His witch light had gone out when he arrived, casting the whole space in darkness. Lisa, he called out. Are you there? He had only a moment to see a flash of blinding blue light before something painfully cold struck him in the face. He tried to cry out, but his mouth filled with bitter-tasting fluid. He fell back, desperately clawing at his face while fighting to breathe. Almost at the same time, something heavy and wet hit him in the back of his head, forcing him mask first into the ground. He swallowed reflexively. He tried to get up, but the wet substance seemed to expand explosively all around him, catching his limbs and torso in a vice-like grip that completely froze him. None of that mattered, though, as an impossibly heavy lethargy dragged him quickly down into darkness. They looked at him with a terrible, crushing hope. The 5 young women who bound themselves to him to lead their rebellion were so sure of their cause that they risked their lives to sneak onto the planet from their own colony world and perform the ritual to wake him almost 4,000 years after his birth. Crush any opposition, the new Lady Gryffindor explained to him within the bowels of the Mage Institute, previously known as Hogwarts. Any differing opinion is crushed immediately, and if anyone tries to oppose the hierarchy, they're subjected to a death of personality and rebuilt as a ward of the state. They did it to my brother when he discovered Counselor Aldar was shipping mage-enhanced torpedoes to the Romulan resurgence. Harry Potter might have been 17 again, but the soul within was already 1,000 years old. So, just to get this right, Harry said. You snuck onto Caldos without permission from the ruling council, this hierarchy. You used your great-uncle's wand to slip past the wards to reach the Heartstone, and summoned me back to life for what? To run your little rebellion. Their shoulders sagged and their faces dropped into frowns of disappointment at his lack of enthusiasm. We didn't know what else to do, the new Lady Slytherin said. The last rebellion was crushed, and our complaints to the Federation Council were dismissed as unsubstantiated. She made exaggerated quotation marks with her fingers. Everything is stacked against the people, Harry Potter. My great-grandmother told me before she died that when everything looked impossible, and there wasn't any hope for the people, to think of you. Lady Potter cleared her throat and met Harry's gaze squarely. The government of Caldos has fallen to the darkest of magics, Harry. Personality wipes, mass murder, the elimination of personal freedoms, and treason by violating the treaty with the Federation by arming and funding anti-Federation militant groups. You're the forever mage. We are your people. Please help us. Harry sighed bitterly. I never said I wouldn't help. I just hate being the bad guy. Given the microscope he was under in the hours after Bailey's arrest, Coyle did not have the luxury of going to even his civilian home, much less overseeing the move of information and materiel to his secondary base. He'd split off his universes several times to ensure that his pet was safely ensconced in his secondary facilities, with a now wholly dedicated trickster and ballistic leading his mercenaries in her defense. Genesis, sadly, stayed in her new room without her computers or games, and moped. He had no doubt she would either see the light soon, or die. He'd already pulled in favors to ensure the trial would start in hours, rather than days. All it took was photos of Marissa Newland's and Noelle Meinhardt's bodies to impel those who felt odd about a rushed trial. Nothing got attention like the deaths of beautiful young women. It wouldn't be the first time dangerous parahumans were rushed through the legal system, nor would it be the last. Coyle, however, knew that Bailey and Tattletale especially could not be allowed to testify. And as soon as their trial was over, he would ensure that they would all die in a failed escape attempt. Hence his current text conversation on a secure, private encrypted cell phone in his office with his associate in Boston. Conviction guaranteed. Travel by land, estimated travel time 55 hours. Must look like failed escape attempt. He waited with barely controlled patience for the response. Negative. I have just been informed that the subjects are to be contained at all cost, but not killed. Coyle went very, very still as his mind raced. As with everything about Accord, the phrasing was most definitely deliberate. This was not Accord telling Coyle to leave the subjects alive. No, it was much more compelling than that. He spun off another universe in which he agreed with Accord, but then contacted the Dragonslayers. Within minutes of the conversation with the mercenaries, he was dead. Even in his alternate universe, he never saw who killed him. That universe collapsed on its own with his death. He glanced down at his phone. I trust you understand, now. Accord likely had a good idea of Coyle's power, just as Coyle understood Accord's. And Accord had known Coyle just used his power to test the warning. I do, thank you. I'll ensure the three are found guilty and will employ master protocols to ensure silence until containment is secure. I will have to be underground for a time. Understood. The message ended. Coyle removed the SIM card and destroyed it before shredding the phone. He sat at his desk and stared into the void, trying to figure out why Cauldron of all groups wanted Bailey alive. Consciousness came in blurs. Harry heard people speaking even if he couldn't understand what they were saying. He saw light sometimes, but no clear images. His head spun with terrible vertigo and his stomach boiled. That was the only real thing he knew for certain. For everything else, he couldn't tell what was real and what was imagined. The lethargy wore off briefly. He blinked, gummy eyes open to see the interior of what looked like a partially lit cinder block courtroom. He tried to speak, but a metal ball filled his mouth, held tight with bands so thoroughly wrapped around his head he couldn't move or bite through them. What confused him was a familiar voice he'd hoped never to hear again. Justinian, his former owner, sounded like he was talking over the phone. Bloody terrified me, is what he did. I had to lie. He made me lie. All it takes is words, and he can control anyone around him. He told me not to tell anyone, and I couldn't tell anyone. Frankly, I'm glad you lot are onto him. I'm just sorry at the cost. Thank you, Mr. Justinian. Harry didn't recognize who spoke to his former owner, a man who gladly murdered a school counselor and her family when he'd asked for help. The state rests, Judge Stigard. Defense. Your Honor, I really do have to protest this entire hearing. Again, Harry didn't recognize the voice, nor could he crane his neck to see. The voice was female and older. You've given no time for discovery at all. We're ignoring all due process. This boy is only 16 years old, and the Hebert girl is only 15. The state is asking for lifetime incarceration in a literal hellhole without any possibility of parole. It's unconscionable. Hebert's age didn't keep her from using a parahuman power to murder Rachel Lint and two PRT agents in the Undersider's lair, the prosecutor pointed out. Linda, there's a reason why we rush trials for capes like these. They're too dangerous to hold in any normal facility. Bailey is a confirmed Master 8, Brute 10 and Mover 7. He could teleport away and master a new victim before you could say his name, given the chance. Hebert controls insects. We found living bugs inside every body cavity of Lint and the PRT agents who were attempting to bring her in for protective custody. She had ants literally eat through the dead girl's skull. And Livesey is a Thinker 7, obviously the mastermind of the whole thing. Kids are not. These parahumans are simply too dangerous to allow to remain free. Given all we have seen and heard tonight, I'm inclined to agree. Harry flicked his eyes to an old, heavy-set man with square jowls and wisps of thin white hair clinging tenaciously to the sides of his otherwise bald head. As authorized by the Federal Parahuman Protection Act, this court finds Taylor Hebert guilty of using a parahuman power in the murder of Rachel Lint, aka Hellhound, PRT agent Ross Michaels and PRT agent Jeffrey Lacombe. Likewise, this court finds Harry Bailey guilty of using a parahuman power in the murder of Noelle Meinhardt, Dell Landers, aka Coyle, Marissa Newland, aka Sundancer, Brian Leyburn, aka Gru, and Alec Vasile, aka Regent. Finally, this court finds Sarah Livesey, aka Wilburn, guilty of the use of a parahuman power in the conspiracy to commit the murder of all the aforementioned victims, conspiracy to defraud and theft. Given the sheer number of victims that piled up so very quickly, and given Harry Bailey's history of abusing parahuman abilities as heard this evening, the court hereby sentences all three of the defendants to life without. Something wet and cold sprayed into the back of Harry's throat from the gag that filled his mouth. He was out before he heard anything else. Harry woke gagging. His eyes popped wide open when he tried reaching for whatever it was that was choking him, but the urge became panic when he found he could not move his arms, legs, or any other part of his body. Calm down, Bailey, before you aspirate. Calm. Occlumency. It was hard, so damned hard, to force his mind to click. Once it did, though, he was able to take deep breaths through his nose. Doing so, he realized that he wasn't choking, he was still gagged. Moreover, he was moving. He blinked his eyes against the dimly lit interior of what looked like a large armored truck. Facing opposite him was Lisa, masked and so thoroughly contained he could see nothing of her but her eyes and a few wisps of her bee-owned hair. Like him, she appeared to be gagged by a metal mask that wrapped securely around her whole head. He caught the hint of bright orange on her shoulders, but the rest was lost in a thick mound of off-white containment foam. To his right was the one who spoke. Taylor Hebert didn't have a mask, but she had a thick metal collar around her neck with a red blinking light under her left ear. Like Lisa, though, she was also thoroughly secured in foam. To his left was someone he'd never seen before, a pretty woman with the brightest yellow hair. Feathers. He couldn't quite figure out what was sprouting from her head. Like Lisa, she was gagged. She was looking about with wide, terrified eyes, but she wasn't struggling. Perhaps she'd given up already. Harry tested his restraints and realized he was bound by metal bars under his own spray of foam. Moving his eyes alone revealed a metal collar similar to Taylor's. It shoots you up with a tranquilizer if you try anything, Taylor said. She was the only one who could speak. Her head hung low, her long, curly dark hair obscuring her face. The sound of banging brought Taylor's and Harry's eyes to Lisa, who made the sound with the cage surrounding her head. Once she had their attention, she nodded toward Harry while looking meaningfully at Taylor. Taylor sighed. So, yeah, we're F*** ed. I mean, really F*** ed. It's all your fault too. We're on our way to the birdcage. We've all been convicted under the Three Strikes Act, because of you. Well, you, Lisa and me. Not sure about Feathers, there. Harry couldn't help but stare as the realization sank in that he hadn't imagined the courtroom scene. Taylor leaned her head back against the thick metal wall of the truck in obvious frustration. Congratulations, she continued in a voice brimming with hatred. You've been classified as a Master 8, a Brute 10 and Mover 7. You know how they try Masters. They shut you up. Know how they try Mover 7s. They keep you unconscious. So, you were gagged and unconscious while Judge Donald Stigard of the New Hampshire Superior Court sentenced us all three to a short, violent life in hell. Occlumency or not, Harry tried and failed to shook his head. Taylor didn't care. She met his gaze. What he saw made his heart skip a beat. Rage. Pure, unadulterated rage. Gru is dead because of you, she said. Her voice didn't sound heated. It sounded cold and lifeless. You better pray to God there aren't any bugs in the birdcage, because if there are, I'm going to make a swarm of cockroaches crawl up your while you're sleeping and eat you from the inside out. They wouldn't even let me talk to my dad. Her pain and anger was unbearable to see, especially because it really had been his fault Gru died. He stared intently at the ceiling of the truck. Somehow, someway, he had to make this right. He couldn't do that from inside the birdcage. A second later, he discovered that in fact will alone really wasn't enough to disapparate. He needed to be able to move, even just a little. He'd never noticed before because he'd never had his movement so restricted, but now that he couldn't even move half an inch with both the metal and the foam, he couldn't force his magic to start the process of teleporting. What other options do I have? Within its efficient, magically refined channels of thought, his mind began going through everything he knew about containment foam. It was flame and water resistant, the ultimate containment material for parahumans. Its tensile strength was enough to contain even high-level brutes. It was matter. Magic could vanish matter. Harry couldn't speak, but by the sheer necessity of learning post-Caldosian magic without a wand, Harry didn't need to speak the spell. He mentally shaped his desire and forced his magic to flow through that desire, using his will alone instead of a spell and a wand. The magic surged through his arm and out his right hand. He could see Tattletale's eyes widen in shock as the foam around his hand simply popped away. With his hand now free at the wrist, he cast the magic again, pointing to his left arm this time. The foam disappeared to his shoulder, leaving only the metal braces. He could feel needles project from the collar, but they couldn't pierce or even constrict his neck because of his runes. Unfortunately, their captors anticipated that. He felt a fluid spray from the interior of his gag directly into his mouth, just like in the court. Desperately he bunched his tongue at the back of his throat to keep from swallowing it while he continued to vanish bits and pieces of his containment. The metal straps followed the foam, then his collar. He ripped the gag off and spat the tranquilizer on the floor. He conjured water and rinsed his mouth out several times. Even doing so, he could feel a deep drowsiness settling on his shoulders. He drifted on occlumency in order to finish removing his restraints before he vanished Lisa's collar first, and then her foam. She reached up and removed her ball gag. How the hell, never mind. Magic. Forget I asked, she said. She turned to look at Taylor while Harry fought against the urge to lay down and sleep. She walked up to Taylor and took the taller girl's cheeks in her hands. Honey, I know you're mad, and I know you blame Harry for everything, but you have to know this is a frame-up. Coyle is Thomas Calvert, an assistant director at the PRT headquarters. He's the one who testified against us last night during the emergency trial. This is his way of removing us before we exposed his identity. Noelle Meinhardt was an S-class threat. She was miserable and wanted to die. And Sundancer killed her because she loved her enough to give her that release. Harry couldn't have shot Sundancer or Noelle, he was trying to save us from Bakuda. Coyle manufactured the video, simple as that. He ******ing failed saving anybody, didn't he? Taylor snarled. Yeah, Harry said. He sounded sluggish even in his own ears. Yeah, I did. I didn't know she'd blow up. The spell was just supposed to knock her away from you guys. And my shield wasn't big enough to protect everyone, just myself and those behind me. 2. Sorry, Taylor. I'm so sorry. He raised his hand and vanished her collar, then her foam. She stood free, clad in the same bright orange jumpsuit as the rest of them, and then swung a hard right hook at his chin. The blow didn't hurt, but it did push him back a step. Sorry doesn't bring him back, Taylor hissed. Moisture beaded at her eyes, but Harry couldn't tell if they were tears of sadness or rage. It doesn't bring any of it back. They didn't even let me talk to my dad. Coyle murdered my girlfriend and then convicted me for the crime, he said simply. He wasn't sure if it was his tone or message, but Taylor blinked for a second and seemed to lose some of her rage. Sundancer was your girlfriend. For a few months, Lisa said from the side. Taylor, it really wasn't his fault. Please, if not him, then believe me. I've never lied to you. Taylor shook her head and sagged against the wall. What does it matter? We're almost to the birdcage by now. You're right, we're sorta short on time, Lisa said. She turned to the fourth person in the van, who'd been watching the whole drama with wide eyes. Lisa reached up and removed the remaining woman's gag. I'm assuming you're a master. Name. Page. Lisa blinked as he mind raced. Maccabi. Right. Canary. Read about you on Fa. Oh honey, you were shafted almost as bad as we were. Harry, free her. She's coming with us. Harry vanished her phone with a sleepy wave of his hand. How's he doing that? Paige asked. No F asterisk asterisk asterisking idea. Don't care. His power makes my head hurt. Lisa said. Harry, she closed her eyes and cursed. I hate you. I hate asking this, but can you teleport us? Wait, what? Taylor straightened. You mean he really can teleport? Yeah, and it beeps like no one's business, Lisa said. Where'd we go? Harry asked, ignoring the comment on his apparition. It has to be somewhere I've been. Coyle's old base. I guarantee he abandoned it after Sundancer killed Noelle. There's no better place to hide than a place he's already abandoned. She turned to Taylor. This is really going to F asterisk 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 with your powers. As much as I hate it, though, it's still better than the birdcage. Paige, it'll mean being a villain, but do you want to come with us? I don't like hurting people, Paige said quickly. Don't worry, we won't ever ask you to, Lisa promised. I guess. All four women looked at Harry. You know I got a mouthful of tranquilizer a second ago, right? He asked. Taylor hit him again. Just the shock was enough to wake him up. Thanks. Don't worry, I'll do it again, she promised darkly. Harry sighed. I need to be able to touch everyone. Whoever hates me the least hug me, the other two all grab your arms. Lisa shrugged and stepped forward to wrap her arms around his chest. He gripped Taylor and Paige's arms and, free to move, disapparated all four of them to the open common area of Coyle's old base. Immediately all four of them went flying sideways at 55 miles an hour toward the nearest wall. Shit! Harry screamed. He managed a wild, broad cushioning charm that made them bounce off the wall before falling to the floor. What the hell was that? Taylor screamed. She didn't appear sick so much as really angry. I forgot it's not a good idea to disapparate from a moving vehicle, Harry said. How could you forget something like that? Taylor said. Hey, I'm still learning how to do this stuff, okay? You're free, why don't you show a little gratitude? Because you got my friends killed. She screamed as she hit him again. Brian was the only boy who was ever nice to me. She swung again, but this time Harry caught her hand. I tried to be nice to you too, remember? He didn't yell, he just met her gaze with forced calm. And you told me to F asterisk 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 off because you thought I was with Hess. I wasn't, Taylor. I just hated bullies and wanted to help you. She jerked her hand away. Doesn't help Gru, though, does it? No, guess it doesn't. Are you guys going to kill each other or something? The new girl asked worriedly. No, Lisa said firmly. We're just all hurt. 3 of our friends were killed 2 days ago, and we weren't given any time to grieve before the blame was all heaped on us. And now we're all named fugitives. Once they sentence you to the birdcage, they unmask you. Harry looked around their surroundings. Just as Lisa predicted, there was no sign at all Coyle ever housed a base there. Which meant Dinah Alcott, Harry said. Still captured, Lisa said. He'll be drugging her 2 or 3 times a day to get her hooked. Who? Taylor asked. Alcott, the mayor's niece. Lisa nodded. That's what set all this in motion. Our bank robbery. That was cover for Coyle to kidnap the Alcott girl. She's a powerful precog and he wanted her power. Harry found out and just vowed hell and high water to get her out. He made me promise to help. Coyle must have found out we were working together and well, here we are. She's 12, Harry said darkly as he looked at Taylor. She's the same age I was when Marco kidnapped me from the foster home. He found out I could sense capes. All my guardians in the UK. Villains, selling me to each other as a beep. Thomas Calvert bought me and brought me here to identify all the wards and E88 members. 2 identified you too, that's how he knew who you were. I'm sorry, I didn't know what he was planning, I was just his F asterisk asterisk asterisk-ing beep. Not anymore, Lisa said. Look, I have money spread out in spots around the city, close to 2 million. We need to get some cash and find a place to set up a lair up. This place was a good landing spot, but we don't want to stay in a known location, and I'm fairly certain someone was monitoring everything we did and said in that truck. Essentials. Food, shelter, clothing. We survive. Paige, you're welcome to stay, but if you have some place to go. The feather-haired girl shrugged. I was sentenced to the birdcage. I don't have any place to go. No family. Nothing. Then you're welcome to stay with us. Watch out for Harry. He's a genuinely good kid, but he's a total perv. Harry shrugged, not bothering to argue the point. I'm a 16-year-old boy. I like beeps. Sue me. Canary shook her head, obviously still trying to adjust. Taylor, though, looked around with a frown. We've been unmasked. We can't go anywhere without attracting attention. These prison jumpsuits don't help. Lisa turned to stare at Harry. He blinked, still struggling to fight off the tranquilizer. What? You tell me, magic boy. You got any mojo to let us go out in public? No, I don't have anything other than glamours and transfiguration yeah. Guess I do. He laughed tiredly. This is so weird. Canary, want to go first? I'm sorry, but not really, she said with a shrug. Lisa huffed and stepped right up to him. Me first. Do something about these jumpsuits. Harry nodded, gripped her shoulders, and transfigured the jumpsuit into her normal jeans and a simple lavender sweater. Holy God, Canary whispered. How did he do that? He got mind ed by the Simurg as a kid, and now he can do magic, Lisa explained before Harry could say anything. Now, features. Harry nodded and cast a mild glamour. Without any fanfare or slow morphing effects, her hair turned black, her eyes brown, and her nose lengthened. Those three changes radically altered her appearance. She turned to Taylor, who nodded, her jaws slightly agape. Okay. That's cool, Canary said. Can you make me a dress? Sure. He did so. She looked down and then glared at him. With a little less exposed cleavage, please. Harry frowned sadly. Okay. Are you sure, though? Like that you won't need a glamour cuz no one's going to be looking at your face. Lisa barked a laugh, but Canary insisted, so he shifted her dress to a pretty blue denim number without any exposed cleavage. He changed her hair to brunette and caused her chin to jut out with a glamour. Wow, she breathed. The dress feels so real. Oh, it is, Harry assured her. The glamours are just on your face. The clothes are real, though. I transfigured the jumpsuits. The glamour will last about 12 hours, but the transfiguration should last a week. The wizard I got my memories and magic from used to go whole months wearing the same set of clothes. He'd transfigure them into pajamas at night and work clothes during the day. His wife made him stop though. Canary obviously didn't know what to say to that. Harry finally turned to Taylor. What would you like? Same as Lisa's, but make the sweater black. Harry did as she asked, and then made her be owned with a rounder face. Okay, Lisa said. She clapped her hands, an eager gleam in her eyes. Girls, let's go get some money, and then buy some shit. Harry, go do whatever you want to do. Take a nap or something. Yeah. First, do you know where they might have my staff? Burned it. Probably, Lisa said. Harry laughed. Alexandria might be able to snap it, and Sundancer might have been able to burn it, but short of that nothing would break it. I'd really like it back. The PRT has a storage facility at Broadmoor and 17th, Lisa said. She frowned a little, and then suddenly grinned as she looked from Canary to Harry. What? The older woman asked. Harry's not a master. Not like what Coyle set him up to be, Lisa said. But you are. How'd you actually like to get back at the S that sent you away? Canary hugged herself, genuinely disconcerted by grin on Lisa's face that made her look like she was the fox that just got charged with guarding the hen house. I don't want to hurt anyone. That's just it. You don't have to, Lisa said. You can politely ask the guards at the evidence lockup to let you and Harry in, and to let him get his staff. No one gets hurt. And then, because you were so nice to get him his stuff back, he'll owe you big time. Like take you shopping and buy you anything you want, big time. I don't have any money, Harry said. You will, Lisa promised. So, I have no idea what time it is, but let's say we all meet on the boardwalk by Fugly Bob's at sundown. I should have some cash, so we can eat and then talk about finding a place to hide. So, Paige, right. How old are you? She gave him a withering look. Old enough to go to jail if I did even a tenth of what you're obviously thinking. Hell, probably not even a tenth, Harry muttered. They sat in the back of a dirty bus driving slowly, by starts and stops, into downtown Brockton Bay. Don't worry, I seem to be the antithesis of lucky when it comes to girls. It took an effort of will not to think about Marissa. He wondered if Jess blamed him just like Luke did. His own glamour gave him bee-owned hair and blue eyes, just like his disguise when he infiltrated Medhall. He wanted very much to ask his traveling companion how she got sentenced to the birdcage, but though some might call him dense, Lisa sent him enough warning looks before they parted ways that he figured out it probably would be a bad idea to ask. All he knew was that the pretty older woman looked lost, confused and utterly hopeless. In fact, she looked just like he felt. Finally, they reached the Broadmoor stop. He offered Canary a hand when she stepped off the bus. She hesitated only a moment before accepting it. Thank you. It rankled Harry that he was both hungry and thirsty, but had no money to get anything. He suspected she was the same. Fortunately, it was only a short walk before they reached the address Lisa indicated. Being a late afternoon on a. What day is it? He asked, genuinely confused. I was sentenced on Monday and shipped out this morning with you guys. So, Tuesday. Harry nodded and tried to ignore the crowds around him. Point me my staff, he whispered. He had to concentrate to limit how visible the magical line was, but he saw it pointing to an unmarked, unremarkable brownstone building across the street. It's there, he said. Are you okay with using your power to keep anyone from getting hurt? I mean, I have stunning spells, but they still send people flying and they could still get hurt. She hugged herself again, looking unsure and a little scared. I guess, she said. Harry ran a hand through his hair. Tell me now. Lisa wasn't joking. We'll never ask you to hurt anyone, or do anything you're not comfortable with. But we're unmasked fugitives. If they catch us, we're back in the birdcage. I'll fight and hurt people if I have to, but I'd rather not if there's an alternative. I know. I get it. She stiffened her shoulders and then started across the street when the light changed. He followed, looking forward to getting his stuff. The door set off a loud electronic ding. The space inside the door was barely large enough for the two of them. Set to the left of the door was a counter with a heavy fiberglass window that ran to the ceiling. Set within the window was a speaker grill and a smaller transaction window. Behind it sat a rather large boned woman in Brockton Bay PD black. We're not open to the public, sweetie, she said firmly but kindly to Canary. Canary opened her mouth and squeaked. She looked at Harry, an expression of hopelessness paralyzing her features. Harry sighed and then apparated to the open floor space right behind the officer. He put a hand on the startled woman's shoulders. Ma'am, my name is Harry Bailey, he said with a low, calm voice. I escaped from a truck taking me to the birdcage less than 2 hours ago. I'm been convicted of several counts of murder. Word has it I'm a very, very bad boy. My friend and I need to recover some of my property. If we can do that without anyone getting hurt, that would be better. But I'm pretty desperate and I will hurt you if I have to. Will you let my friend in and guide me to my things? Hurt me all you want, punk, I'm not doing shit for you. The cop spit angrily. UF asterisk 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 king parahumans are all the same, thinking power gets you everything. Well, F asterisk 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 you. I don't got a power, but I have the key code and you ain't. Please open the door and let us recover our things, Canary said sweetly. Her voice was so mellifluous and magical Harry felt his whole body respond to it, almost like the Vila made Potter respond in his memories. The cop shrugged, all anger forgotten. Sure thing, sweetie. She punched a red button and the door into the facility opened to let Canary in. The ensorcelled officer then led them down a short hallway to a heavy vault door with a security panel set to one side. The cop quickly entered the security code. Mage's things are on row 12, bins 45 and 46, the cop said. Thank you so much, Canary said with a genuine smile. Does this place have any vending machines? I'd love a Diet Pepsi. Sure, darling, whatever you need. The cop turned and walked away. Harry stared at Canary. I love you. Will you marry me? You could order me to leave the toilet lid down and stuff. Shut up. Jailbait. There was no power in the command, but Harry suspected with occlumency he could resist. Maybe. Unless she ordered him to help her relieve all her physical tension or something like that. He was fairly certain he wouldn't be able to resist a command like that. He laughed. Open-ended offer, in case nothing better comes up later. They walked through row after long row, each stacked ceiling high, of confiscated material. Harry grabbed an evidence bag from inside the door and started claiming things he thought might help. He grabbed a couple of pistols and ammunition clips, several tasers, batons and... Crap, this is Taylor's costume. He said. He grabbed her things and shoved them all into the bag. Frowning, he then cast a space expansion charm and expanded the bag's interior exponentially. It didn't even dawn on him that he just used a spell he'd ever used or even consciously thought about. Think your stuff is in here. I was sentenced in Boston, Canary said sadly. Oh. Well, no worries, Willow cool, a laptop. 4 laptops. Shit. Tokahamas. These are top of the line, extra graphics and a Z9 processor. If our new place has internet, Lisa will want these. He grabbed all 4 and then moved on until he reached his own stuff. Absently he handed the bag to Canary. She stumbled in surprise at how light it was, but Harry didn't care. He climbed the little ladder to reach the top bins where he found his mage costume, and draped over the bins, his staff. The staff hummed in his hand. Hello, beautiful, he whispered. You know, I got to use this damn thing just one night before I got arrested. It's very pretty, Canary said. What is it? Magic staff. Like Merlin or Gandalf. It focuses my magic and makes casting big things bigger. I can also fly on it. Magic. Like Murden. No. Murden's a cape. His power looks like magic, but it's still a cape power. Something to do with dimensions. I'm actually a wizard, with real magic. I can cast spells that can do almost anything because magic's only real limitation is my imagination. She looked skeptical. And the Simmer did this to you. I saw the Time Life cover. Yeah, hate that picture. She did, sort of. Since she killed my folks, I've had memories of a boy named Harry Potter who sacrificed a part of his soul and became sorta immortal. So, I have hundreds of thousands of years of memories of magic and technology that would make a tinker faint. I didn't realize what it meant until I came here and discovered the magic in my memories worked. That bag's proof. She shrugged. I believe you. I mean, why not? So, anything else you need? Harry started to shake his head, but then suddenly laughed as he thought of an absurd idea. Canary looked worried. What? Oh, you ever see the old pre-Endbringer Disney movie, Sword in the Stone? Disney. Didn't Leviathan? Yeah, but did you ever see the movie? He took her hand and led her to the front of the evidence room, put the bag down and expanded it even more. He winked at her. Watch this. He lifted his staff and said aloud, Pack. The entire room exploded in a flurry of movement that scared Canary so badly she knelt down and covered her head with her arms. It was only after a second or two that she looked up to see every piece of evidence flying off the various shelves and into the open, endless duffel bag. 20 seconds later, the room was empty. Pretty cool, Canary stood and looked around in amazement. Okay, that was pretty cool, she admitted. She glanced at him and almost smiled. Still not marrying you, though. Open-ended. Harry picked up the evidence bag, charmed feather light, and the two started walking toward the vault door. It was about that time Harry realized that the ensorcelled cop hadn't returned with Canary's Diet Pepsi. Figures she'd be a Pepsi girl. So, Harry asked casually. If you used your power to ask a cop to bring you a Pepsi, would the suggestion wear off? No, not until. Her eyes widened. The vault door opened, but it wasn't a cop standing on the other side. Harry stepped in front of Canary, who squeaked in alarm as the heavily armored, imposing form of Armsmaster filled the door. Harry waved. Hey, Armsmaster. How are you? Harry Bailey, the hero said. Ms. Maccabi, if you surrender, I promise you will not be harmed. At least not until you ship us to the birdcage, Harry said. Hey, you know legend, right? I have to ask, before you beat us up and everything. Do you think he knew? Knew what? Harry knew his grin was sick looking because he was feeling sick when he made it. That I was a beep. That every one of my so-called guardians since I was 12 was a cape villain who used my cape sensitivity to find and recruit or kill capes. Marco, Colbert, Justinian. All cape villains. Know how much Thomas Calvert paid for me? Only $50,000. That's all my life was worth. You know that Thomas Calvert is Coil, right? That he shot Marissa and made it look like I did it. That we're innocent. That's for a court to decide, Mr. Bailey. Yeah, the court already did, didn't it? Harry was surprised at the surge of emotion he felt, speaking to this hero. I wanted to be like you. I wanted to be like Legend. I kept praying he'd come and adopt me. He saved me, why wouldn't he keep me, you know? I know it was because I was Simurgh influenced, at least I know now. But I was 8. How the F asterisk 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 is an 8-year-old orphan supposed to understand shit like that? I wanted to be a hero so much. And now you've forced me to be a villain. Great job. Armsmaster raised a bristling halberd toward them. Harry spun backwards into Paige, and a moment later the two were back in his abandoned warehouse. He should have let her go, but instead he clung to her, trembling as he fought to control the emotions that raged across his mind. He should have clicked into occlumency, but some small corner of his mind decided he deserved to feel this way, that he deserved a moment of rage, anger and self-pity. Evidently Canary thought he did too, because she gently wrapped her arms around his shoulder and hugged him. Are you all right? Harry shrugged as he backed off. Just F asterisk 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 Ed in the head is all, he muttered into his shoulder. He finally stepped back. This would normally be the part where I make a stupid say joke or something. Just doesn't seem right, though. Rain check. She laughed a little, though it was a sad-sounding laugh. Okay. Harry glanced around the old warehouse, once again empty. You know, I like this place. I wonder how they got past the wards. Wards. Like a magical security system. Had something to make people just not want to see it, and made it impossible to plot on a map. Paige shrugged. I don't know. I bet Lisa does. He put the bag down with a sticking and then disillusionment charm to make sure no one found it, then transfigured Paige's dress into black slacks and a great sweater. He transfigured his shirt into an off-white sweater, and then changed both their glamours slightly. Okay. I'm starving, and Lisa said she had money. Think it's close to sundown. Let's go find out, Paige said. She smiled at him. As tempted as Harry was to disapparate, especially given the fact that Paige for some reason didn't react as badly to his unique form of teleportation as Lisa or Taylor, he didn't want to risk the possibility of appearing in front of a cop or a group of strangers and ruining the chance of a meal. They walked quickly and caught a bus after a while. By the time they reached the boardwalk, it was sundown and the evening crowd had already formed at Fugly Bob's. Canary caught sight of Lisa and Taylor sitting at one of the porch tables and led the way to join them. So, who's buying? Harry asked brightly as they sat. The two girls didn't look impressed. I am, Lisa said. 4 of my stashes were gone, but I have enough for us to get by for a while. Any luck on your part? Oh yeah, I found all our stuff, Harry said. I didn't see yours for sure, Lisa, but I bet it's in there. Also grabbed some laptops and guns and. He said a word and made the whole evidence locker room fly into a duffel bag, Canary said in a flat tone. It scared the hell out of me. The bag only weighs a few pounds. Where? Lisa asked, eyes wide. Back at the warehouse. Hey, did you ever found out how they found us? Coyle convinced the PRT to issue a kill order. They called in Dragon. Harry frowned. So what? I mean, I had protections on that warehouse that should have prevented anything short of killer robots from finding it. Lisa shrugged. The results speak for themselves. Harry frowned but then concentrated on food when the waiter came by to take their orders. The waiter gave Harry a skeptical look when he ordered a beer, though. I'll have one too, thanks, Canary said sweetly. The waiter blinked and then sagged as his face melted into a goofy smile. Okay. Lisa and Taylor both stared at her. She shrugged. I figure I owe him one. We're going to get married someday, Harry vowed. Just as soon as she says yes. I can say, get me a beer honey, and she can ask a complete stranger to go buy beer for us. It's like the foundation for a perfect relationship. Like love at first sip. Canary shook her head, more flabbergasted than upset. She turned to Lisa and asked, "Is he always like this?" "Only when he's nervous or scared," Lisa said. Harry shrugged. "It's a coping mechanism, like Taylor's cold glare of death rage and Lisa's habit of ripping people's souls apart if they get on her bad side." Taylor gave him a cold glare of death rage. "If anyone ever does sleep with you, Bailey, it'll be pity say to just shut you the hell up." Harry shrugged. "I'm 16, any say from me is probably pitiful. Not what you know what, never mind. Holy God, what is that?" The other stared in awe at the plate-sized pile of fat, grease and carbohydrates. 8 fugly bob hamburger patties were layered between mounds of cheese, onions, chili cheese fries and topped with 3 fried eggs, all smooshed between what looked like waffles soaked in syrup. "You know, that makes me a little nauseous," Paige whispered, paling. She leaned away from Harry as he took a fork and knife. "What? I'm hungry. Besides, if I eat it all it's free. Doing my part to save us money." He then eyed the beer eagerly and took a swig. "Ah, that's the stuff. Even this American piss is better than nothing. Been drinking beer in the UK since I was 14. Thanks, love." He winked at Canary and then laid into enough food not just to feed the whole table, but to give them all heart attacks as well. "I got us rooms as the Bay View," Lisa said. She visibly shuddered as she glanced at Harry eating. "We all need good beds and bathrooms." Harry looked up, grinning with his mouth full. "You have your own room, Harry." His grin died. He shrugged and went back to eating. Beside him, Canary chuckled. "I wouldn't mind sharing a room with you girls if it helped." "Oh, it'll help. All 3 of us will share. I got 2 queens, I figure you and I would fit on one." "Taylor's a tosser." Harry looked up in time to see Taylor's jaw drop. "How could you possibly know that?" Lisa shrugged and grinned before taking a bite of her fried chicken wrap, which was the healthiest thing Fugly Bob sold. Halfway through his dinner, Harry took a break to enjoy his beer. "So, I've been thinking about where we can lay up full time. That warehouse by the boat graveyard is a pretty sweet deal. More importantly, I think I can make it pretty secure." Taylor scowled. "Forgive us if we don't trust your definition of secure." Harry shrugged. "Then I'll spell it out for you. Unbreakable walls. Invisible to anyone but who we choose. Probably a sublevel. Instantly fixed back to new condition, with any changes we want. Could survive a direct nuclear strike. Probably take me a week to draw out the rune scheme for the Heartstone, and then another week to actually program the stone itself. I'd need Lisa or Taylor to double check to make sure what I draw on the stone matches the drawings, but when done it would rebuild the warehouse anyway I want it." "What the hell does that even mean?" Taylor asked. Harry took a bite of his challenger. "It's like I've been telling you. I don't have a power. Powers do 1 or 2 things. To do more, you have to have more than one power, like Eidolon. But magic is just energy, a type of nonlinear, intradimensional anaphasic radiation generated by the vibration of the cosmic strings that hold the universe together. Some entities could manipulate this energy. Some, like mages, could do more than just manipulate it. We could program it, like a computer. Through post-Caldosian rune schemes, mages could direct their magic to build skyscrapers from dirt and clear farmland or make ocean-going sailing ships space-worthy. That's what I'm talking about. Writing a runic program to direct my magic to rebuild that warehouse to what we want." He took a swig of beer and started the second half of his meal before noticing the silence at the table. "What? I've seen the perv," Lisa said. "I've seen the video of the wounded orphan. I've even seen the fumbling cape. Just the first time I've seen the eternal mage." Harry sputtered. "Eat your wrap." He then continued eating. To the shock and mild disgust of his companions, Harry's meal was free that night. They gathered the clothes and personnel effects Taylor and Lisa bought while gathering their cash and started back to the Bay View, which fortunately was right off the boardwalk for the convenience of Brockton Bay's mild tourist industry. They took a suite of rooms on the 3rd floor with a central living area and a small kitchenette. Once Harry had a feeling for the interior, he disapparated to the warehouse and collected their duffel bag. He returned a moment later to find the girls in the living area divvying up their spoils. Lisa didn't even blink when he apparated in. Harry, come get essentials. Toothbrush, paste and floss. Check. Soap and shampoo. Both generic but the good kind of generic, not the all-mart crap. Check. Fresh underwear, sleeping shorts and a few sets of day clothes, all in his size. Check. You're awesome, Harry said. Oh, I have a few Tokuhama laptops in that bag somewhere if you want to get online. Lisa's eyes dilated. He could actually see her pupils enlarge. It was rather freaky, actually. She left her spoils as if in a daze and leaned over to unzip the bag and reach in. Unfortunately, the bag was nearly bottomless and she started to fall with a shriek. Harry caught her and levitated her back out where she stood glaring at him. The F asterisk? She asked. Harry shrugged. How else was I going to get the entire evidence locker in there? I expanded the inside. Here, he summoned one of the laptops and handed it to her. He then summoned a power cable, since he was sure the battery was probably out. I hate you, Lisa said. You don't really, do you? Harry asked earnestly. Lisa sighed. No. Because if you don't then you could. No. Go to bed, Harry. You're tired, and you're probably going to have a heart attack after that monstrosity you ate. Harry stifled a yawn. I am pretty wiped. Okay. See you girls tomorrow. He stumbled to his bed, closed the door and changed into one of the sets of sleeping shorts. He had no intention of actually sleeping, because he didn't sleep. However, he hoped that he'd be able to find some help in his memories about the ward scheme he wanted to use. Naturally, he just managed to get the covers up before he was asleep. When Harry woke up the next morning, it was to a feeling of confusion and fear. Was he drugged again? He never slept, ever. Yet here he was, waking up in a comfortable bed feeling more rested than at any point he could remember. For a brief moment he wanted to get up, find Hermione and talk to her about how well. Wait. What? The memory that came suddenly upon him didn't feel like someone else's memories. The image of Hermione's smile whenever he told her how much he loved her felt like his own memories. It felt like something that happened just days ago. He could feel the way she wrapped her legs around him when they. But then he remembered watching her die. The last memory he had of his second life. They all died. Luna, Daphne, Susan, Ginny and Hermione. Colonel Green lined them up, one at a time, and shot them like animals. Hee hee. The door clicked upon and Lisa stepped in briskly. Harry, she froze and frowned. What's wrong? Harry opened his mouth to answer, but at first he couldn't speak. Finally he forced the words out. He killed them. He killed them, and made me watch. Lisa's face went utterly blank as she walked to the edge of his bed. She was already dressed in casual slacks and a cream-colored blouse that made her look much older than she was. Who killed them, Harry? Colonel Green. The rage and incalculable loss made his eyes sting. They were trying to evacuate as many people as they could to the castle, but he caught them. He caught them and he shot them. He shot my family. My wives. He took my wives away from me. I couldn't live. Tears rolled down his cheeks and his throat felt as it would swell closed with the agonizing pain that just seemed to roll over him. What's your last name, Harry? Lisa asked. What does that have to do with anything? That bloody monster shot my wives. I know, she said gently. I know, and I'm so sorry. But we have to know your name to make it better, don't we? It's Potts. Harry frowned intently, his grief suddenly stuck in confusion. I slept last night, he finally said. That's good, isn't it? I haven't slept since London. I just see memories. Earth, Caldos, the galaxy dying, the new galaxy. And then Amanda. Amanda was there, over and over again. His limbs began to shake. He stared at his trembling fingers in confusion. I don't know who am I? Taylor. Get in here. Lisa shouted over his shoulder. Taylor. Hoshi knew a Taylor. Taylor Freeland, Morden Colony, 2679 CE. He was. The right hook sent him sprawling off the bed. He rolled quickly to his feet, hands taking on a sinister red glow. The F asterisk asterisk, Hebert. What was that for? Lisa sighed and glanced at Taylor. Great job. Thanks. What was all that about? Taylor asked. Not sure, but sounded like he got lost in his memories. I'm right here, you know, Harry said. Then he frowned and sniffed. Shit, have I been crying? What the hell did you guys do to me last night? Did you spike my drink? I mean, really, I'm about the easiest date you could find. You don't have to spike my drink. Lisa sighed. You smell bad. Go take a shower. All we have is cereal for breakfast. We've got a long day ahead of us. He glared at them. Why are you in here? I'm sitting here in sleeping shorts. Why can't I see you in your undies? You already did, Taylor pointed out. She didn't sound happy. Harry thought about it before nodding. Yeah, guess I did. You have some pretty fantastic legs, Hebert. I'd say you look good, but I'd be lying, she said. Go take a shower. F asterisk 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 you very much, Harry announced, though in a light tone. All sign of his anger and loss seemed forgotten. For his shoulder on the way to the bathroom, he added, Get out of my room. I'm paying for it, Lisa pointed out. With Coyle's money, came the reply. Yeah, got nothing, Lisa said. Come on, Taylor, I'm hungry. By the time Harry got out of the bathroom and dressed, the entire morning episode had fled from his mind. He went into their shared living room where Lisa was already installed on her laptop, Taylor was on a second, and Paige was watching television. Congratulations, we made national headlines, Paige said when she saw him. Harry found a half-eaten box of cereal and poured milk directly into the plastic lining of the box. He opened it all the way and ate it from there rather than bothering with one of the plastic bowls Lisa purchased. He moved in and sat on the couch beside Paige to watch. That's a shitty picture of me, he declared. But damn, Paige, your headshot looks awesome. Thanks, she said, not bothering to be embarrassed anymore by his juvenile fawning. He watched the headline on their escape before blinking in surprise. Hey, did you know they rescinded the kill order? Harry asked. Yes, yes, yes. Harry stared at the three girls around him before sighing. Right, of course I'm the last to know. Did they say why? Investigating irregularities in our trial, Taylor responded without looking up. Huh, so, what should we do? Nothing different, Lisa said. She turned to face the room. Okay, so, I guess now that we're awake and shit, Bailey, were you raised in a barn? What? You're eating milk and cereal from the box. I was raised by supervillains. Deal with it, Harry muttered. Mary and Joseph, you're not my mum or anything. He took another heaping spoonful, before finishing it by tilting the box up and just pouring everything into his mouth. It's a miracle he's not the size of a house, Taylor muttered. Harry shrugged. Magic takes energy. I need roughly twice to 3 times the calories as a normal kid my size. So, what are we doing? Meeting, Lisa said. She pulled the rolling chair from the desk to the opposite side of the coffee table from them. Taylor, at the small dining table, moved her chair closer as well. Paige shut off the television. Lisa cleared her throat and looked around their small group. So here's our situation. Even if they cancel our birdcage sentence, we're still classified as villains for escaping. And Paige, your conviction was legal, even if it was bullshit. So, we're villains. No going back. If we have a lair, I want a monorail, Harry declared. Monorails are so cool. Taylor put her hand to her forehead, muttering. Paige, though, chuckled. You're cute, Harry. He beamed and looked at Lisa. She thinks I'm cute. Still jailbait, though, Paige added. Harry's smile died. Taylor grinned. So, we have about 1.5 mil either in cash or with a parahuman banker Coyle used, called the number man. Completely neutral, and he's been running numbers since before I was born. Harry has an idea for a lair that doesn't make any sense at all, but nothing he says doesn't, it still works. Question we have to decide is, do we stay together? And if we do, what will we do as a group? Harry snorted. I'm hanging out with 3 pretty girls. Even if all I get to do is look, I'm good with us staying together. Lisa turned to Taylor, grinning. He thinks you're pretty. I think it has less to do with appearance and more to do with being female. He probably thinks Director Piggott with the PRT is pretty. Harry shrugged. You should have seen pictures of her when she was young. She was a PRT commando, back when they thought unpowered people could make a difference. Love women in uniform. Taylor rolled her eyes. Paige, though, leaned forward. I don't know what I can contribute. I never wanted to hurt anyone. I just wanted to sing. But you saved my life. I wouldn't have survived the birdcage, I know I wouldn't have. And you all seem nice, mostly. I'd like to stay with you, if I could. I just don't know what I'd contribute. We'll figure something out, honey, Lisa said. So, just to be clear, I'm a thinker, 7 or 8 on a good day. Taylor is a master 8 with total control over insects. Her first outing she damn near killed Lung. You know, the guy who turns into a fiery dragon and went toe-to-toe with Leviathan. She's a heavy hitter in the right circumstances. Canary, you're a master 8 for humans. PRT considers that high risk, so I wonder if you weren't doomed to begin with. Then there's whatever the hell Harry is. I'm a mage, Harry said. A wizard. Okay. Taylor, stay. Yeah, Lisa nodded. Good, we stay together then. Next step, if we're to be taken seriously, we need a group name. The Harpies, Harry declared. He saw their faces. What? That's a great name. That's a shit name, and you should be embarrassed for thinking it, Lisa assured him brightly. What about jailbirds? Harry blurted again. I kind of like that one, Paige said. Harry beamed. Taylor started to protest, but Lisa produced a pen from the folds of her hair and wrote the name down. Okay, it's an idea. Harry beamed specifically at Taylor. What, are you 12? She asked. Are you 40? He countered. You're my age, stop acting like an old woman. And ahaha. Not funny, Hebert. I hate spiders. A jumping spider left his hand for the table, crossing it until he reached Taylor. She lifted it onto the back of her hand where it seemed to disappear into her clothing. See, she said, I'm not an old woman. Next one's going to be a black widow. Harry glared. Bring it. Ballistic hit me with his most powerful shot and it didn't even hurt with my runes. You have several body cavities. Children, the adults are talking, Lisa snapped. Harry sat back down. Taylor gave him her patented glare of death rage. Paige giggled. You two are like brother and sister almost. Never. Taylor said vehemently. Yeah, it'd be weird perving over my sister's legs, Harry said. Shush, you two. Group names. Well, we're a group of girls and Harry's wizard, Paige said. What about Coven? Taylor opened her mouth, but then paused. You know, it has a ring to it. And that would make me your wizard. Harry waggled his brows at Canary. She smiled at him, but then shook her head. Sorry, not going to happen. I won't be underage forever. I'm fairly certain I'm gay. Harry opened his mouth, eyes wide, then shut his mouth with an audible clack. Really? Yeah, think so. Was definitely leaning that way before my one and only boyfriend tried to weasel his way back into my life. Could I watch? TaylorMo.Ned, and even Paige grabbed a pillow and hit him with it. Okay, seriously, he said once he stopped laughing. I like Coven. It sounds faintly ominous like a good villain group name, but with connotations of protection and solidarity. Let's take a vote then, Lisa said. They all voted. Okay, it's official. We're now Coven. No article in front. Next, what's our shtick? Let's shtick it to the man. Harry declared. Good God, will he never stop? Taylor asked. That was actually kind of funny, Canary said. You're encouraging him. Taylor accused. He's like a puppy, I can't help it. Harry stuck his tongue out at Taylor, and then began spitting violently when a fly landed on it. Do you want me to turn you into a freaking aardvark? He demanded. Back to the question, Lisa began. We make the city better, Taylor said, as grim and unnervingly serious as she normally was. He was desperately trying to recall if he'd ever seen her smile. We take on the gangs and make the streets safe. Great plan, Lisa agreed. How do we pay for it? Harry shrugged. We hit the gangs where it'd hurt the most. We take their money. We free their prostitutes and beeps. We burn their businesses and fronts down. And in the meantime Lisa opens a brokerage account and starts day trading. All three girls stare at him. See, this is why I don't like you, Lisa said. You go from let me watch you have say with a girl, and monorails are awesome, to a suggestion that's actually smart. In my defense, watching girls say on a monorail would be pretty awesome, Harry calmly pointed out, only to receive another pillow to the face. We need to establish rules on say UAL harassment, Paige said. Agreed, Taylor seconded. Harry laughed and sat. Seriously, most of Coyle's money came from fortress construction, right? We don't have to sell drugs or be pimps to make money. We'll be villains in name only. Aren't there government-sponsored thinkers whose job it is to stop other thinkers from tanking the economy? Taylor asked. A thinker doing day trading would catch someone's attention, wouldn't it? Lisa nodded. Yeah, but I wouldn't tank the economy. Hell, there aren't that many poor thinkers in the world because they all do sort of the same thing. Every mutual fund management company in the world has at least one thinker. Harry has the right idea to begin with. Most wealth is generated by existing wealth. It's why the rich get richer and the poor never do. As long as I don't do anything to destabilize the markets, the government thinkers won't come after me. Hell, some might copy me. Short term, though, I agree we take from the gangs to fund our own. I suppose I could start releasing songs again, Canary said. The three stared at her, though after a moment Lisa nodded. Actually, that might work. We'd have to do it black market, burn the CDs ourselves and sell them direct to keep the government from seizing your profits, but that would definitely earn some money. I've heard you sing, it's pretty good. I can always turn lead into gold, Harry said with a grin. You can do that? Taylor asked, while Lisa had a coughing fit at the mere idea. Harry shrugged sadly. No, but it'd be cool if I could, he said. Transfigured metal reverts to its original state quicker. Metal conducts magic more than it holds it. That's why my staff has silver, it's the most magically conductive metal I had access to. But I could easily transfigure water into wine and sell that. By the barrel, really. Taylor went to the sink, poured some tap water into a plastic cup and put it down in front of it. Prove it. Harry leaned over and waved his hands over the copy. Abracadabra. Hocus pocus. Show me all your beasts, and I'll be able to focus. Paige handed Taylor the pillow to throw, but before she saw the water was now the color of wine. Harry handed it not to her, but to Paige. That wasn't a real spell, was it? Taylor asked. Harry chuckled. No, but it's a true statement. I never lose focus when looking at a woman's beasts. Paige sipped the wine cautiously. A Shiraz, she declared, surprised. Yeah, I can do pretty much any type you want, red or white, sweet or dry. Can't do beer. Fortified wines are hard liquor, something about the sugars makes it hard for transfiguration to last. Best thing about this spell, though, is that it's permanent. The Romans invented it because they never drank water and it's been proven to last until consumed. It's good, Paige admitted. She handed it to Taylor, but the younger girl refused. I wouldn't know good from bad, I don't drink. Lisa accepted it though, nodding. Niece. So, we'll have to find a liquor company willing to accept wine from a non-licensed provider. Or, we set up a front company, get the license, and go legal. Something to think of later. Now, last thing on my list today. Coyle. He has the power to create parallel universes, live through both to see which action produces the best result, and then collapse the universe he doesn't want. Harry stared. And you guys think my magic is bullshit. It makes sense, though. The Simurgh song sounded like probabilities around him. Same thing, I suppose. Canary frowned. What's Simurgh song? Lisa explained Harry's first known trait quickly before moving back to the subject at hand. Do we try to frame him, expose him or kill him? We free Dinah Alcott first, Harry said, not joking in the slightest. Then, some people are too dangerous to leave alive. Even if it wasn't about revenge for Marissa, even if he didn't set us up to go to the birdcage, he was going to release an S-class threat on Brockton Bay. The man is just too dangerous. Take him alive if we can, Taylor said. But if not, I agree. He's too dangerous. I don't know enough to vote, Canary said. And you're a pacifist, I get it, Lisa said. And we understand. I say again, we'll never ask you for more than you can give and still face yourself in the morning. So, I guess immediate priority is establishing a base and finding Dinah Alcott. Point me Dinah Alcott. A magic arrow formed over the coffee table, pointing northwest. She's that way, Harry said helpfully. When it comes time to find her, that won't be a problem. I'm sorry, but that is a more bullshit power than probabilities, Taylor said. That's almost Tinker level of bullshit. Bite your tongue, Harry declared dramatically. The two started arguing again. Paige sighed and looked at Lisa. Lisa, though, was grinning at the two as if she'd just won the lottery. Before dawn on their second day in the hotel, Harry was roused from a memory fugue by a knock on his door. Yeah. The door opened and Taylor stepped in clad in running shorts and a sweatshirt. I need a glamour before I go running. Damn, that girl has some legs. Harry sat up a little in his bed. Sure. Hey, I haven't had any exercise in a while myself. Mind if I come along? She glared at him, obviously displeased. Right, sorry. Never mind. I'll. One stupid say joke and I'm leaving you in the dust. Oh, okay, sure. He cast the glamour to disguise her features. I'll be ready in a few minutes if you'll wait. 5 minutes later he stepped out of his room to find Taylor waiting, and the two left the Bayview Suites for a jog around the boardwalk. 10 minutes after that, he was puffing to keep up, knowing full well that Taylor would not wait for him. Finally, after 5 miles, she slowed down at a high-end cafe. Okay, Harry gasped. I admit it. You're in better shape than I am. That was awful. I should have done that faster, she said, dismissing him utterly. It's been too long since I've run. If he could have caught his breath, Harry was sure he'd have a snappy comeback that was not a say joke, thank you very much. Instead, he stumbled along after Taylor as she went into the cafe and ordered 2 wildly overpriced coffees with silly Italian wannabe labels for Lisa and Paige, and then a cup of black English morning tea. Thanks, he said, making the very reasonable assumption, being English, that the tea was for him. Are you getting anything? I didn't get you anything. Oh, sorry. Could I get a tea too? Same as yours, black as pitch, no cream or sugar. Fine. She didn't bite the word out, though, so Harry considered it a blessing. She handed over some of Lisa's purloined cash to pay for it all when the Simurgh started singing in the back of Harry's head of shadows and people screaming. Without even thinking about it, he stepped to Taylor's side and started whispering urgently to her. Remember you're glamored. Your name is Daphne, and you have no idea who the 2 girls about to walk in are. Taylor glanced his way in confusion in the process of slipping the receipt into her pocket, only to freeze like a deer in the headlights when Sophie Hess burst into the cafe accompanied by the ringing of the doorbell and Emma Barnes' slightly shrill laughter. Before Sophia or Emma could notice Taylor's deer in the headlights expression, Harry jumped toward them. Hey, I know you. Aren't you famous or something? He started snapping his fingers as Sophia and Emma both stared at him as if he were insane. I know Day. You're Felicia Day, aren't you? God, I love Red. Werewolf Hunter. That was the best freaking movie I've ever seen. Beside him, Taylor broke her frozen expression by turning to stare at him as if he were insane. First, that movie beeped ass. The fact that I even know it exists embarrasses me. The fact that you know it doesn't surprise me at all. Second, not every redhead you see is Felicia Day. Harry made a point of pouting. They should be. The world would be a better place if it had more Felicia Days. I'm going to marry her someday, you just watch. Taylor rolled her eyes before turning to regard 2 girls she hated more than anyone else. She forced a smile. Please forgive my brother. He's an idiot. And blind too, looks like, Emma said with an upturned nose. Hey, Daff, are you sure she isn't Felicia Day and just pretending so no one asks for her autograph? Oh God, let's just go. I can't take you out anywhere. She clutched the to-go tray of drinks and pastries in one hand and pulled him out of Sophia and Emma's way with the other. Sorry, she said again to the girls as she pulled him out of the store. They continued down the boardwalk at a leisurely pace amid the sparse early morning foot traffic until they reached a narrow break in the storefronts that led to the back alley. Taylor ducked into it, forcing Harry to follow. Once out of sight of the boardwalk, she calmly handed Harry the food and drinks, and then punched the back of a boutique bathing suit store. she whispered harshly. F asterisk 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 F asterisk 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 F asterisk. Now her hand hurt. She stiffened when Harry put an arm around her shoulder. I was 12 when a villain named Marco kidnapped me, he said softly. First night I tried to run away, he dribbled acid over my back. If he'd walked through that door, I would have pissed my pants, magic or not. How do you know? Taylor asked. She didn't jerk away from him, but neither did she relax. He let go and took a step back. I told you, I detect capes. Hess's song sounds like shadows and men screaming. Taylor frowned. How does shadow have sound? Harry shrugged. The F asterisk 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 should I know? It's all in my head anyway. With Simmerg F asterisk asterisk asterisking with my head, I'm lucky that eggs don't taste like plaid. She shook her head, but a moment later chuckled. You saved our asses back there. You bought me tea. We're good. Ready to head back. Yeah. They reached the boardwalk again, but almost immediately Taylor stiffened. Shit, she whispered. Don't look back. They're both following us. How can you tell? I tagged them both with fleas from the service dog that was in the cafe, Taylor said. Damned, smart, Harry muttered. Are you sure they're following? They stopped outside a store a few fronts back until they saw us come out of the alley, then they started up again. Sophia doesn't strike me as a dog person, Harry said. Oh, she bitches about her neighbor's dogs all the time to Emma, Taylor admitted. Prefers cats. What does that have to do with anything? Well, I've got an idea to distract them, then. Next alley, I'm going to lean over and pretend there's a dog there. Why? Because there will be. Lots and lots of them, in fact. They reached the next break in the storefronts and Harry leaned over and held out a hand, as if encouraging a shy dog. Taylor stood behind him, holding their drinks and pastries, and watched as all the trash in the dumpster that dominated the alley suddenly turned into dogs. Not just any dogs, chihuahuas. The most irritating little rat dogs in the world, Harry said with a satisfied, evil little laugh. Taylor could only gape as more and more dogs appeared, dozens upon dozens, hundreds even. Harry suddenly stood and backed away, hands held up as in horror. Holly, watch out. With his shout of warning, 300 seemingly rabid chihuahuas stormed out of the alley. They ran all around Taylor and Harry's feet without touching them, and then made a beeline right at Emma and Sophia. The two girls froze mid-step and stared in horror at the veritable horde of yapping, trembling, frothing at the mouth little rat dogs charging down at them like the rodent light brigade from hell. Harry cupped his hands to his mouth. Watch out, he called helpfully. I think they may have rabies. The two girls turned and ran with the dogs yapping at their heels the entire way. You know, that's almost as good as sicking bugs on them, Taylor admitted. Harry shrugged. Wouldn't go that far. So, how many fleas did you give them? Oh, a few hundred. Each. You know what, Taylor? You can be cool when you try hard enough. You can be too, when you're not being a complete perv. Come on, let's head back. Our tea's probably getting cold. They started back. Harry. Yeah, we're not mentioning this again. Duh, course not. On their fourth day, Lisa announced the successful establishment of a trading account. Only made $15,000 after fees today, but it's a start, she said. Taylor just shook her head. That's a quarter my dad's annual salary. Harry grunted without looking up from his poster board. He was almost done with the first quarter of the design. He'd carefully drawn a perfect quarter circle and had filled the entire space with the various rune schemes. Canary sat beside him, sheets of his loose leaf notes in her hand. So what's that part do? She asked, pointing. Plumbing, Harry said without looking up from his work. Conjures and banishes water from the bathrooms. Lower left outside ring establishes 10 apartments in the back of the warehouse on the upper level and another 10 on the lower level, wanted to allow for future growth and storage. Each room will have its own bathroom. You know, Lisa said from her computer. We could just hire contractors and have it done in a month or two. Harry shrugged. Maybe. But when I'm done, it'll be the strongest structure outside the birdcage in North America. And it'll be invisible to our enemies. Taylor drifted over to look at his work. At her gesture, Canary handed over the sheets. It took Taylor a minute to find what part he was working at, but after another minute she pointed to a spot he'd already finished. You reversed those two symbols. Harry sat up, blinked at her with a frown, before taking the notes and comparing. Well, shit, thanks. He waved a hand and both symbols disappeared. He carefully redrew them with his sketching pencil in the right order. There, done. If you're willing to compare this with my notes, that'd be great. Are you sure your notes are right to begin with? As sure as I can be, Harry said. I'm kind of copying something in my memories. It's the best I can do without a lifetime of practice and theory in runes. It's weird, I have the memories of the knowledge, but I'm still actually learning the knowledge myself. Taylor shrugged. Makes sense, I guess. I have memories of my mom teaching lit, but I don't claim to have her knowledge of it. Here, hand that over and I'll double check. Is it okay if I use a red pen to mark any mistakes? What? Oh, sure. I can always vanish the ink after it's done. With that, he pulled another poster board out, measured the quarter circle, drew a label outside the circle in an open corner, and started working. A day later, he and Taylor made their way by bus and on foot to the warehouse, since his teleportation didn't make her any happier than Lisa. He was itching to get started, but tried to convince himself the forced pace of their transportation would get him in the right mindset. They walked in through the very hole Harry made during his rune testing when they finally reached the abandoned warehouse. Do we actually need this much space? Taylor asked. Harry shrugged. I figured it'd be better to have more space than less. I could set up a witch's garden, and you could have a spot for your bugs. In my memories, once the wardstone is charged it sinks down to the bedrock and makes a basement, I guess you'd call it. You could use the basement for your bugs. Speaking of, perimeters secure. He sighed in relief. Okay. Hold on a sec. He reached into his backpack, which fit comfortably over one shoulder, and removed his 5-foot-long staff. By now, Taylor didn't even blink at his impromptu bag of holding. He put the backpack down, waved his staff and declared, Centrum. Lines of white magic flashed across the building before forming a 2-meter diameter circle in the center of the floor. Harry stepped to the circle and touched the edge with his staff again. The white flared into a brilliant phosphorus shade before fading to reveal a perfectly formed circle burned into the floor, perfectly quartered by a cross in the center. Well, this is frankly the beepy part, Harry said. Might as well get comfortable. The sofa he'd put in there before was gone, along with all his other things. So he pulled a plush chair out of his backpack for Taylor, along with a small ice chest already filled with food and sodas. There wouldn't be any television, but Lisa had purchased them all a data plan and tablets, so at least she could read or play games while he worked. Instead, though, she sat cross-legged outside the perimeter of the circle while he cast a cushioning charm and laid down on his stomach floating an inch or two off the ground. He pulled the poster board out of his backpack until he found the one labeled Southeast. He lined the circle on the board up with the circle burned into the floor. He pulled the last of his implements out of his bag, heavy goggles and a soldering iron. Taylor asked. Yeah, the runes are too small for me to trace with my fingers. I have 10 in there. I hope that's enough. After protecting his eyes, he cast the etching charm on the iron, which he'd cut the plug off of. The metal tip of the precision soldering iron took on a white glow. He then began precisely tracing the runes on the board, burning through the thin sheet of paper to the floor below. It only took a second or so to do the first symbol, but each board had 1,000 or more symbols on it. Taylor reached for her tablet, recognizing a long day ahead of her when she saw it. They paused for lunch, but by dinner Harry had the first quarter of the design etched into the floor. Awesome, he breathed. They came back early the next morning, and Harry once again set himself floating above the circle as he worked. They were well into the second session when Harry interrupted Taylor's reading. So, tell me about your dad. Why? Taylor didn't sound upset, just curious. Harry could shrug in his position of laying flat on his stomach, floating 2 inches off the board on a cushioning charm. Don't have one. I can't remember anything about my life before the Simurg, she took all that away. So, I guess I'm just curious what dads are like. Taylor regarding him suspiciously for a moment before shrugging. He handles hiring at the Dockworkers Association, Taylor said. It used to be a really powerful position before protesters sank a bunch of ships in the harbor and basically killed shipping in Brockton Bay. Not that there was a lot to begin with, after Leviathan. What's he like then? He could hear her song stutter. Harry wanted very much to look at her, to see what emotions were flittering across her otherwise blank face, but he didn't dare look away from his work. He tries really hard, she finally said. He didn't know you triggered. No, he didn't know about any of this. They wouldn't even let me talk to him during the trial. She snorted. What trial it was? 2 hours, late at night, no jury. The judge said the Parahuman Act doesn't account for age, only power. Never mind, I am freaking 15 years old. You seem older, Harry said. He could almost hear her frown. What do you mean? You're more mature than 15. Just sayin'. I turn 16 in a few months. What about you? These memories of yours. You've said they belong to someone named Harry Potter. Where'd he learn about magic? A school in Scotland, believe it or not, Harry told her. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. It had its bullies too, and its teenage drama. Also had trolls, basilisks and ghosts. Harry talked about Harry Potter's adventures in Hogwarts as he worked. More amazingly was how much faster the day went. He blinked in surprise when he realized that he'd transferred all the runes onto the floor for that quarter, and it was getting dark outside. He sat up stiffly and stretched his back before looking at Taylor. Hey, I have an idea. What? Let's suit up and go check on your dad. She stared at him blankly for a moment. I don't have. Lisa made me pack our costumes, just in case we needed to use our powers, Harry said with a shrug. I'll turn and not look when you change, promise. Why would you want to do that for me? Harry shrugged. I don't like being alone. You kept me company, and made the day go by faster. I owe you. Besides, he's your dad. He deserves to know you're okay. They'll probably be watching him. Let them. I know you hate it, but I can teleport us out if we get in trouble. He liked how her hair got in her face. She had strong features for a girl, but her hair was all feminine. Fine. Get my costume and then turn around. He did as asked. He laid his own costume on the ground and did a switching charm on them. Ready, Taylor said behind him. He turned and saw her in her spider silk costume. She'd created what looked like plates of armor along her chest, lower abdomen, shoulders, thighs and shins. Hey, quick question. That night Bakuda attacked you, I tried a bone-mending charm that your suit absorbed. It's why we had to take it off. You want me to try it on one of your armor patches, see what it does. She considered it for a second, her face hidden behind a patently creepy insect mask. Try my shin plate first. Harry nodded, leaned down and cast the spell. As he thought would happen, the thousands of little shells she'd woven into the silk melted into a single chitinous plate. He punched it as hard as he could. What did you think? Taylor stared down at it before she walked to the nearest wall and slammed her shin against a steel girder. Damn, this thing is better than a padded shin plate, she admitted. Okay. Do the rest, please. He did as requested, and soon instead of thick collections of thousands of small snail shells her costume was lined with dark gray, solid plates that Harry suspected were capable of withstanding bullets. That silk is organic, he finally said. It'll hold magic really well. I think maybe, if you want, you should make another costume and let me see about charming it. So, you ready to go see your dad? It's not even 6, know where he'll be. The office, Taylor said. She sounded sad. Harry grinned behind his own mask. Say, we've all been unmasked, right? How about making an entrance? What do you mean? I mean we fly right up to his office and just walk in as we are. By the time the PRT get there, we'll be gone. But is there a point in hiding your relationship when they've already unmasked you? She considered it for a moment before shaking her head. No, guess not. Harry summoned his staff, packed all their things back into the backpack before throwing it on. So, no bus for us in costume. Care for a ride, my lady? She climbed on behind him, gripping his midsection tightly as they lifted off the ground and flew through one of the many rents in the wall. The Dockworkers Association building had an office near the defunct North Ferry. We've been spotted, Taylor said as they approached. Well, Two costumed villains flying on a magic staff was bound to attract attention, Harry said over his shoulder. What floor? The placement office takes up half the first floor. Lights are still on, so others are probably working too. Harry grinned. Good, an audience. Hey Taylor. Yeah. He turned to look at her over his shoulder, though his face was hidden behind his mask. You're not a 15-year-old girl. You're F*******, King Skitter. You are a cape. You are powerful. And if anyone F*******s with you, you take them down hard. Are you trying to give me a motivational speech? Yeah. Thought it was better than a say joke, but I can do those. No, it's fine. They lit on the sidewalk right in front of the steel and glass doors of the association building. To Harry's alarm, several of the dockworkers had seen them despite the late hour and were rushing toward them. He saw more than a few crowbars among them. The air between them burst into life as thousands of insects swarmed onto the sidewalk. The running men skidded to a halt, but as Harry watched, the insects backed up to form a flying, crawling swarm slightly behind Skitter. Hello, Kurt, she said from behind her mask to one of the men in the group. How's Lacey? Kurt, a large, burly man with a thick red beard, took a step forward with a confused expression. Taylor. Skitter now, she said. Supposedly I'm a villain. Better be careful or I might do something villain. Why? The glass doors opened and Danny Hebert rushed outside accompanied by two other men and three women, all in professional clothes made frumpy by a long day. Harry could instantly see the resemblance. Taylor's father had the same long-boned lankiness Taylor did, and he could see where she got her strong cheeks. But where she projected strength, Danny Hebert looked like a man so thoroughly defeated he could barely move. Above her head, Taylor's insects began buzzing, while the sidewalk around them started squirming with agitated insects. Hello, Dad. The confirmation that this masked villain was Danny Hebert's daughter sent many of the dockworkers a twittering almost like the bugs. Taylor. Are you? It's Skitter now, Dad, Taylor said. When they unmasked me, they took my civilian name away. Why didn't you tell me? He asked. What would you do? Taylor asked. The day a cape gains their power, triggers, is the worst day of their life. You couldn't do anything about them. Emma's dad was a lawyer. The other girl who made me trigger was AF****** King Ward. Then why are you here? She walked steadily toward him, and Harry's estimation of the man went up when he didn't back away. Because you'll always be my dad, Taylor said. Harry knew she had to be torn up inside, but he couldn't help but admire the strength with which she spoke to her father. Because you tried your best after Mom died. Because you deserve to know that that trial was a pack of lies. The man who testified against us was the actual villain who did it all. And because I love you. With that, she wrapped the startled man in a hug, costume or not. All around, insects started buzzing and skittering about in a constant drone. Finally, she stepped back. I'm okay, she told him. I may be a villain, but I'm not evil. I don't deal drugs. I don't hurt people. Our group, Coven, is going to try and help people as much as we can. And wasn't that just the best intro Harry could have asked for? Harry slammed his staff onto the surface of the sidewalk, producing a brief flame to get everyone's attention. We are Coven, he said. Technically, we're villains. But you are Skitter's people. We're not going to mess with you. No protection rackets, no drugs, none of that shit. But if E88 or the merchants or anyone else messes with the dockworkers, we will fight for you. Otherwise, it'll be like we aren't even here. You're the one they said BPD and killed that girl, and forced her to kill her friend, burly Kurt said. Yeah, funny thing about that, Harry said. My former guardian, the man who testified against me, is Assistant Director Thomas Calvert of the PRT. He's also the villain Coil, a cape. He had a baby Endbringer in his basement, a Nilbog-level threat. He was going to let her out to destroy the city so he'd look good after. My girlfriend destroyed that threat on her own, and he shot her in the head for it and made it look like I did it. Someone must have called the PRT, because Harry could hear sirens coming closer. He had no doubt the Protectorate would be coming soon. He was about to tell Taylor that very thing when two young heroes appeared out of the sky. The first wore rust-colored red with a full helmet of the same color, save for a silver panel. His chest had shield symbol, Aegis. The second hero arrived on an honest-to-God hoverboard sporting a red and gold costume and a helmet that had lightning symbols at the ear. He carried a Buck Rogers-style laser gun. This would be their Tinker. Then. Kid win. Just seconds later a white van came screeching up to the building as the rest of the wards of Brockton Bay came spilling out. Harry recognized Gallant from his gunmetal power suit. Vista he knew just because she was the shortest member. In fact, he thought she looked rather cute with a white skirt covered in green squiggly lines over lime green armor panels and her helmet. Finally came Shadow Stalker. Black body armor, black cape and black cowl, with an old-fashioned crossbow in hand. Harry grinned behind his mask. Perfect. Hey Skitter. Look, it's that psychotic bitch that tortured you in her civilian identity at Winslow until she actually forced you into triggering. You know, the one that's secretly working for Coyle and who tried to murder Gru 2 months ago with that oh so not a tranquilizer bolt. The one who shot bitch in the head and murdered her King dogs too. Harry's voice carried over the entire area. Oh, what do you know? Taylor said in an utterly flat tone. Remember what we talked about, Mage? About just teleporting out if there's trouble. Let's not. I'm feeling pretty tense. I could. No, Mage. It's a let's make war, not love, sort of feeling. Harry grinned before looking at the startled, obviously uncomfortable wards. He couldn't help but notice how they seemed to be separating themselves from Shadow Stalker. In his best Malcolm McDowell voice, he said, "Right then. Time for a bit of the ol' hyper-violence." The wards stood in 2 unnerved groups, Shadow Stalker, and the rest. Harry and Skitter moved side by side, while Danny Hebert and the rest of the dock workers backed slowly away from the impending battle. Oh, before we get started, Harry said casually, I'd like to say 2 things. First, Vista, your costume is adorable. It's actually better in real life than the pictures. Thank you. Vista even sounded cute, and a little pissed off about being cute. Second, Skitter, do you want me to just turn Shadow Stalker into a chihuahua and get it over with? That was you. King son of a bitch. Shadow Stalker screamed. Ground rules, Skitter declared, speaking to Harry but loud enough every could hear. Non-lethal. No turning wards into animals. Shadow Stalker's already a bitch. She doesn't need your magic to be more of one. This doesn't have to end in a fight, Aegis said, stepping forward in his role as leader. Your kill order has been rescinded. Even the birdcage order has been held up in a higher court. If you surrender, there's a chance we can work this out. You have a murdering psychopath on your side, Harry said. There was a black F*** in crossbow bolt in Rachel Lynch's forehead when I found her body. Shadow Stalker even shot her damned dogs. You think we're going to trust you when you have a King murderer on your team? He then disapparated to the top of the PRT van and lashed out a stunner that dropped Clockblocker instantly. Shadow Stalker went amorphous about the same time a terrifying swarm blackened the evening sky and fell on the wards like a biblical plague. You know, she's on my side and that still scares the hell out of me. Vista screamed and stumbled away, having not seen him teleport behind her. The space between them suddenly stretched out to ludicrous proportions. Harry spun and disapparated away just as one of Kid Win's lasers scorched the sidewalk where he stood. Harry reappeared on the other side of the van, pointed his staff and cast his magic at the van itself. Suddenly an Allosaurus roared its anger to the sky. Holy F***. Harry had no idea who it was who screamed, but he was sure it was Aegis, the van-sized reptile seized in its jaws. Hey, wards, Aegis is your regenerator, right? Why? Gallant asked. Just don't want Lucy here chewing up the wrong guy, Harry said. Suddenly he felt an overwhelming sense of shame and regret that hit him with actual kinetic force, making him stumble as the wash of emotions threatened to overcome any sense of self-preservation. Gallant must have hit him with his odd empathy beam. He answered with the most overpowered cheering charm he could muster. Gallant's eyes were visible behind his mask, ballooning out as he must have sensed or realized what was coming. He didn't have time to avoid it, though, and collapsed in a heap laughing hysterically. The main bout, though, was Skitter and Shadow Stalker. Every time the bow hunter went ghost, Skitter deluged her with insects that left her unable to do anything until she reformed, at which point Skitter laid into her with a baton. It was obvious that Shadow Stalker was the better fighter, but Skitter fought both dirty and well, with a crap ton of bugs to do her dirty work. Who am I forgetting about? Harry asked. His answer came in the form of a laser bolt that packed enough of a kinetic punch that it sent him tumbling. He rolled back to his feet as Kid Win flew at him on his hoverboard. Hey, Coven's recruiting, Harry called. Want to come join the dark side? We need more guys, and we have beer. I'm too young for beer. Bah, you prudish Americans. Kid Win fired another laser, and then in a flash of distorted space was instantly behind Harry, as if he'd teleported. His laser hit Harry between the shoulder blades and knocked him down. He landed in a roll and came up with his staff blazing. Kid Win was already somewhere else. Vista. Harry pointed in her general direction and then cast the spell that made Potter a beloved name in thousands of households of little girls and boys. Stuffed animals shot from his staff like bullets. Unicorns, dragons, teddy bears and hippogriffs flew right toward the startled, confused Vista, and then bowled her unsteady small frame over in a mass of stuffed, conjured cuteness. With Kid Win now limited to his own power, Harry transfigured the pavement of the parking lot where they fought into a giant hand that reached up suddenly and captured the startled Tinker Ward. Skitter and Shadow Stalker were still fighting. In fact, it looked like both had taken their punches but showed no sign of giving up. Big Lucy was still chewing on Aegis, who was oddly silent despite being lovingly gnawed on by an Allosaurus. Clockblocker was still stunned and Gallant still sat on his as laughing as if he'd overdosed on a chemical distillation of My Little Pony. Friendship is Magic, the one show that seemed common in Earth Aleph and Bet. Under the pile of stuffed animals, he heard a cry. He casually walked over, leaving a wide girth around Skitter's frankly terrifying swarms, until he reached the pile. Vista, you hurt. I think I broke my leg. Came the cry. Harry vanished some of the stuffed animals and then winced. It wasn't a trick. Holy shit. Girl, how'd you do that? I was hitting you with bloody stuffed animals. I tripped when I tried to expand out, she admitted. Wait. You stay away, you son of a bitch. You're a villain. Yes. The big bad villain who shoots stuffed animals at his enemies. Does your mom know you talk like that? F*** you and your mom too. Wow. Guess she does. Still. Stuffed animals. Not like I was hitting you with bone breakers or anything. I was an accident. And besides, you made that dinosaur to kill us. Posh. It's chewing on Aegis. Look at him. He looks bored. And dinosaurs are cool, right? Maybe. She sniffed. But you hurt Clockblocker. Sleeping. He'll wake up in half an hour. Look, heroes and villains have truces all the time, right? I'll make a truce. 5 minutes only. After that you can go all Ward Y on my ass. In the meantime, I'll heal that break before it gets infected. Sound good? She stared through her visor. You're a healer too. Nah. I'm a wizard, I just happen to know some healing spells. He shrugged and removed his mask. Ya bloody well know who I am anyway, right? I really hate seeing kids in pain. So, I promise a truce to heal you. No strings attached, promise. It does hurt, she admitted. She was a tough kid. Too tough, really. Harry pulled off his glove and stepped closer. Compound fractures are nothing to mess around with. Yeah, I know Panacea can make it all better with a touch, but who knows when she'll have a chance, right? So, let's get this done now. He gently touched her ankle, 4 inches below the nasty compound fracture, and poured healing magic in it. Vista went perfectly still as the magic healed the break. He then handed her a stuffed unicorn, pumping more magic in it. This one will last a while, he said softly. Consider it an apology for you getting hurt. I hate stuffed animals. They're for kids. Really. I know for a fact Tattletale still has one somewhere. Hey, you're actually one of the senior wards, aren't you? Yeah, it's shit to have kids fighting, Vista. It's not right. I know you're strong, and you have power, but you shouldn't be here. You should be out with your family, living your life. If things ever get bad, or you need help the wards can't give, you come find us. We call our group Coven, and we're about the nicest villains you're ever gonna see. You're still villains, she declared. Yep. Which is why I'm breaking our truce. He winked at her before sending a mild stunner through the hand still touching her ankle. He stood up in time to see Shadow Stalker go down and stay there, with Skitter hovering over her threateningly. Best yet, he saw some of the dockworkers cheering Skitter on. Harry walked over to where Lucy continued to gnaw on Aegis. So, you okay up there? Oh, I'm just having a ball, came Aegis' sarcastic reply. Harry grinned as he slipped his mask on. So, Vista and Clockblocker are sleeping, should be up in half an hour. Kid Win is well in hand. U. Kid Win screamed from the grip of the giant hand that held him secure. Gallant is stoned on a cheering charm. Have some hankies ready, when he comes down he's going to be a mess. Skitter has thoroughly beaten the shit out of Shadow Stalker. Harry's grin faded. Seriously, that girl is a psychotic bitch, and I know for a fact she worked for Coil. Next time we see her, we won't hold back. Even if it means the birdcage, we will put that rabid dog down if your corrupt, incompetent bosses don't do something about her first. Taylor walked casually up to the Allosaurus. She has lice, ticks, fleas and tapeworms now, Skitter said. Harry recoiled. Bah, that's disgusting. Well deserved, but disgusting. You ready too? Wait a second. Harry left Skitter by Lucy and Aegis and ran toward the dockworkers, who were kindly checking on the fallen wards. Hey, guys, almost forgot. He put down his backpack and pulled out a 5-gallon water dispenser tank from a bag that should have only been able to hold 20 pounds of books. The container was filled with transfigured wine. Free wine sample. Feel free to share it amongst yourselves, Harry said as he rolled it to one of the startled workers. Gangs have to peddle wares, you know. So, instead of drugs or prostitutes, we're peddling high-quality wine at rock-bottom prices. $200 will buy you 5 gallons of wine. That's like 25 bottles of wine, folks. Plus we recycle. If you like it, let Mr. Hebert know. He knows people on the inside of Coven, after all. That cape, Shadow Stalker. Kurt, Taylor's dad's friend said. What did she do to Taylor? Well, you know, there's a secret about capes the Protectorate doesn't like folks to know. You don't get powers on a good day. No, usually what triggers powers are the worst, most god-awful day you can imagine. Days where you wish you died, and hate the fact you didn't. I understand Taylor had to go to the hospital a few months back. I remember, Kurt said. Harry pointed at the prone form of Shadow Stalker. She's the one that put her there. She and Emma Barnes. I'd be careful, though, she is a murderer. We'll handle her if the Protectorate doesn't, promise. And even worse than a murderer. Emma Barnes's dad is a lawyer. Skitter joined him and oddly enough held a gloved hand out for Kurt. Thanks for taking care of my dad. You and Lacey both. Danny's done a lot for us, Kurt said. Least we can do. We'll try this wine of yours, and let you know. Thanks, Harry said. Skitter, meanwhile, walked to her dad and said something only they could hear before giving him a hug. We're done here, she said to Harry. Let's head back. Right-o. They climbed onto his staff and lifted into the air. Skitter waved at the assembled dockworkers before they flew away. That was fun, Taylor declared. But I'm very, very sore. Pretty sure I have some broken ribs. I can heal you, Harry offered. I'll think about it, came the response. I do shoulder rubs and all. Don't push it, Bailey. Wearing radical glamours that changed not just minor features, but hair and skin color and their heights, Harry, Taylor, Lisa and Paige packed up all their things from the Bayview Inn just as the sun rose and climbed into the used primer gray suburban Canary and Lisa purchased while Harry and Taylor were finishing up the Ward Stone at their evil warehouse of villainy. Paige, being the only one who actually had a driver's license, did the honors of driving despite Harry's assertion that he could do it. He was roundly vetoed by the others. Regardless of who drove, having transportation reduced an hour-long trip on the buses to less than 20 minutes. Being Paige's first visit to the warehouse, she was less than impressed. Are you sure we can't rent another week at the Bayview? She asked Lisa. Oh, ye of little faith, Harry said from the back seat. Trust me, this is going to knock your socks off when we're done. Can't be better than a dinosaur, Taylor said from beside him. That will be hard to top, Harry admitted. Paige parked in a filthy alley between their warehouse and the next. They climbed out and stepped through the familiar hole that Harry made during his rune testing. The whole warehouse remained empty as they made their way to the intricately wrought circle of runes in the center of the structure. So, do we need to wait outside while you do this? Lisa asked. No, don't think so, Harry said. Just stay a few feet back from the circle and you should be fine. He pulled his staff from his backpack and stepped to the exact center on the circle before he sat down cross-legged. So, I've never actually done this before. I don't think anything'll kill me, but if it goes well I might be a little loopy afterward. How will we tell? Taylor asked. He was beginning to understand how effective a flat delivery of a zinger could be. Taylor shot ego-seeking missiles all the time. Har har, Harry muttered. Okay. Showtime. He closed his eyes, opened his mind, and whispered to himself. Okay, Harry Potter, show me what you have. The words came flowing from his mouth faster than he could have possibly spoken himself. He felt the core of his magic explode as the words and his will shaped it into a funnel that shot straight down out of his body and into the complex rune scheme underneath him. Oh shit, Lisa whispered as the runes underneath Harry started to take on a white glow. She took a step back, and both Paige and Skitter joined her in her caution. Abruptly the cement around him cracked, and Harry plus the circle he sat on sank out of sight. All three women jumped in alarm at the loud, gunshot-like crack of severing concrete. After he was out of sight, they cautiously crept forward again until they could see into the hole the circle left. Far below, they saw a brilliant circle of stone illuminated by thousands of the tiny runes Harry spent the past week working on. Harry remained unmoved on the stone, his staff held upright in front of him. It's burning away mud and water too, Lisa whispered. Indeed, Taylor could see the walls of the tube the stone's descent formed. They appeared to be as much mud and water as anything else. Somehow, though the tube glistened with moisture, it remained in place. It really is magic, isn't it? Paige breathed. I have no other explanation, Lisa admitted. Unless he's like Eidolon, his power set is too diverse. Finally, perhaps 30 feet down, he came to a stop. They could barely hear his chanting, but the glow from the stone appeared even brighter than before. Blue-white light blossomed around him, vaporizing water and mud and forcing it in a superheated plume that pushed the ladies to stand back as if it were a geyser. Oh, that's not going to alert anyone, Tattletale muttered as they stared at the plume of steam billowing through one of the larger holes in the roof. After just a minute, the billowing stopped. They risked another look and saw that the magical stone now illuminated the bedrock under the warehouse, and rising from it the hundreds of piles that supported the foundation of the structure. All the mud and water was gone somehow. Scintillating fingers of light, almost like arteries, reached out from the ward stone to every pile and rose upright toward the foundation. The floor under their feet began to glow with that same blue-white light. It spread out under their feet, making their shoes warm but not hot, until it reached the outer walls. It then started climbing up those as well. Taylor's bugs were the first to inform her what was happening since she didn't see it at first. She sensed through them a sheet of cracked MDF suddenly become a smooth glass surface. With the brilliance of Harry's impossible power, they could see metal walls straightening and restoring themselves. They saw windows suddenly sprout glass and rusted steel girders straighten and shake off the rust until they gleamed in their original condition. Still the glowing power rose until it reached the steel buttresses overhead, strengthening those and the aluminum sheets until the roof was once more fully intact. On the far side of the warehouse, the narrow elevated office projected out toward them, assuming greater dimensions until it formed a balcony lined in glass and steel walls. More important, another row of rooms grew up from the first like a budding amoeba, only on the scale of a building. Tiny windows expanded into the size of bay windows, and railings 2 levels up ran all the way around the structure, literally unfolding before their eyes, until it came around front and bloomed into another office structure that looked over the front of the building from what Lisa guessed would be the 3rd floor. Light shifted from the many holes into the ceiling to the wide, inviting windows that lit the interior with brilliant spring sunlight. The roof overhead closed completely, and as they watched additional girders organically sprout from various corners, creating crossing lattices that strengthened not just the roof, but the whole structure. Okay. I admit it, Paige said. This has blown my socks off. She turned but then gripped Lisa's arm. Look. The hole in the center of the floor was gone. Harry. Taylor called. Over here. The three women turned to see Harry Bailey stumble tiredly up a flight of stairs that didn't exist just a moment ago. Come on down. I need to tune you to the wards. After the display they'd just seen, none of the three felt like scoffing. Instead, they followed Harry down a flight of steps into a sublevel just as spacious and well lit as the level above. To their shock, they even saw more apartments right below the first set, 2 levels of them with a nearly identical balcony. The sublevel walls were a brilliant white, and the light came from the ceiling above, which cast a brilliant white glow. This level did have a hole in the middle of the floor. Harry led them to the edge. The glowing heart stone sat just 5 feet below the lower surface in the bedrock. Okay. Here's how the security works, Harry explained as they gathered around the hole. His words slurred a little with exhaustion. Ordinarily with mages I could just key the ward stone to your magic. Obviously that's not going to work. So we're going to key it in the old-fashioned way, your blood. This will allow you to come and go, remember where it is, and guide others to and from the base. No one who isn't keyed in will be able to enter without one of you willingly guiding them in. The wards are intent-based. If you're being compelled, they won't be able to come in. He conjured a small silver knife. I promise to heal the cuts after, he added. Taylor accepted the knife and without hesitation cut vertically along the vein in her wrist and held it over the ward stone. She didn't even wince, though Lisa clucked her tongue. Honey, that's not a safe place to cut. After a good dribble, Harry healed the cut with a wave of his hand. Lisa, Paige, she actually had the right idea. It's magic. Sacrifice is part of the deal. It's going to take more than a drop or two. But hey, I can cast a numbing charm if it helps. Taylor glared. And you didn't think to offer that to me? Harry flushed brilliantly. I'm sorry, I just thought of it. I'd like a numbing charm. Please, Paige said worriedly. Harry cast the charm, but even then Paige couldn't do it. Taylor smiled with surprising gentleness, stepped to the older woman and took her arm. Just look away. She cut Paige's wrist as she had her own, and after a fair dribble Harry healed it. Yeah, Payne and I aren't on good terms, Lisa said when her turn came. Charm, please. Lisa was able to cut her own wrist and have Harry heal it quickly. So, that wasn't symbolic at all, was it? The three of us literally cutting our wrists and bleeding on an altar to our wizard. All we need now is some Black Sabbath music. Harry shuddered. Bah, bite your tongue. He then sank down to the floor in a heap before unfolding prostrate on his stomach. Taylor was closest and knelt down beside him. Are you hurt? No, Harry said without moving. His face was planted on the cement. Think I'll just lay here for a while. Tired. Any beds in here? No. But I'm good. Really. Whatever he was going to say next was lost in a snore. Taylor rolled him onto his back and his arm flopped boneless to the cement beside him. His staff rolled from his fingers, but then rolled right back on top of his hand and rested on his open palm. So, furniture and supplies? Paige asked. Should be arriving in an hour, Lisa agreed. Cable and internet too. The warehouse and all surrounding property was foreclosed on years ago. I bought it for pennies on the dollar under a shell corporation. Also have a generator system coming this evening. Tinker Tech. 10-year guarantee. Could power all of South Brockton Bay. Sounds expensive, Taylor noted. It is. We better start bringing in some money soon. We were going to have to eat nothing but ramen. Paige shrugged. I like ramen. Harry woke with a start in a vast, empty white room. He felt stiff and sore from sleeping on a hard surface. It took a moment to remember where he was, the sublevel of their secret base of villainy. With a groan he lifted himself to his feet and looked back at the secondary set of apartments that he'd built in. They looked really nice, just like the Mage Coastal Resort he'd patterned the architecture after. Rather than walk to the stairs, Harry crossed the empty space to the southeast corner. As he approached, he noticed a slightly green-tinted panel in the wall. He placed his palm on it and the floor underneath shimmered and started to rise, while the ceiling overhead shimmered and disappeared. He emerged onto the first level amidst lines of staring workers in various delivery uniforms. He checked, terrified for a moment, before assuring himself his glamours were still in place. Pretty cool freight elevator, huh? He asked with a forced grin. The workers shrugged and continued on their way with mattresses and other pieces of furniture toward the far set of apartments. He saw Paige at the door, if he remembered the glamours right. In fact, she appeared to be a tall black woman with high cheekbones and long legs. She was touching the confused workers and guiding them past the door. In the distance, Harry could see Lisa directing the traffic in the apartments. "You're awake." Harry jumped a little as Taylor appeared behind him. "You startled me. And you left me sleeping on the floor." Taylor shrugged, utterly unsympathetic. "You offered everyone else a numbing charm but me. Somehow, we both survived. Come on, I have a question for you." She grabbed his hand and yanked him hard toward one of the three smaller side doors. The delivery people were using the huge freight door. They crossed by the alley where Harry got a brief glimpse of all the delivery trucks outside, before Taylor led him into another warehouse. It was just as dilapidated as their new one was before his wards. The only difference was this warehouse was literally alive with insects. "I need a place for my bugs," she said. "I can either store them in the sublevel and give Paige nightmares every night, or I can do it here. I don't need it to look as good as what we have across the way, but I would like to keep it relatively safe. So a giant terrarium, built like a research center sorta. That might work." Harry thought about it for a minute. Well, a lot of the work in our other ward stone was the architectural details. Apartments with plumbing, creating the wiring for electricity. It did that. Taylor interrupted. "Well, yeah, I borrowed the plans for an ocean resort. Granted, the writing then was based on plasma conduits and relays, so I actually simplified it, but yeah. We plug Lisa's generator into the ports and the whole place will run fine. Even wired for cable and internet. But with this place there was a really cool research station established on Caldos to study magical flora and fauna. Ollie need to think about it, but I think I could do it, and it wouldn't be as much work." Taylor nodded her head in appreciation. "Thank you." She started to turn away but hesitated. "Harry, about Gru and Alec." He tensed worriedly. "Yeah, you tried, right?" He hesitated a moment before nodding. "You were out. Bakuda was doing something to Gru but I didn't know what. All I know was that his leg kicked like he was in pain. I thought I had to act fast to save him, so I cast a mild blasting charm that was just supposed to knock her back away from you without doing any real damage. I summoned you to me because she was monologuing with her back turned to me, that's why you and Lisa were right behind me. With a long, shuddering breath he continued. I've played that night over in my head again and again, thinking what I could have done different. If I'd used a stunner, I don't think she would have blown up. But once she blew up, that shield of mine was the strongest I could make in the time I had. I screwed up, Taylor. I went in without knowing what was happening and I used the wrong charm, and Gru and Alec died for it. I'm sorry." She studied him intently. Her glamour made her look like a 30-year-old office worker, but the intensity in her eyes was all Taylor. "You would have saved them if you could." She stated it as fact. Harry could only nod. "I've been around killers half my life. I don't want to be like that." "Okay. We're better head back. Simu's son." Simu's son. They met on the balcony overlooking the now immaculately clean, white-walled interior of their mostly empty lair. Wide windows led in the late afternoon sun to give the interior almost a resort-style feeling accentuated by the table and porch chairs Lisa had ordered for their balcony. They met over a meal of Thai food takeout and transfigured Chardonnay tea for Taylor. "We're down to less than $250,000, Lisa announced after they finished. "Major expenditures are done for now, but if we ever want to expand we're going to need cash. Day trading will take care of the little things, but we need to establish a cash flow within the next few weeks." "We're trending," Canary said. "I mean, the fight you guys had with the wards. We're actually the most popular villains in the world right now, even ahead of Uber and Leet." "Whoop," Taylor said dryly. "From what I've seen, city's in a shit state. The people Bakuda forcibly recruited were not her enforcers, but just average citizens. So when Oni Lee broke lung out last night." "He broke out?" Harry asked. Houndver mind. Sorry. Go ahead. When Lung broke out, he came back to a weakened Ab fighting against the merchants in E88 for territory. He's been hitting public E88 targets and taking territory back. Looks like an all-out gang war. And Coil. Lisa tapped her pen against the table in a rapid rhythm. Gone to ground. From what I've been able to tell, Calvert disappeared from the PRT about 5 minutes ahead of Armsmaster and a squad of PRT agents sent to detain him as part of their inquiry. Like he knew they were coming. Amazing, Harry said in a flat tone, unconsciously channeling Taylor. So, we still need to rescue Dinah. I can't apparate into a blind location, but we can probably infiltrate. He keeps a lot of cash on hand, Lisa noted. Wouldn't hurt to make it a robbery in which we also happen to save an innocent girl. Also, we might possibly have an insider. Harry sat up. Jess. Lisa nodded. She doesn't believe you killed Marissa for a second. She knew the nature of your relationship. But she's essentially trapped by Trickster and Ballistic. From what I understand, Ballistic buys the story and blames you. Harry sagged back down. That beeps. He helped test my runes. He's a good guy. He really is. I guess liked Marissa and Noelle too, I guess. Marissa said Noelle was their leader before she triggered and became a monster. I'm not sure we have the firepower to take out Coil's entire operation even with inside help, though. We may want to recruit some other help. Such as. Taylor met Lisa's gaze over the table. We can't count on heroes, and I'm pretty sure we're on New Wave's shit list after the whole bank fiasco. Harry frowned. What's this? Panacea was in the bank we hit, Lisa admitted. I had to do some fast talking to get out, and unfortunately Glory Girl was not amused. Taylor snorted but chose not to add anything. Anywho, Lisa sang. There are some other capes that we could recruit to help. Faultline's crew is for hire, and with Coil's trouble they might be willing to take a one-off contract against him. It would cost, though. We could also. Her phone buzzed. Harry still didn't have a fancy smartphone, but Lisa did. She pulled it from the pocket of her slacks and placed it on the table. Holy F******, she said. What? Harry wasn't sure which of them asked first, he, Paige or Taylor. Come on, you're going to have to see this for yourselves. She stood from the table and ran toward the line of apartments behind them. The first was her own, a spacious room with a new queen-sized bed, a nicely furnished corner desk with 3 laptops up and running, and its own bathroom and closet. She reached one of the laptops and pulled up an email. The field was filled with hundreds of names, some Harry recognized as area and national newscasters, the PRT, and media personalities all over the country. The opening line of the email made Harry's heart thud painfully in his chest. The following information was compiled by Harry Bailey, aka Mage, who has, among others, the power to sense capes. Without his assistance the following information would not have been available. The email was a list. At the very top of the list was Kaiser, the leader of the E88 with a large block of text next to his name and picture. The block of text included his civilian name, Max Anders, his profession, address, phone number, date of birth and the first appearances of his costumed identity in Brockton Bay. The email even included a picture of Kaiser next to Max Anders, comparing size and visible traits. At the end of that block was a zip file with more evidence. Kaiser was just the first. Purity, Hookwolf and Krieg, and the rest of the members of Empire 88 were included in the list. But it didn't stop there. After the E88 list, the email listed the names and personal information of all the wards themselves, beginning with Vista, aka Missy Byron, age 12, the orphaned daughter of Melissa and Arnold Byron of Brockton Bay. That son of a bitch, Harry breathed. That son of AF *****ing bitch. We're going to kill him, Taylor announced with a cold, furious anger. We're going to kill him for this. If they don't kill us first, Lisa said. Everyone's going to blame you, Harry. E88, the PRT, everyone. Of course, why wouldn't they? Harry said darkly. We're going to kill him anyway. I'm going to go suit up. Legend winced at the hopelessness behind Harry Bailey's smile. That I was a beep. That every one of my so-called guardians since I was 12 was a cape villain who used my cape sensitivity to find and recruit or kill capes. Marco. Colbert, Justinian. All Cape villains. Know how much Calvert paid for me? Only $50,000. That's all my life was worth. You know that Thomas Calvert is Coyle, right? That he shot Marissa and made it look like I did it. That we're innocent. Around the table, Rebecca Costa Brown sat stiffly, her expression blank. While she wore the costume of Alexandria, the strongest flying brute in the world, she had her helmet off. Eidolon, the strongest Cape outside of Sion himself, sat slumped in his chair with a distracted, depressed expression on his heavy, unattractive face. The two non-triumvirate members at the table, however, looked interested. He has no corona pollentia at all, much less a gemma to control his power. We know this to be fact. The woman who spoke was black, but not African American. She had oddly Eurocentric features despite her skin color. Her accent was indecipherable, even by Alexandria with her powerful thinker power. Both Panacea and our own extensive tests say no, Rebecca said. We had him screened after London, and again after his capture more recently. So, he has power, but is not a Cape, the doctor said. It was the only name they had for her, though legend did remember her silent companion once referring to her as Dr. Mother. What does your boogeyman say? Legend asked, once his thoughts focused on the final person at the table. The doctor's primary enforcer looked young and attractive, with Mediterranean skin but Baltic features, if he were to guess. Striking and beautiful, Contessa had an ethnicity he could not quite place. She met his gaze but said nothing. Bailey is invisible to all precogs and many thinkers, Doctor said. Has been since the Simurgh attacked London. His companions, however, are not. Based on their place on the path, we assign a value to Bailey. Short term we want them contained, not killed. Didn't work out well for us the first time, David said dryly. He flicked the mask he wore as Eidolon. As had been his habit, lately, he contributed little more than snide comments and sarcasm. Legend tried not to frown. If people only knew the man behind Eidolon's mask, they might worship him a little less. It was not a charitable thought, but Legend wasn't feeling particularly charitable toward anyone at the table, himself included. The boy was innocent, he finally said. From everything we've seen, Coyle set him and his friends up. Why are they still listed as villains at all? The doctor shrugged. They have a part to play in the path, but not yet. In the meantime, they have the potential to sow too much chaos and confusion. We need the situation contained. I can't agree to that, Legend said, taking a stand. I'm sorry, but they've done nothing to justify imprisonment. The inquiry is proving more and more how terribly they were set up. He could feel the young Contessa's eyes on him, but ignored her as he stared intently first at Doctor, then Rebecca. I want them removed from the priority list. There are other ways to contain them than forcing them to become the monsters they were falsely accused of being. If that changes, I'll take them into custody myself. Is that Legend of the Triumvirate speaking? Rebecca's clipped, cold voice belied her almost ephemeral beauty. Eric the father. He's 16, Rebecca. His life has been hell because we failed him. Me, personally. Unless he proves to truly be a criminal, we owe him a chance to live. A compromise, the doctor said. One I think even Alexandria could agree to. We need them contained, but it doesn't have to be in the birdcage. If the opportunity arises, make them an offer they literally can't refuse. Legend listened and carefully schooled his expression. If compromise was the art of making sure everyone was equally unhappy, what she proposed was most definitely a masterpiece of compromise. Brian Leyburn closed his trig book with a tired sigh. He hated math. Things like literature and history came naturally, but he always struggled with math and the sciences. He still tried to maintain at least a B in biology and trig, but he had to work harder on them than any other subject. Homework finished, he decided he deserved a break. He knew his dad expected him in the gym for at least 3 hours the next day, so the idea of doing any type of exercise repulsed him. Instead, he left his room and shambled into the kitchen of the old apartment he shared with his dad. The kitchen had a half-eaten pizza from 2 days ago, a leftover steak from last night and a tub of pulled pork from Smoky Dawn's by the gym. He pulled out the pork and some bread to make a sandwich. He grabbed a beer from the bottom drawer of the fridge. Dad never cared as long as he had enough for himself, and settled down on their old, sagging couch to watch some television until his dad got home from the garage. The news was all about the latest Endbringer attack. He switched it to sports. Halfway through his sandwich and the first quarter of the Brockton Bay Bandits' first quarter, his phone giggled at him like devilish little girl. He sighed impatiently. "What is it now, ya little imp?" he muttered. On his phone he saw a text from his sister Aisha. "Help me." Part of him wanted to laugh it off. Aisha sent him goofy texts all the time. But for some reason he didn't. He put down his beer, muted the TV, and called her back. The phone went straight to voicemail, like it was busy or off. Frowning, Brian called his mom's landline number. He got a busy signal. He tried texting her back, but she wouldn't respond. Or couldn't. For a moment it became hard to breathe and his whole body began to shake. With a sudden burst of energy, Brian leapt out of the couch, pausing only long enough to grab his wallet before rushing out the door. He didn't even lock it, which would probably get his beaten, but he didn't care. He burst out of the building and sprinted up Lord Street to downtown as if hell followed. He didn't just flag a cab, he jumped in one about to pull out and climbed in before the driver knew what happened. "Get me to 1821 Downey now." The driver didn't question. Gru might only have been 15, but he was already the larger of the two men in the cab, with more muscle than most adults. Sure, the driver said. They reached his mom's building, which was even more rundown than his dad's. He ran from the cab. "Hey, UF*. What about my fare?" the driver shouted after him. Brian didn't care. Every second that passed convinced him something terrible was happening, but he couldn't let his mind dwell on what. He rushed through the lobby and up the stairs. The elevators didn't always work, and when they did, they were too slow. He took the stairs two at a time, flying up like a cape until he reached his mom's floor. He had a key, of course, and in seconds was inside. He saw his sister in the far corner of the room, curled up like a ball with her forehead to her knees in the small space between the couch and the wall. She looked up when he arrived, her cheeks wet with tears. Brian's breath caught again and he had this strange feeling in his stomach, almost like when his dad really landed a body blow in the ring. She reached for him from the floor, like she used to do when she was little. He rushed right to her and picked her up as if she still was. She didn't scream or cry, she just held on to him tighter than he could ever remember her doing so before. "What's wrong, Aisha? What happened?" The silence broke and she started crying again into his shoulder, hugging him so tight he could barely move. He wasn't going to ask again. He'd never seen his bratty sister hurt like this. He started toward the door when a figure moved between them. Brian never saw the guy before, and didn't like what he saw then. The man was young, his hair braided into rows with beads carrying them down to his shirt line. His didn't wear his shirt, but he had a merchant hat on his left pec and a worn-out pair of denim shorts hanging so low on his hips Brian could see pubic hair. In his arms, Aisha made an almost rodent-like squeal and tried to move away from the man. That feeling of being punched changed in Brian's stomach. The near pain suddenly turned icy cold. The shaking in his arms stopped as he let Aisha slide into a bundle on the floor. The merchant flunky knew violence when he saw it. Neither of them said a word. The man went for a weapon in his back pocket, knife or gun Brian didn't know. Brian went straight for the man's face. His fist connected in a solid uppercut not even his dad could take issue with. The man screamed as he bit a piece of his own tongue off. He stumbled back, flinging a sling blade wildly onto the kitchen floor as he fell backward. Brian followed. He stepped forward with his left hand, twisted his whole torso and swung a strong right cross right into the man's stomach. Even while stumbling backwards, the merchant flunky folded in the middle from the blow, which is what kept him from cracking his skull on the edge of the counter. Still Brian followed. Right hook, left. He could hear his dad critiquing him in the back of his mind. "Lift your shoulders, boy. What kind of ass punch is that? Use your body, damn it. Use your body." Brian used his body. He used his knee, ramming it into the bloody mess that was the man's face. He moved down the body, concentrating on soft tissue and the overwhelming need to hurt this man who somehow, in a way Brian could not allow himself to consider, hurt his sister. Finally, his fists bleeding and bloody, he pushed himself to his feet to look down on the broken, bloodied figure who made his sister cry. A brief glance down the hall showed his mother, BPD and only partially wrapped in sheets, visible on the edge of the bed. As he looked, he saw her move and sighed with both relief and disappointment. Then he felt shame at that last terrible feeling. The cold monster still had its hand wrapped around his heart, though, so the shame fled quickly. Without a word, he reached down to his sister and picked her up like a baby despite her being nearly 12. She wrapped her legs around his waist and clung to him like one as well. "He's never touching you again," Brian whispered. The cab driver was still there on a phone when Brian emerged. He took one look at the blood all over Brian's hands, the girl his arms, and the 320s held out between his two fingers, and said, "He's come back with the fare. Call you later, Sal." Brian got back into the back seat and Aisha sat on his lap. The driver didn't even ask, perhaps realizing that Brian was still on that edge of violence. He turned the cab around and drove him right back to where he got him. Before Brian climbed out, the man said, "You made the son of a bitch pay." The driver knew. Maybe not the details, not the hows and whys. But he knew exactly what just happened and why. Brian looked down at his split knuckles, but also the blood that ran up past his wrist. "Yeah." The driver handed one of the 20s back. "Good." Brian took the cash, nodded to the driver, and then took his sister home. When she was nearly 15 years old, Aisha heard on the news that her brother was dead. Mom was actually working for a change, pulling shifts at a diner downtown in a sketchy effort to make herself look good for the caseworker, Mrs. Henderson. Despite being a shitty, drug-addicted bitch of a mom, she didn't want her little girl being taken away by her own son. Aisha didn't just want to live with Brian, she wanted her mom to as well. Brian was the strong one. He was the only one who cared. Dad couldn't be bothered with a girl, and washed his hands of mother when he caught her smoking crack and ing her dealer in the alley behind the house. After he finished beating the dealer to a pulp, he beat his wife as well, and then left. Douglas Leyburn was a hard man, and Aisha felt no more for him than she did for any of the men in her mother's ed up life. She sat on the couch, unopened school books around her from the homework she couldn't do even if she wanted to, and watched the television. She liked the old Tom and Jerry cartoons, the constant, madcap violence and simple plots appealed to her. She had a hard time following anything for too long. Even movies often lost her interest because she just couldn't make herself pay attention to the plot. During commercials she flipped channels, and it was during that channel flipping that she saw the Cape name grew in a scrolling headline at the bottom of the screen. She stopped and turned it up. The newscaster was some pretty Latino women with hair Aisha would kill for. Youngest Capes ever sentenced to the birdcage. Assistant Director Thomas Calvert had this to say. The screen switched to a forgettable man with receding hair and a sharp chin. "It's a tragedy any time a life is lost, either to violence or to incarceration. Unfortunately, Harry Bailey demonstrated a level of ruthlessness and a horrifying power than we cannot risk being free. He directly murdered 3 people, one of whom was only 17, and was directly responsible for the death of several of the members of the gang called the Undersiders, including the parahumans called Gru, Regent and Hellhound, all of whom were themselves teenagers. We had." The words tumbled into a low drone in Aisha's mind. "Brian, what the F*** are you getting yourself into?" she muttered. She started to pull out her phone to text him when the message sudden hit her like one of their dad's right hooks. Gru was dead. Brian was Gru. Her brother was dead. Brian was dead. "He's never touching you again." Words failed her and her brain shut down. She pulled her knees up onto the couch and let her forehead rest on them, and tried to remember what it felt like when he held her. She gave him such a hard time, all the time, but she knew for a fact that he was the only one who really cared. Her mum didn't care. She was trying because she just didn't want to lose. Her dad didn't care because she was a girl. Only Brian cared. Brian became a villain to get the money to give her a better home. Everything he did was for her, even if she ed with him every chance she got. Her brother was dead. The only person in the world who gave a shit about her, who really saw her, was dead. She felt numb, inside and out, as if something inside her suddenly broke. She didn't say anything when her mother came into the kitchen. Aisha, Mom screamed. She sounded angry, like she did if she went too long without hitting up. Aisha, the are you, girl? Where's dinner? Aisha looked up from where she sat on a couch 10 feet in front of her mother. The older woman was looking right into the living room, before cursing and walking to Aisha's room. Aisha, you better get your in that kitchen, girl. Aisha. Mom, what the F***? I'm right here, Aisha said. Her mom walked right by her, heading into her own room. Aisha jumped up, truly concerned now, and followed her into her bedroom. Mom, I'm standing right in front of you, she shouted. She reached out and touched her mom's shoulder. Celia Leyburn screamed and jumped up from where she sat on her bed. What the ho's there? Mom, Aisha screamed. Her mom blinked but wouldn't look at her. It, the older woman muttered. She turned her back on Aisha, pulled her can from the bottom drawer of her nightstand, and removed a needle. Heroin, now, looked like. She switched it up sometimes, depending on what she could afford. Shit, Mom, Aisha muttered. So much for going straight. Anger and frustration boiled up until she reached down and ripped the needle from her mother's fingers before she could inject. Celia looked up, blinking without focusing, before staring down at her arm. Did I already shoot up? She muttered. She put the can away, then stood and looked out into the apartment. Aisha, where the F*** are you? Now she sounded less angry, and a little worried. That was when Aisha realized she had a power, now, and that the forums were right. Powers didn't make anything better at all. Coyle knew the moment he received the notice of Tattletale and the others' escape that his civilian identity was compromised. The unwritten rules only applied if honored by both sides, and he'd not even bothered to acknowledge them, much less honor them. It took only a few split universes to know that every member of the Protectorate in Brockton Bay would be out for his blood within hours. Fortunately, with the help of his pet, he had contingencies in place to give the Protectorate other things to occupy their time. Walking out the door of his home, he called Dimitri. I need immediate pickup. Enact Contingency 34. No hesitation. Yes, boss. Coyle disconnected. While frustrated at the setback, he knew this would not be his end. No, this was just a momentary distraction. Dennis's parents were yelling. Missy Byron could hear them from the lounge where she sat in front of a television watching the news report listing all the names of the capes revealed in the email. Missy knew all the responsible news agencies were refraining from repeating the information on the ward members, but there were a lot of less than reputable media sources that took an almost devilish delight in ruining the lives of the youngest heroes of Brockton Bay. Somehow it didn't surprise her that her cape name, Vista, was among the very first compromised. At least Shadow Stalker was gone. Word had it she was transferred, but Missy overheard Dennis speaking to Dean about how she'd violated her probation and was back in juvie pending a possible sentence, maybe even to the birdcage. Hey Missy, how are you holding up? Dean greeted her with a wave and sat down on the couch a few feet away. She knew he didn't need to ask. He could sense emotions. The fact he was there at all proved to her he'd sensed her black mood. Are they going to take Dennis home? It was a trick she'd learned from the youth guard counselor. Answer questions with more questions. Dean shrugged. He was simply too nice to push. His cape name of Gallant was appropriate for him. Probably. Wouldn't be surprised if we get stuck with a youth guard agent. The PRT will have to offer family protection to any of our families that feel at risk. They'll set up alternative identities for us too. Probably disguises or something like that. Are you worried? No, Missy said. Why worry? She had no family left to be concerned with. The door to the conference opened. You haven't heard the last of this, Piggott, not by a long shot. Dennis. Dad was looking a lot better, Missy noted absently. His hair had fallen out the previous year with the chemo, but after Dennis begged Panacea for help it had grown back. It was silver now, instead of Dennis's carrot top, but it was growing in nice and full. He stormed out of the dorms with Dennis's mother a step behind. She saw Missy and smiled sadly before jogging to join her husband. A moment later, Pigott stepped outside with her bitch face on, heading for the door. Missy stood, cleared her throat, and said, "He didn't do it, you know." Pigott stopped and visibly arrested whatever she was going to say. Instead, the obese woman with the obnoxious bowl cut turned to stare at her with a blank expression. What was that? Vista. Mage. He didn't do it. It was A.D. Calvert. Mage might have known the others from Arcadia, but I'm not in high school yet. He couldn't know my real name, only Calvert could. He's just trying to blame Mage to make everyone hate him. At this point, I'm not sure it will matter, Pigott said. He's already been tried in the court of public opinion. Even if he didn't directly release the information, if he helped compile it, he still committed a major felony that we can't ignore, no matter how much of an injustice he might have been subjected to previously. With that, Pigott turned and walked out of the room. Missy sat back down on the couch, arms crossed, and waited for the next set of parents to come and yell about their child's identity being released. Missy, do you like Mage? She jumped, having completely forgotten Dean was still there. No, she said a little too fast. It's just if he really wanted us hurt, he could have hurt us. He didn't. He healed me. With that, she left the lounge for her dorm room. For most of the others, the dorm rooms were where they stayed while on active duty, but when off duty they went back to their families. For Missy, it was the only home she'd known since she was 10 years old. Sitting on her bed was the stuffed unicorn. She was too old for stuffed animals, and given her actual seniority as a ward, she was very sensitive to the suggestion of being a little girl. Yet she kept the stuffed unicorn that Mage made for her. She climbed onto her bed, hugged the stuffed toy to her chest, and stared into space with dry eyes while wishing it were her parents in that conference room, screaming at Pigott. Caden. Louise's voice sounded odd to Caden Anders. She looked up from the CAD layout for the Michelsons' home to where her assistant was looking over her shoulder wide-eyed with alarm. Caden left her own desk and walked into the reception area of her small interior design firm. What icefuck's wrong? They kept a television in the reception area of Caden's interiors, mounted on the wall facing Louise's desk. It could sometimes be slow, and it didn't hurt to give Louise something to do when there was no work. She followed her secretary's gaze to the television and froze. She felt as if Alexandria had just punched her in the gut. On the television was a picture of her from her last driver's license renewal next to a picture of her as Purity. The newscasters were talking about her life. Not Purity, but her, Caden Anders, life. This can't be, she whispered. Caden, they know everyone, Louise said. The poor woman's hands were shaking. Her husband was a former captain of the Empire who, like Purity herself, began to question the ideology espoused by Kaiser. It's all online, too. Even ward names were released. It was supposedly put together by that new cape, Mage. But this Aster. The screen had switched to her loft, where Miss Militia, Assault and Battery were escorting PRT agents and woman in a pantsuit from the door with Caden's daughter in their arms. She felt her power blooming around her even as agony ripped at her heart. They were taking her angel away from her. They dare. Go, Louisa said. Go, I'll lock up. With a grateful look at her friend, she let the power come even in her work clothes, rushed out of the door of their small rented office and took to the air while ignoring the screams of all those around her. Doing so, she saw PRT vans closing on her office, but she didn't care about that. She soared over the city toward her home, but when she arrived it was too late. People scrambled away in terror, but again she didn't care. All she saw was police tape. The capes and police were already long gone, with her daughter in their arms. With a scream of unadulterated rage, she lifted into the air and blasted the home across from hers into dust before launching herself into the sky once again. Jess looked up when the door opened and Trickster walked in full costume, complete with his goofy mask. She hadn't thought of him as Francis in months. So, are you with us? He asked. There was a threat not so subtly implied in his tone and the set of his shoulders. Perhaps because of her own physical limitations, or perhaps because of her power, Jess had become very good at reading body language. What she saw in his body language was the threat of death. While her power itself was powerful, She was terribly vulnerable to anyone who knew her secret. Though the whole base espoused the official line that Mage mastered and then murdered Jess's best and only real friend, she and Tixter both know who pulled the trigger. Doesn't sound like I have much choice, she said with forced calm. He nodded, his expression hidden by his mask but his suspicion of her motivations obvious in the shuffling of his feet. He accepted her word anyway. Come on, then. He turned and left, allowing the door to close behind him. She shook her head angrily and rolled her wheelchair over to hit the automated door switch. By the time she reached the elevator leading up to the garage, she found 10 of Coyle's men gathered around Ballistic in his full costume and Trickster. Coyle himself walked out of the door from the underground lair where they moved after Marissa. Jess stopped her thought. Coyle, like Trickster and Ballistic, was in full costume, the bodysuit so tight she could see his ribs and bulge, though she suspected and hoped he wore a cup. She caught just the hint of his eyes behind the fabric of his eyes. My dear, I'm pleased that you've decided to join us, he said. They're my team, she stated simply. The less said, the less chance of him detecting a lie. She wasn't 100% sure of his power, but knew it was very hard to fool him. Indeed. Ladies, gentlemen, shall we? They loaded her into her old van with Trickster and Ballistic driving. Coyle and his men piled into their own van, and soon the two vehicles were passing through traffic heading south toward Boston, and their appointed meeting with Accord. Jess had personally never met the man, even in her Genesis form, but she knew it was because of Accord that their friend Cody was gone, either killed or sold away into Beepre. I haven't slept in a couple of nights, she said casually as they approached the outskirts of the town. Mind if I catch a few winks? It's an hour drive, Trickster noted. She set her customized wheelchair into a locked, reclining position and closed her eyes. Almost immediately she began a lucid, full-color dream of her own body in the back of the van, with Trickster and Ballistic in the seats in front of her. Noelle, Marissa, Oliver and Cody should have been there too, and would have been if Trickster hadn't been such a goddamn shitty leader. Within this lucid dream, she built a billowing form of soft, almost foam-like tissue, whipcord muscles and cartilage, but almost no bones to speak of. She formed eye stalks so she could see, and ears so she could hear, then laid her dream body down along the side of the van's interior with one eye stalk raised high enough to see the road. She could tell almost as much by the sound of the regular bumps and the higher-pitched thrum of the tires on grated cement as her vision that they'd reached Brockton Creek, which was more a lake than a creek that fed into the bay south of the city, opposite the Piscataqua in the north. Like everything else in Brockton Bay, the bridge was simply a road on piles set high enough over the water not to be swept away at high tide. The guard rails were low and in ill repair, like the bridge itself. Like everything about Brockton Bay. Their van had an elevated roof to accommodate Jess in her wheelchair. Luke had, on more than one occasion, commented on how top-heavy the van was on tight turns. Within her lucid dream, Jess said, "I'm sorry, Luke." Ballistic turned to look at who spoke, but she was already moving. A tentacle snapped forward and grabbed the wheel from Tixter, pulling hard to the right. She shot another tentacle backward, blowing the back doors off entirely. Just as the van struck the rail at 60 miles an hour, her dream body slapped its tentacles onto her real body and suddenly billowed in the wind like a parachute. She flew out from the van, her dream body and her sleeping self, as the van containing the last surviving friends she had in this world flipped over the rail and into the vast, algae-infested, polluted waters of Brockton Creek. The hard landing jolted her awake with pain in her back, and her dream form faded. Far ahead, she saw Coyle's van screech to a halt and armed men climb out. Despite her pain, Jess closed her eyes and forced herself back into her lucid dream. It took longer this time, but the monstrous form she chose reached down and lifted her limp body in its muscular arms before running across the 4-lane bridge. Traffic had already stopped because of the wreck, but now the terrified drivers stopped because of the great dragon that ran across the road. Cradling her own form in the arms of her lucid dream, Jess flexed her dream wings and felt muscles bunch powerfully across her back. She dreamed of running clear off the edge of the bridge and letting the fetid wind catch the stretched skin of her wings. A powerful flap and she gained altitude, Another, and she went higher and higher until she banked to her left and started flying north again back to the city. A part of her, even within her dream, knew she was losing every possession she had, but it was worth it to escape. Luke might have believed Trickster's increasingly silly lies, but Jess knew from his body language alone Trickster killed Marissa. He tried to convince them all that he did everything because of his love of Noelle. Jess knew now, though, that he used Noelle as an excuse to hold the group together. Without her, he had nothing but fear and threats. That was never enough to work on Jess, and it never would be. She wasn't afraid of dying. She just wanted to die on her own terms. More importantly, she wanted to make sure that Marissa received the justice she deserved. Lisa spared no expense furnishing their individual apartments, at least for the 4 current members of Coven. Taylor's room, like the others, had a comfortable queen bed set in a cherry wood storage frame that had bookshelves above her head and drawers below. She didn't have a lot to put into it, but it was nice to know the option was there. A nice corner desk of matching cherry wood held one of the remaining Tokuhama laptops Harry purloined from the evidence room of the police department. A slick burnished nickel frame ergonomic chair made using the desk comfortable. Through the door set next to her personal office was a bathroom, complete with a walk-in shower and a nice walk-in closet. The wall underneath the window, which looked out over the well-lit warehouse, held a comfortable love seat in a metallic blue upholstery. Everything was new and nice, and nothing felt like it was hers, or her home. She sat on the bed and stared out the window. From her bed she could see the bay and beyond. It was still light out, but it was getting dark. Somewhere out there, her dad was at his office, wondering where he went wrong. Wondering why his Annette wasn't there to save him. Perhaps, Taylor thought to herself, a small part of him blamed Taylor for his wife's death. After all, Taylor called her while she was driving. In a way, she was the cause of the accident. For some reason, thinking about the way Emma's father and mother lit up in smiles every time they saw their little girl when she and her former friend were younger made her think that children were supposed to make their parents happy. She tried, especially after Mom died, but she realized now how badly she'd failed. Even before she triggered, it seemed all she brought her father was pain and misery. Taylor. She looked up from her bout of self-pity to see Lisa in the door, a worried look on her face. Just saw a police bulletin. Purity was seen flying toward the docks. She knows you're an associate of Mage. And half the city knows your father because of his work with the Dockworkers Association. Her eyes widened a moment. Dad. She peeled out her room screaming. Harry. He stumbled from his room up the hall, already in costume but without his mask. What? I'm going to suit up too, but then you need to get me to the Dockworkers Association. Do that damn teleportation, just hurry. She ran back to her room and got into her skitter costume as fast as she could. Only minutes later she ran back into the hall to see Harry waiting, this time with his mask on. Canary stood nearby, rubbing her arms worriedly. Are you two going to be okay? Lisa must have filled her in. I'm sure it'll be fine, Harry said with his normal false confidence. He held out a hand to Skitter and beckoned her over. She had no idea how his teleportation worked, but she was willing to risk the pain. She rushed into him and a second later she felt her entire world ripped asunder as she instantly lost contact with all the insects she'd gathered in the abandoned warehouse next to theirs. Everything spun violently around her and she fell to her knees, fighting not just to control the nausea but to regain some semblance of balance. She couldn't even stand up. Her power throbbed like a painful cut below her scalp. She had to swallow bile to keep from throwing up. It was will alone that forced her eyes up just in time to see a white streak of light descend to a point 50 feet above the Dockworkers Association. Purity. Oh shit, the PRT took her daughter. 2 beams of hard light lashed out from the villain's hands, each forming a slight spiral in opposite directions almost like the double helix of a DNA strand. Only this strand could kill. The light blasted away the front of the second floor of the building like a giant hand batting away webbing. People screamed within the building, scrambling for cover. No. TaylorMo.Ned. Stumbling desperately, she reached with her aching power and gathered every insect she could from the 5 blocks around the association. Every flying bug she could find she sent swarming at Purity. Most never even got close. Purity blasted them out of the air before they got within 500 feet of her. A few got closer to her, but a few wouldn't be anything more than an irritant to a mother after her baby. Where is Mage? Something about her power augmented her voice too, causing it to burst across the water. Give me Mage now, or everyone in this city will die. Taylor turned to Harry, who shrugged. Go save your dad, he said. Get him to the lair. He'll be safe there, if nothing else. Pretty sure Purity can't break through the wards. I'll distract her. He hopped on his staff and shot into the air. Taylor, meanwhile, ran as fast as she'd ever run. People were tumbling out of the side of the building, and it did not surprise her a second to see her dad emerge helping an injured man covered in plaster, only to run back in to help someone else. Overhead, the sky lit up like a fireworks display as Purity went after Mage. Taylor paused in her own efforts with a gasp of alarm when she saw one streak of light clip him and send him spiraling toward the water. He hit with a splash. Almost instantly Purity struck the water with two powerful beams that sent steam billowing into the clear afternoon sky. Mage, meantime, popped into existence on the sidewalk, soaking wet but otherwise fine. The workers in the building were so disoriented, or in some cases hurt, that they didn't realize a cape was running in their midst until Taylor reached her dad. Dad, we need to get you out of here. I can't leave these people, he declared. Taylor fought an urge to scream. They're in danger because you're here. Purity knows you're my father, and she knows Mage is part of my team, that's why she attacked here. Come on. She grabbed his hand and pulled, but to her shock and confusion he pulled her instead. She was strong for a 15-year-old, but she was still a 15-year-old girl, while he was a grown man. She could have kicked his ass, but he'd always outmass her. He stood now looking at her with that same stubborn expression he'd had on his face when he sued the school for the locker incident that sent her to the hospital, and secretly caused her to trigger. It hadn't helped then, and Taylor was afraid of what it would do now. These are my people, Taylor, he said firmly, an oddly familiar tone of stubborn strength in his voice. My friends. My family. Who's to say that villain won't continue to come after them even if I'm gone? If you have a safe place for me, then you have to have a safe place for them too. All or none, kiddo. OF***** me, she muttered. Her declaration was punctuated by Harry suddenly slamming into the concrete like a bullet, an audible, oh shit, accompanying his fall. Nor did Purity give him any time to recover, following up with beams of hard light that sent employees scrambling as it crushed the concrete around him into powder. The air in front of him shimmered into a shield that held off the light long enough for him to roll and pop away. Taylor hissed as her mind raced. Okay. Fine, she decided. Come on. Coven's lair is by the pier closest to the graveyard. It's too far to walk. She concentrated on her bugs. Her flyers were mostly gone, but she had plenty of crawlers. With concentration, she used their legs and mandibles in a way she'd not thought to use before. They became a loudspeaker. Everyone listen. Purity has targeted your office intentionally. You're all in danger. Please either go home or make your way to the pier nearest the graveyard and you'll find shelter. People were sufficiently alarmed by the seemingly omnipresent voice to miss the first part. They heard the second, though, and people started scrambling toward their various cars. Danny, Taylor, ride with us. That was Kurt, Taylor noticed. She was tagging all the employees as they fled and sent her bugs into the building. With alarm, they told her there were at least 2 people buried under rubble on that second floor. She muttered. Dad, Kurt, 2 people are still up on the second floor, not moving. How do you know? Kurt asked. My power. Come on. She led the way back to the building with her father and his longtime friend a step behind. The first floor was covered in dust, with most of the old glass walls that separated Danny's office from the rest cracked or shattered. They ran up the stairs to the exposed second floor. Outside, Purity's beams were now lighting up a darkening sky as dusk fell upon them. Under that desk, Taylor pointed. And that pile of rubble. Danny went to the first spot, Kurt to the second. It's Larry, Kurt called. He's alive but in bad shape. Susan, she's breathing, Danny said. With a grunt of effort, he managed to lift the plaster-covered woman named Susan Bridal Style in his skinny arms. Taylor could see the strain on his face as he carried her toward the stairs. Kurt, twice her father's size, lifted the man named Larry over his shoulder in a fireman's carry and ran after. Taylor followed a second later. They rushed out of the building right into a blazing second sun that shone down on the cement in front of them. "This is your fault," Purity shouted. Her face was impossible to see behind the brilliant white glare of light. "Let's see how you like having your heart ripped out, Ofumph." A blast of red light, almost lost in Purity's white glow, sent her flying away toward the water. Mage walked tiredly into view. "That woman is persistent," he said. "You didn't tell her any say jokes, did you?" Taylor demanded. "Hell no. Even I know not to do that with an angry mum. Get your dad out of here. I'm taking them all to the lair." Harry snorted. "Not much of a secret lair if half the bleedin' city knows about it." "They're my people," Taylor said. Yeah, get out of here. That bloody woman is coming back again. My eyes are watering just from that blasted light." He jumped forward, brandished his staff, and a semispherical shield appeared just in time to intercept a fresh attack. Taylor didn't wait to see how the fight went. She opened Kurt's car doors. She climbed in with the two injured in back while Danny climbed in front. Kurt gunned the car away, head for the main thoroughfare that would take them to the docks. "So, you got an evil lair, huh?" Kurt asked. His hands were shaking, but he was forcing himself to try and be brave with laughter. "Does it have a bunch of half-naked ladies?" "Only when we're changing," Taylor said in a flat tone. "We're all capes." "Not that it'd matter," Kurt laughed. "Lacey'd just cover my eyes or slap me anyway. God damn, been in this city my whole life. Saw Marquis, saw the All-Father. Remember when Lung showed up and handed the Protectorate their asses. Never came that close to dyin', though. You get used to it," Taylor muttered. She felt a hand on hers and looked up to see her father turn so he could hold her gloved hand. "You shouldn't, kiddo," he whispered. A single tear traced its way through the plaster covering his cheeks. "You shouldn't ever get used to almost dying." "I'm a villain, Dad," she said. "Not because I'm a bad person, or evil, or greedy. But because the heroes are corrupt murderers and no one else gave a shit but my friends. And you know what? If any Endbringer comes, I'm going to fight anyway, because that's what capes are expected to do. Almost dying is a part of my life now, for better or worse. Kurt, turn left here, then drive to the edge of the pier. Where all those other cars are parked." They drove up to find a crowd of 30 stunned, shell-shocked people covered in dust and plaster milling about in confusion in front of what appeared to them as a hole in the pier. Taylor made her way through the crowd until she reached the personnel entrance. The door handle felt warm through her glove, but the door opened without issue. "Tattletale, Canary, masks on, civilians, coming through." "What?" came the screeched reply from Lisa. Taylor ignored her and touched the nearest worker. "You can't come through unless I touch you. You see it now." The startled woman nodded and let Taylor guide her inside. One by one she guided them all inside until her dad brought up the year, Susan still in his trembling arms. His eyes widened in surprise when he saw the interior. "What is this place?" "It's our evil lair," Taylor said as she let the door close behind her. "No monorail, I'm afraid, just apartments and room to expand as we need." According to Mage, the building could survive a nuke. Tattletale was approaching them in her lavender costume and domino mask. "Honey, this wasn't a good call." "It was the only call," Skitter countered. "Purity attacked my dad's office. These people were in danger, and I owed it to them to get them to safety." "We don't have any food," Lisa pointed out. "We don't. Harry can take Purity," Taylor said. She was hitting him with everything she had and he didn't even have a scratch on his costume. "This won't be for long, only until we know she's not going to kill anyone." Miss," Kurt said in an oddly subdued tone Taylor had never heard before. He was talking to Lisa. "We have injured. Do you have any first aid kits?" Lisa glared at Taylor before shaking her head. "I'll get the kits, but they're your responsibility, Skitter." Taylor looked over the hurt, frightened faces of the people her father worked most of his adult life with. Most she recognized, even if she couldn't remember all their names. Yes, they are, she said simply. Harry was not having a good night. For one thing, purity hit hard. He never understood the term hard light until that evening, when he got a face full of it for the very first time. It packed just as much punch as Ballistic's most powerful hit, but with some of the radiation and heat of Sundancer's star. It was a double whammy that made his runes flare briefly and sent him flying every time he got hit. Second, purity was good. She anticipated his movements with frightening accuracy, blasting him out of the air over and over again, or finding him within seconds of his apparating. He began to suspect she might have had a secondary mage seeking power or something. Finally, Purity was pissed. She wasn't just screaming in rage, she was crying and ranting. He'd never seen such overwhelming, unbalanced rage in his short life. He'd seen homicidal. He'd seen suicidal. He'd never seen someone so powerful, so utterly lost and enraged. He believed without a doubt that Purity would gladly have burned the world itself to a cinder to get her baby back. And she blamed him. Watch out, who that stings. He'd also discovered in the course of the 20 minutes it took to distract Purity and allow Taylor to get the people out that there was an upper limit to what his runes could do. His extremities hurt. No broken bones, but he was taking a serious beating. When overwhelmed, the runes seemed to concentrate their protective magic around his torso and head. He suspected if he was subjected to enough punishment, the runes would contract even further to just his head. That means as strong as they were, they could be overwhelmed eventually. He wasn't there yet, but wait. Why'd she stop? Harry paused mid-flight and watched as Purity's white light seemed to fade and she collapsed into the wreckage of the building. Terrified it was a trap but too curious to do anything smart about it, Harry drifted closer until he could hear her sobbing uncontrollably. Even closer and he caught his first clear glimpse of the woman whose real name was Caden Anders. She looked normal. She looked like a perfectly normal 27-year-old woman in a very professional, dun-colored skirt and jacket over a white blouse. She was barefoot, but otherwise looked as if she'd just come from an office somewhere. She probably has. Drifting closer, Harry suddenly had a hard time seeing this heartbroken woman as anything other than a grieving mother. Granted, a homicidal, deadly mother who could fly and shoot killer *****ing light beams from her hands, but still a grieving mother. I'm so going to regret this, he muttered as he drifted down to the shattered section of the building where she'd collapsed. Closer, now, he could see that her hair was a tangled mess and lines of soot and dust covered her hands and face where she'd landed. In the distance he could hear sirens and had no doubt that the Protectorate was on the way. Were you at Med Hall during spring break? Harry asked. She looked up, glaring, but did not attack. What? The email said I'd gathered all the information. Coyle sent me to Med Hall, and I did detect some capes there, but I don't remember you there. Were you? I don't work at Med Hall. Then how the hell could I have known anything about you? Harry demanded. He landed and held his staff across his chest, prepared for a strike. I didn't send that email. I was Coyle's beep. He bought me from my former owner in England, and he bought me to find capes. I'm sorry, but it's not my fault they took your daughter. Her rage seemed to sputter back into despair. It doesn't matter anymore, she whispered weakly. Astor's gone. They took her from me. Point me Astor Anders. His magic formed an arrow pointing west by northwest. So, Astor's that way. I might even be willing to help you get her. Hell, we might even be willing to give you a safe haven for you and your daughter. The thing that makes me hesitate, aside from the fact that you just attacked innocent people and tried to kill me, is that you're *****ing Nazi. I hate to tell you this, but everyone hates Nazis. I may be a villain, but I don't really want to be associated with E88. Kaiser's an asshole. Despite her rage and loss, Purity actually snorted a little laugh. Oh, you have no idea, the bastard's my ex-husband, she muttered. Harry stepped closer, removed his mask, and sat down cross-legged across from her. Hi, my name's Harry. I'm 16, and I'm a mage. Magic and all that. I'm part of a group, and I think we could help you, but we're pretty firmly against killing anyone not named Coyle, and we want to do more to protect people than hurt people. We don't deal in drugs, or prostitution, or any of that crap. And we don't tolerate racism. At least. He paused. I don't think so. I don't. I actually haven't talked about with Canary or Tattletale, but I know Skitter wouldn't. Purity wasn't glaring at him anymore. She was staring at him with a gaping jaw. Are you trying to recruit me? He stopped a second. Hell, I'm not even sure. Coyle kidnapped a little girl and we really want her back, and Lisa said we may need some help getting her safely. Maybe not a recruitment drive, but maybe reciprocal favors. We help you get your daughter and provide safe haven for a while. You help us save Dinah Alcott from Coyle. You don't have the right to tell me what to think, she said defensively. Maybe, but I reserve the right to ask you not to say it. I have the right to ask you not to act on whatever twisted little racist thoughts go through your head if we form a truce. That's not too much to ask, is it? Harry shrugged. I mean, Tattletale, Canary and Skitter have all asked me not to say all the bad say jokes that go through my head all the time, and even I know not to act on the thoughts going through my head being the only guy around 3 really pretty but powerful girls. If I can refrain from asking to see a girl's beeps upon first meeting, surely you can refrain from condemning someone for being black, or Latino, or Klingon. Seems reasonable, don't you think? You really ask to see girls be Easts all the time. I'm pretty sure I asked Menja or Fenja to marry me when I toured Medhall over spring break. I offered her a foot rub in return. Then she said she had a twin and I almost fainted. I hit up Rune pretty hard too, she's kind of cute. That was you. Purity shook her head but then squeezed the heels of her hand against her eyes. I can't believe I'm even considering this. Well, consider fast, the PRT's coming, Harry said. She glanced up, a glow beginning to form from her eyes and hair. 48 hours. You help me find my daughter, provide us shelter for 48 hours, and I will help you with Coyle. And no killing of anyone not named Coyle, Harry said. The glow intensified, but Harry just met her brilliant gaze. Finally, she nodded. Agreed. Okay. Loose the glow, please. I've been told my teleportation really beeps, but it'd be great not to have a big glowing arrow pointing right at our lair for all the Protectorate to see. With a firm nod she let her power fade. He stood and offered her a hand, which she accepted after only a moment's hesitation. He was surprised to find she was not very tall at all, barely to his brows. Okay. Here we go. With a surge of will and magic, they stood outside the warehouse. Harry waited for her to curse or fall or vomit, but she merely winced. Unpleasant, but I've had worse. Huh, it made Tattletale and Skitter sick. A thinker and a master, Purity said, as if it were obvious. The instant change of location possibly affects their powers, or possibly your method interferes specifically with their powers. She looked around the area, having stepped away from him. Where is your lair? You can't see it unless I'm touching you. This way. He offered a gloved hand. How would it work through your glove? Harry shrugged. How the hell should I know? It's magic. Doesn't always have to make sense. She took the proffered hand and then her eyes lit up as she saw the warehouse. They stepped through the door and immediately found themselves facing all the workers of the Dockworkers Association. Oh, this isn't awkward at all, he muttered. Then came Lisa to the rescue. Damn, that girl was smart. Are you hurt? She asked Purity. You were close by when Purity attacked, right? It took the older woman a moment to grasp the situation before she nodded. I was close, but I'm not hurt. So, is Purity gone? Lisa spoke unusually loud. Yeah, I finally got it through her head I didn't do this, Harry said in the same fashion. She's gone. Good. She turned and nodded to Skitter, who raised her voice. Ladies and gentlemen, you should be safe to go home, the threat is gone. Kurt, can you get Susan and Larry to a hospital? Will do, Skitter. Harry and Purity in her civilian guise stood aside and watched as the tired but mostly unharmed DWA employees shambled out of the lair toward their cars. Danny Hebert lingered behind, though, at Skitter's gesture. When the last person left, Lisa looked hard at Harry. So, are we going to have the triumvirate on our heads when those people say where we are? Harry shrugged. How could they? They can't see the building and they've already forgotten about where it was. Once they drive away, they'll remember we helped them, but they won't remember how or where. Like magic. Lisa rolled her eyes before turning to glare at Purity. So at what point did blowing up a building full of innocent people seem like a good way of getting your daughter back? Lisa's question rang in the air like a good, solid slap to the face. This is Purity? Mr. Hebert asked, astonished and increasingly angry. He took a step toward the seemingly mousy woman. You damn near killed my coworkers. They took my daughter from me, Purity said, not wincing from his anger in the slightest. What would you do for your daughter? Not kill someone. Then you are a better person than me. Lisa snorted. Oh, that's obvious. Idealistic, young, powerful. You became a Nazi by marriage, not by upbringing. Those are the worst kind, you know. It's not that you were brought up brainwashed. No, you chose to accept the belief system when you should have known better. Then you married into it, and only after did you wise up enough to know it was bullshit. Don't you, Sue? Harry said loudly. Here's the deal I promised to Purity in exchange for her not burning the city down. We help her get her daughter back and give them safe haven for 48 hours, and she helps us save Dinah from Coyle. Oh, and she promised not to kill anyone who wasn't named Coyle for that period. What do you think? Tattletale, Skitter. You should have passed it by us first, Skitter said. Yep, sorry. Words just kind of blurted out. No say jokes, though, promise. No, it's a good deal, Lisa said. She met Purity's gaze. But you can't stay after that. I'd love to have had you 10 years ago, before Kaiser twisted your mind, but that virus is there now. You can't look at non-whites anymore without judging them. Even if you never said or did anything about it, that judgment would be there festering. If you were a cop, you'd have a string of BPT complaints in your file. You'd be shooting young black men if they even looked at you wrong. We don't have to be enemies, Purity, but we can never truly be friends. I don't need friends, Purity declared. I just need my daughter back. Then we have a deal. She's in a PRT safe house at 20th and Hollister. Harry blinked. How the hell damn it, I was going to use all my flashy magic to find her. That's just sea heating. Lisa shrugged, a hint of a grin playing about her lips. Don't need magic when you have PRT access codes. But I'm not done yet. She looked at Harry. It's a trap. Armsmaster and New Wave have teamed up to capture Purity, and because of how public her attack was, they suspect we've come to this accord. The Protectorate has their own thinkers and precogs working overtime. Evidently Brandish doesn't like Purity for some odd reason and leapt at the chance to help take her down. Purity's eyes took on a glow. Bet they aren't expecting a teleporter and a girl who can control bugs, Harry said. A second later he said, are they? The Simurgh influence has blinded precogs with you, Tattletale said. My own power doesn't work on you either. They're shaping their models around me, Skitter or Purity herself. So we'll call that a conditional yes. He turned to Purity. So, how about you go and distract them while Skitter and I get the baby? We'll send you a signal when we have her and you go back to the Dockworkers Association so I can fetch you back to the lair. You expect me to trust you with my only daughter? Purity almost growled the words. If you want her back, yes, I do, Harry said, not wincing in the slightest. You might be able to take on New Wave and win. But can you take them and Armsmaster on, win, and do so without damaging the property where your daughter is? The glow died. You're right, she admitted. Very well, I agree. I'm not okay with this, Danny Hebert declared. Taylor, you can't just go attacking heroes and cops. Taylor froze, her face caught in an expression almost of agony. Harry started to say something but Lisa shook her head emphatically at him, so he shut up. Taylor turned to face her father. Dad, I love you very much. I always will. But I can do this, and I will. I am a villain because they made me one. If that's too hard for you to accept, I'll understand. You can walk out that door and you won't see me again. Mr. Hebert couldn't have looked more shocked if she'd kneed him in the crotch. Harry winced in sympathy at the man who obviously loved his daughter, even as he struggled to catch up to her life now. Taylor turned and walked out the door of the lair. Purity followed her with a sniff of disdain at Taylor's dad. Harry rubbed the back of his head through the cowl of his uniform. Yeah, bye. Hopefully we'll be back soon. He turned and fled the patently uncomfortable scene. Purity was already in the air and streaking away while Skitter stood in the shadows of the early evening gloom, stock still. He wanted very much to give her a hug, or pat her back. However, after his recent abuse, he didn't want the elbow or the creepy crawlies that would result. Ignoring him, she took a few steps toward her dilapidated warehouse and removed a small backpack he didn't even realize she'd been wearing. Harry couldn't help but shudder as a surprisingly large swarm of insects flew from the warehouse into the backpack, and still more gathered all around her. That's really gross, he said. Shut up. She didn't sound angry, just very tired. Yeah, right. Okay. Ready. Yes. He climbed onto his staff and tried not to think about all the creepy crawlies hovering just inches away as she sat behind him and wrapped her arms around his waist. Again he felt an urge to say something that would make it better, but he couldn't think of what those magic words would be. He flew up into the sky. So, any idea where 20th and Hollister is? He could feel her sigh as a puff of air against his cowl. Harry yelped when several bugs crawled on his hand, forming an arrow straight to downtown. Oh, that's just wrong on so many levels, he whined. I could have them crawl other places. No, hands good. Let's go. They flew toward the series of old, crumbling buildings, the newest of which was built before the New York Endbringer attack. Harry, Taylor said after a few minutes of nothing but the wind blowing over their ears and masks. Yeah, thank you. I mean, for distracting Purity and helping save my dad. That's what friends are for, right? Helping each other out. Yeah, I suppose so. Don't have many friends to choose from. Me neither, Harry agreed. We got a good start, though. 'Cause I know you'd do the same for me. I would. It didn't take a genius to know when Purity reached the target. All they had to do was follow the light show. Harry didn't know a lot about the rest of New Wave beyond the fact that Glory Girl was ridiculously hot and Panacea was wildly paranoid. Evidently they had a lot of flyers, though, and a somewhat similar power set to Purity. The villainess had to move constantly while blasting away at two other capes who had similar hard light powers as herself, but also seemed to be able to generate force fields too. Shit, Skitter said, all in cape mode now. That's Lady Photon and Laserdream. That means Manpower, Shielder, Flashbang and Brandish on the ground, with Armsmaster. Probably Glory Girl too. They're good. Real good. So you're thinking direct confrontation is a no-go? 6 of the best heroes in the city against the 2 of us. Sosniki. Then. Think you can find the baby with those bugs of yours? Yeah, okay. I'm going to turn us invisible. It'll feel a bit weird. He tapped her with a disillusionment spell that made her shudder against him. He then did the same for himself before flying low to avoid the light show of the fighting capes. As they got closer, Taylor hissed. Armed men. 20 at least. PRT troops. There she is. She's in the basement behind a couple of locked doors. Squirming and probably crying. Needs a diaper change. Ew. Yeah, I know. Harry was thinking furiously about ways to get in, but Skitter beat him to it. There are a ton of bugs down there, she said. I'm going to make some drones to try to distract the capes in the building. The basement has a window in the alley. If you can see in, think you can get the baby? Yeah, okay. Take us down. Still invisible, Harry drifted slowly toward the narrow alley that separated the 3-story brownstone from the next row of houses over. A particularly loud explosion lit up the sky over the street, followed a second later by a huge boom that rattled the windows in all the buildings. They dismounted by a small, partially sunken window that gave Harry just a glimpse of floor space. The baby is in a crib about 10 feet forward, 8 feet down, Skitter whispered. 4 uniforms and a cape, I think. A tiara. Yeah, Glory Girl. Harry tapped her on the shoulder. What? Drop a spider down her cleavage. That won't hurt her. Skitter. Normal people are freaked out by bugs. Trust me, it'll distract her. Okay. She closed her eyes. A moment later they heard a loud scream, followed by a baby's wailing. I hate bugs. Glory Girl spoke loud enough to be heard. Suddenly Taylor tensed and Mo.Ned. Shit, Panacea's there too. She's doing some sort of feedback on me, I can't control my bugs. Mage, distract them. With what? I don't know, just do something. I, Joseph and Mary. Wait. I have an idea. Stay here. Harry slipped his staff into one of his charmed pouches and then cast a glamour on himself of the one hero he knew better than any other. Skitter stared. Legend. The man makes women swoon, Harry assured her. He then stepped a few feet away and waved his hand. Skitter scrambled back as a part of the wall turned a brilliant red before disappearing. He rushed in a second later. The basement was crowded with several PRT soldiers in full tactical gear, Panacea in her robe and cowl, and Glory Girl in all her tiara glory. In their midst was a crib with a crying baby. Glory Girl jumped to her feet, her face lighting up as if she'd just received a new car for her birthday. Which, come to think of it, she probably did, Harry thought. Legend. She was actually blushing. What are you doing here? Director Piggott asked me to help because of my familiarity with Mage, he declared in his perfect Legend accent. It's not like he'd been pretending to be Legend for years after his rescue. Not at all. We think he's joined forces with Purity. She's his distraction. We need to evacuate the child now. He started to move to the crib, but Panacea beat him to it. If you're Legend, let me touch you. I'm sorry, young lady, but we don't have the. It's Mage, Vicky, Panacea said with a smirk. Legend got his left ear pierced last year. Really? Harry blinked, reverting to his normal self. He did not. Naturally, Glory Girl flew right at him, and then right through him, and then through the wall behind where he stood. Aster screeched in alarm when she flew from Amy's arms into Harry's, since he was actually on the opposite side of the room from where his illusion stood moments before. Yeah, and for the record, I did not send that damn email, he told her. He disapparated from the basement just as Vicky came flying back through the hole she'd made. Damn it. She and Panacea screamed almost at the same time. Harry appeared just moments later next to a still invisible Skitter. Ready to go. That was good, she admitted. I aimed to please. They climbed onto his staff and moments later were airborne. He cast a sonorous on himself and shouted, Purity, time to go. He then zoomed down the street heading back to their lair. Harry, Taylor said as she gripped his waist hard enough to crack a rib. Got a problem. What problem? Glory Girl's behind us. Well, shit, Harry agreed. That's a problem. Harry estimated he was flying close to 200 miles an hour. The wind didn't whip at them. It beat them like a hammer. He pushed everything he could into his staff while holding the baby in a fold of his robe. She's still gaining, Taylor shouted grimly over the wind. Aster was howling. Any faster would be dangerous. Sick your bugs on her face, Harry suggested. What the hell do you think I've been doing? It's the only reason she hasn't caught us yet. We're almost there. Just opening the door will give her time to get us, Skitter said. I could apparate us. Not that desperate yet. He banked hard and dropped down toward their lair. Doing so let him glimpse Glory Girl flying really fast toward them. She looks pissed. You shouldn't have dropped that spider on her chest. Jerk. Okay. I'm going to fly into Bug City and slow down enough for you to hop off. I'll apparate Aster inside. Right. He dove the staff into the old warehouse. Instantly he could hear millions of insects chittering. Glory Girl flew in a second behind, only for a huge mass of hundreds of pounds of insects to land on her back and send her crashing into the ground. Harry slowed enough for Skitter to jump off and roll, and a second later he disapparated. He appeared in the air above the floor of their lair with a very upset baby. He flew right to the balcony. Canary stepped outside to meet him and accept the baby. Oh, the poor dear. She said. What did you do to her? Flew too fast, Harry said. He conjured a clean diaper. Pretty sure she's got a full load. Hey, I left Skitter with Glory Girl, gotta go. But what about? He disapparated, as much to avoid the responsibility of changing a diaper as to save his friend. Fighting villains was easy, but changing a diaper. He'd rather face Behemoth. When he got to the warehouse, though, he saw he was too late. Holy shit, did you kill her? Harry found Skitter leaning over a prone, insensate Glory Girl, but one almost unrecognizable because of thousands of insect bites that covered her whole body, even chewing through bits of her clothes. Skitter looked up, her face hidden behind her mask but her tone clearly freaked. I thought she was impervious, like Alexandria. Harry rushed to the girl's side. Her breathing came out in ragged, struggling gasps and her eyes were swollen shut. Damn, he muttered. I've already used my EPI pens, but I don't think it's enough. Skitter now sounded almost resigned. Yeah, we'll get her to her sister. They'll capture you. Harry looked at her for a second. If you were the teleporter, wouldn't you? Yeah, no hesitation. Skitter was not a killer, and neither was he. Okay, head back into the lair. I'll get her to Panacea. He cast a featherweight charm and lifted Glory Girl in his arms before disapparating directly to the spot he just abandoned. Panacea. Dallin, get your out here. Vicky's hurt. Perhaps it was a little hasty of him, but he was genuinely worried about Glory Girl. In a strange way, he liked her. Not just because she was a tasty hot tamale, but because, well, okay. She was just really hot, and Harry hated seeing a hot girl reduced to this swollen mass. He wondered if his extreme shallowness made him a bad person, or just a teenage boy. However, in retrospect, when the entirety of New Wave pounced on him accompanied by Armsmaster and 50 PRT troopers with foam sprayers, he wondered if perhaps he should have just put Vicky down and left. He barely even had a chance to breathe before a flash of hard light struck him in the face with the same force as Ballistic's most powerful projectile, forcing him to drop the still charmed Dallin girl as he flew backward. He impacted a powerful force field that batted him face first into the ground, where he was immediately covered in foam. How is she? He heard a muffled voice through the foam. She's dying, a shaking, tearful Panacea said. Severe anaphylactic shock, just like lung. Skitter did this. I'm removing the poison now. I should be able to save her. Even buried face down in foam, Harry heard the rage in the girl's tone. He knew now that Amy and Skitter would never be friends. He felt the blob of foam lift, his body thoroughly stuck in it. The moment any of his body was exposed, more foam was sprayed over him, though at least they left his mask and face free. Hi, he said brightly when he saw the whole New Wave team gathered around him, with Armsmaster standing with arms crossed nearby. PRT soldiers hovered around him like flies. You're welcome. Glad I was able to get Glory Girl to the one person in the city who could save her. Let me know if there's anything else I can do for you. You almost killed her. That was Brandish. Tall, beyond, older woman who, while being old enough to be his mom, was still pretty damned beautiful. She was supposed to be impervious. Harry shouted. Bloody hell. Skitter was as freaked as I was. She used all her EPI pens trying to keep her alive, and if she'd been the teleporter she'd be here instead of me. We're not killers of anyone not named Coyle. It was an accident, and we're sorry. Not yet, you aren't, Brandish said as she took a threatening step forward. Hard light gathered at her hands. Brandish, there was epinephrine in her blood, Panacea said from Glory Girl's side. I hate to admit it, and I'm still going to make Skitter regret it, but it probably saved Glory Girl's life. Harry tried to nod in vindication, only to receive a hard right fist to his jaw. It didn't hurt, but he wasn't sure he wanted Brandish to try anything harder. Yeah, how's it feel to beat up a teenager? He said instead. I don't see a teenager, I see a villain cape, she sneered back. I see AF ********ing hot MILF, he said. Can I? This time he got hard light in the face. Oh, right, he said when he felt his mask crack a little. No say jokes. It's hard to remember sometimes. He then realized they were staring at him. In fact, Flashbang was actually holding his wife's arms while Panacea was approaching. Armsmaster had begun reaching for his halberd while the PRT troopers had backed away. What? He asked. That was a lethal blow even for a brute, Armsmaster said. I was about to arrest her. Try it, Manpower said. Harry would have shrugged if he could. Yeah, I've got magic runes. That's how I kept Purity from murdering Skitter's dad and all the employees at the Dockworkers Association building. She kept hitting but couldn't take me out, and frankly I think I just wore her out. And I gotta say, that was a bad move taking her daughter. I mean, it wasn't just stupid. You guys had to sit down in a room and think, what's dumber than publicly unmasking a cape that can level the whole city in an hour? Oh, I know, Let's take the only thing in the world that matters to her away while she's still free to blow up the King City. It wasn't just stupid, it was dangerously incompetent. You want someone to blame for Gigi's bites. Blame the dumb shitheads who decided to try and take away the newborn baby of a flying artillery cape. The Protectorate doesn't need to justify its actions to the likes of you, Armsmaster said. Course not. I'm not the one who almost died. Jesus, Joseph and Mary, you are an asshole. Are you the shit that let Shadow Stalker torture Skitter in her school until she triggered? The school had to be aware of it, but nothing. Someone phoned his face, the shits. Aisha discovered, quite by accident, that if she concentrated on her power, people could see her. She did this when her mother broke down crying in the kitchen on the third day after she triggered, after the police came and notified her that her son was a cape and that he was dead. The email Mage sent, the one that was making the whole city burn, was the only reason the police ever knew that Brian Leyburn was dead. She stood in the frame of her bedroom and watched as her mother screamed and shouted at the police for lying to her. She could see the judgment in the cops' eyes. No compassion. They could see the track marks in her arms as well as anyone. When they left, her mother collapsed against the door and slid down to the floor, crying so hard she could barely breathe. Aisha, where are you, baby? The woman Mo.Ned. Where's my baby girl? Aisha never wanted more to be seen, and she felt her power respond not by helping, but retreating from her anger until suddenly her mom looked up at her. Aisha. She tried desperately to scramble to her feet. Despite having an 18-year-old son and a 14-year-old daughter, Celia Leyburn was still not even 40 yet. She was a beautiful woman, or should have been. She finally rushed to Aisha and crushed her in a hug. Where'd you go, baby? Her mom was too relieved to be angry yet, but Aisha knew the anger would come. I knew about Brian, she said simply. Had to get out. Sorry, Mom. Didn't mean to scare you, promise. She could see grief, anger and worry fighting for dominance in her mother's face before finally relief won over and she hugged her hard. That night she made her mother dinner and then tucked her into bed before drifting back to the television. She saw on the news that Mage was captured while working with Purity to attack a PRT safe house. So he's a Nazi and a murderer, she whispered. She drifted to the kitchen for water and while there noticed her mother's knife. It wasn't a big hunting knife or anything. 7 inches of black composite material, honed to a razor-sharp edge. Mom carried it for defense and had used it twice. She stared at the knife, then back at the television. He's never touching you again. Brian's voice whispered in her ear. He's never going to hold you when you're scared. He'll never help you when you need it. You're on your own now. Because of that Nazi murdering F***. I'll make the son of a bitch pay, Aisha whispered. Just like you did, bro. She took the knife and surrendered herself to her power as she walked out of her mother's apartment for the last time. Holy Mary, Mother of God, you really did get an earring. It was the first thing Harry could think of when he had the foam dissolved from his face and saw Legend standing in front of him. The man's hair was as wind-swept as always, but this close he could see carefully covered wrinkles of age at the corners of his mouth. Harry realized he had to be in his 40s at least. Hello, Harry, Legend said. He sounded so very sad. I came as soon as I could. Yeah, well, about 8 years too late for that, I think. Damage is already done. They were in a very small room with pure white walls. There was no furniture, not that Harry would have been able to sit, given he was fully encased in foam, except oddly enough his hands. He tried moving them, but he was just able to see some type of bracelets that seemed to be cutting off his muscle control. They learned from his escape. I heard what you said, the older hero stated. He had muscular arms crossed over his chest as he stood stiffly. About everything. I realize that I failed you. The whole Protectorate failed you. Harry shrugged. Don't beat yourself up about me. The Protector fails on so many levels, I'm just a speck. Slaughterhouse 9. Anyone. I failed you. Damn, it was hard to argue with Legend. I get it, Harry said. I do. I was Simurg influenced. I was zoning and freaking people out and I knew they wouldn't have let you take me. I get it. Doesn't matter. Marcus, Colbert and Justinian have all been apprehended and are awaiting trial in the UK, Legend said. In return for avoiding the birdcage, Justinian testified that everything you've said is correct. Okay. And all charges and your sentence have been set aside and will be permanently expunged if you agree to join the wards, Legend said. The particular charges against Skitter and Tattletale regarding the deaths of the Undersiders, Noelle Meinhardt and Marissa Newland, will also be expunged, again if they join the wards. Harry couldn't help but stare, his jaw gaping. After a moment, he shook himself from his shock. So, you know we're innocent. You know we were framed by a corrupt PRT assistant director, and yet you're still trying to press gang us into the wards. Legend didn't budge or change expression. You helped a convicted felon escape custody, Harry. More importantly, you assaulted wards while they were acting in the line of duty, and very nearly killed Glory Girl. Then saved her, Harry pointed out. That doesn't negate the assault. No, probably not. She'd have done worse to us, but because she's a hero she'd get away with it. See, that's the problem. You use the words hero and villain, but they don't mean anything. The Protectorate doesn't care about protecting anyone. You let monsters walk around free so that they might help with the Endbringers. And yet how many innocent people have had their lives ruined by all those criminal capes you let free? I used to look up to you. You were my hero for a long time, and I still think you're a genuinely good man. Problem is, you're the only one. He sighed. I think I'd rather go to the birdcage than join the wards. I'm sorry. That did get a response from Legend. He dropped his arms and stepped to the edge of a red line Harry could just barely see on the floor. Harry, you can't mean that. The birdcage is no type of life for a teen. Your life would effectively be over. My life was over when the Simurgh murdered my mum and dad, Harry said simply, meeting the other man's gaze with his own. Eidolon was right. It would have been a kindness to just let them shoot me like all the rest. You're upset, Legend decided. I should have given you more time to think about it. We'll talk again soon. He turned and left the room and Harry let his head drop. Almost unbidden, memories of captivity began scrolling through his mind. He found it deeply disturbing how often Harry Potter failed to escape when captured. The agreement was to help you rescue Coil's hostage, Purity said as she cradled her baby in her arms. I have no interest in trying to rescue your friend from the Protectorate. Then get the F*** out. Skitter didn't scream. Her rage was cold, not hot. Purity didn't even hesitate and started for the stairs that led down from their apartment balcony to the ground floor of their evil lair. Tattletale stood quickly from the table where they'd met to discuss freeing Harry. Purity, wait, you still owe us. Harry wasn't part of the deal, I get it. Fulfill your end of the bargain. Help us rescue Dinah Alcott. Your biggest asset is gone, Purity pointed out. Yeah, but the girl who took down Lung and Glory Girl is right there. And you could level the whole city if you wanted to. I've got a fairly good idea where Dinah is being held. Help us save her like you promised, and we're done. You owe us that much at least. Skitter saw Canary moved slowly to Tattletale's side, looking concerned as much with Purity's volatility as anything. The past few hours with the Cape proved that Caden Anders was not a stable personality at all. Not that any of us are. Danny Hebert walked out onto the balcony, still looking conflicted but also oddly determined. Taylor didn't know whether to be relieved or upset to find that he was still there when she returned. They'd waited up much of the night until the FA announced the capture of Mage after a life-threatening assault on Glory Girl. You were quick to kill and tear down the city for your daughter, he said. Despite the fact he was talking to a cape who could kill him in a second, his voice dripped contempt. But if it's someone else's child you don't care. My daughter risked her life to save your child. Her friend got captured to save your child. Even if you didn't owe them anything, you owe it to that little girl. This Coil has to do at least as much as others have done for you. You know nothing of Cape business. Lady, this isn't Cape business, Danny snapped back. Mothers, fathers and daughters. That has nothing to do with being a cape. That has everything to do with being a decent human being. Even if you're not, the least you can do is aspire to be half as good as the kids who saved your daughter. Go Danny, Tattletale said softly, just loud enough for Skitter to hear. Purity Taylor just could not think of the woman by any other name, stood stock still, holding her sleeping baby to her shoulder while unconsciously bouncing her gently. The baby's left arm hung loosely down her shoulder, motionless with the baby's profound sleep despite the noise around her. Until a loud dong echoed through the cavernous lair from the warehouse next door. That startled Aster wide awake, and a second later she started expressing her displeasure with that turn of events by wailing loudly. "I think someone might be at the door," Danny said, a little nervous himself. Skitter concentrated and a moment later formed a drone outside the warehouse. Since almost dying at Bakuda's hands, she discovered that with concentration she could hear and speak through her bugs, and could use her insects to feel a person good enough to almost see. What her power told her was that a dragon sat patiently on the edge of the warehouse's wards cradling a girl. "Who are you?" she asked through her drone. The dragon sounded remarkably feminine. "Shit, you scared me. You're a dragon, and I scared you." The chuckle was almost as surprising as the voice itself. "Yeah, I suppose so. You're Skitter, right? Is Harry or Tattletale here?" "Who's asking?" Genesis. Taylor relayed the information and Tattletale did a little arm pull in celebration. "Yes, she got away. And her breaker state saw through Harry's bullshit, just like I hoped. I'll go bring her in. She was Sundancer's best friend, a member of the Travelers." Lisa ran down the stairs and across the floor, leaving Purity to try and soothe her crying baby while Taylor stood looking at her admittedly nervous dad. "Can I hold her?" The three of them turned to look at Canary, who shrugged with a wry smile. "I was studying to be an early development teacher and sang on the side when, well, you know. I'm really good with kids." It was a mark of how upset Purity was that she handed the screaming baby over after only a moment's hesitation. Rather than rock her, Canary held her up to see the feathers in her hair. "Hello, sweetheart. What's that?" Aster became too enthralled with the brilliant yellow feathers to worry about crying anymore. By the time Tattletale returned with a dragon carrying a sleeping girl with unusually skinny legs, Canary had settled Aster down and walked her back into the apartments to lay her down for a nap. The dragon gently placed the girl in one of the porch chairs before puffing away as if it were made of smoke. The sitting girl opened her eyes and almost immediately started tearing up. "Oh, shit, that hurts," she whispered. "What happened?" Tattletale asked. "Took a bad fall getting out of the van," the girl, Genesis, said. "Trickster and Ballistic are going to be so pissed at me. Where's Harry?" "That's a long story," Tattletale said. "But now that you're here, we might be able to do something about it. Do you know where in his base coil has Dinah Alcott hidden?" Skitter could not express in words how odd it was to be going to a potential Cape battle with her father driving the Suburban. However, in her regular form Genesis turned out to be a paraplegic girl named Jess. And though Skitter, Purity and Tattletale were strong women, they weren't quite strong enough to carry her around. So it was Danny who carried her bridal style to their Suburban. More importantly, Canary was the one staying behind to watch Aster until they were ready for her to play her part, since Purity didn't trust the baby to anyone else in Coven. Coyle was on his way to a meeting with a court in Boston, Jess explained from the backseat as they drove through the evening streets of Brockton Bay. Skitter couldn't help but notice how nervous her father looked just being out after dark in the gang-infested areas. He couldn't skip the meeting. A court gets homicidal when he's slighted. Like, murder whoever is responsible for the slight type. But I'm willing to bet he sent Trickster and Ballistic back. He also has Faultline's crew on retainer. They're good. If you see an orange-skinned Case 53, stay away from him, Lisa said from the passenger seat. His skin is highly hallucinogenic. Purity rode in the back. Lisa had whispered to Taylor that the older woman was actually approaching the limit to her power, after the constant usage first against Harry and then against New Wave. Indeed, the cape had dark rings under her eyes and looked as if she were about to fall over asleep right there in the backseat next to Jess. At the very least, there are going to be soldiers, Jess continued. After the whole thing with Marissa, Coyle went on a hiring spree. He's probably got 200 soldiers there. Skitter met Tattletale's eyes. "No holding back," Skitter said. From behind the wheel, Danny shook his head. "Do you girls really think you can take on 200 soldiers?" Tattletale chuckled. "Mr. Hebert, your daughter could take on a battalion by herself. There's a reason why the PRT gave up on commando responses to capes. They learned that lesson not just with Nilbog, but with dozens of other capes around the world. The power imbalance is subtly unfair. Alright, slow down and park here. We want to stay out of sight of the building. Skitter, how many bugs you got? There are millions in this area. We're right over a sewer, Taylor said. I'm ready when everyone else is. Let's do this, Tattletale said. Dimitri did not like capes for the most part. With their store-bought Halloween costumes and self-centered views of the world, he felt that the introduction of capes into the world was when the world truly started falling apart. He viewed Cyan not as the ultimate savior, like many, but as the harbinger of the end times. He was a golden-skinned antichrist come to lead the whole human race into damnation. The only capes he could tolerate were those who did not put themselves above their fellow man, or who paid him a great deal of money not to care. Of the former, he found he could tolerate Ballistic, though he preferred him when he was in a tactical uniform as Luke. Of the later, Coil paid very well. However, Coil was also proof of a maxim Dimitri's mother lived by: money could not buy happiness. Dimitri was one of Coil's mercenary captains. As such, he was privy to the fact that almost all of Coil's plans had gone asunder. He knew his employer kidnapped the Alcott girl as a means of avoiding traps just like this. However, he also knew that it would take time to control her with drugs. She'd resisted for almost a week now, and the few times he looked in on her she appeared to be starved and broken. Soon, she would belong wholly to Coil, and he would have another powerful tool to stifle his enemies. Until then, there was Dimitri and the 200 men under his command. There were the two furious young capes, Trickster and Ballistic, whose friend Genesis had just abandoned them that afternoon. Dimitri did not care for Trickster. The boy lacked the maturity or wisdom to lead, but more than made up for those lacks with spite and vindictiveness. Ballistic was too consumed with anger and loss to realize how poorly he was being led. The latest cape to join them appealed to Dimitri even less than Trickster. This circus person upset his world view. Dimitri's parents had raised him right. He believed in one God, Father Almighty, creator of heaven and earth, and of all things invisible. He believed in one Lord Jesus Christ, the only begotten Son of God, begotten of the Father before all ages. He believed in killing first those who would kill you, in treating women with the respect one would wish one's own mother to receive, and finally that a man is as God made him and will always be a man, and a woman as God made her will always be a woman. Circus defied God's will toward man and woman, and her mere presence threatened Dimitri's worldview. If he had even a thought he could do so successfully, he would shoot the clown. Sadly, circus power included blinding reflexes among other abilities. Better to just not think about it. Sir, security cameras in Block 3 located an unmarked white Suburban. Plates are registered to an Amanda Hugginky. Dimitri stared intently at Jenkins. Sir? He asked. Jenkins was very earnest, but oh so young. Repeat the name slowly, Mr. Jenkins. Amanda Huggan. The poor lad's cheeks burned. Right. Alarm. Silent only, please, sir. Jenkins turned to reach for the alarm when he stopped and shouted with a gut-deep level of horror. A thing stepped from the shadows of the base, a thing writhing under a living shield of insects. Down the hall to the armory, he heard more men shouting in alarm, punctuated by rifles firing. A dozen ran into the main atrium of the base, hastily pulling on their tack vests even as they ran and tried firing behind them with assault rifles. More of the insect people followed after, gliding over the floor rather than just walking. From the stairs dozens more men ran or even tumbled down the steps in a desperate attempt to avoid more of the insect people. While distasteful, Dimitri was disappointed in his men. He walked to the insect person who scared Jenkins so bad and tossed a simple flash bang at it. Fire in the hole, he called before turning away from the blinding phosphorescent explosion that made his ears ring. When he turned around, he saw with satisfaction that the insect person was gone, leaving only a circle of splattered bug parts where it once stood. Flash bangs, people. They're only bugs. He would later wonder at the irony that, just as he made that statement, the ceiling overhead exploded in a shower of painful hard light. Jenkins, earnest youth that he was, shouted a warning and then dove at Dimitri, pushing him clear just as a half-ton piece of cement crushed him into paste. The capes emerged from their various holes, but their powers were next to useless against the swarm that literally rose up like a tsunami of chitin and swept over the men. Circus, freak that it was, managed somehow to use a combination of fire, a giant tasseled sledgehammer, and a mid-air cartwheel to avoid the wave of bugs that left almost every one of Dimitri's men writhing on the ground gasping for air while trying to scrape the insects off their faces. It had a hard time avoiding the veritable shower of hard light that blasted down from the new hole in the roof. Dimitri himself slipped on a hooded gas mask he kept on his belt when he saw the bugs were going for ears, eyes, noses and mouths. It restricted his vision but gave him a precious few seconds to run to the stack of weapons crates. He tossed aside crates containing assault rifles, heavy caliber sniper rifles and RPGs to the ground until he found the crate he was looking for. He ripped it open and grabbed one of the canister-mounted tubes. He twisted the knob at the base of the canister feed and pulled the trigger as the wave of insects approached him. A sharp clicking sound was followed a second later by a billow of shooting flame as his handheld flamethrower burned through the wave of approaching insects. The massive, winged gargoyle that came right behind the wall of bugs, however, caught him utterly by surprise. "Say hi to Coil for me, you asshole," the gargoyle said in a surprisingly young, feminine voice. It then slammed a huge rock-like fist into the side of his head, which was the last thing Dimitri was aware of. "Hey, you awake in there?" Harry blinked himself out of a fugue and saw Vista standing just inside the door. Surprisingly, she didn't bother wearing her mask, though she wore the rest of her uniform. The sight of her young, childish face atop a cape costume felt jarring to Harry. "Oh, hey Vista, how's your leg?" he asked. She shrugged. "Aches sometimes when it rains. Been hurt worse, but I appreciate the quick healing." "You've been hurt worse than a compound fracture." "Shit, Vista, I didn't think wards were supposed to be in that much danger. Good thing I'm not joining." He said it lightly, but he could see she knew as well as he that it wasn't a joke. She sank down to the floor, below the one-sided viewing window, and stared up at him intently. "I've read about you. How you were 8 when the Simurgh came after you and killed your family." "I was 8 when Ab thugs killed my family." She waited for him to say something, express sympathy or give her the normal platitudes that adults always gave children who suffered. The problem was there were no words that could make something like that better. "Beeps, doesn't it?" he finally said. "Yeah," she nodded, smiling without humor. "You know, about 9 months ago, Oni Lee stabbed me in the chest. Right here." She pointed to a spot just left of her sternum. "Kid Win blasted his clone away before it went too deep and I told the rest it was nothing. Sewed it up myself that night. Hurt like a bitch." Harry stared, keeping the anger hidden. "'Cause you didn't want them treating you like a baby. I get it. Marco used to spray his people with acid to mark them. If they cried too much, he'd shoot them. So I didn't cry too much when he sprayed my back. Just as he didn't give her useless platitudes, neither did she to him. Instead, he saw just the faintest glimmer of moisture in the corners of her eyes. You get it, don't you? You really get it. Yeah, wish to God I didn't. I hate it, but I get it. No one else around here does. They think they're gonna grow up and get girlfriends or boyfriends and be happy. They actually think that. Gallant was talking to Aegis about asking Glory Girl to marry him once he turns 21, as if any of us are ever going to see 21. She used the heel of one hand to wipe away a lone tear that escaped from the corner of her eyes. I used to think having a power would make me happy. It just makes things even more ed up. Yeah, Harry wished he could hug her, but he couldn't actually move at all. Evidently it was difficult for most teleporters to use their power when their bodies were completely bound by foam. Who knew? Hey, Vista. Yeah, I can't make anything better. But I'll be glad to be your friend. Least. Till they birdcage me. She smiled weakly at him. I guess I'll take what I can get. The door opened and Legend walked in, muscular and wind-swept with a touch of blush on his cheeks and concealer at the corners of his mouth to hide the wrinkles. You kidnapped Dinah Alcott, he demanded, actually angry. Harry blinked back, mentally somersaulting from Vista to his one-time icon. No. Coil kidnapped her. Then he figured out I was working with Tattletale to try and save her, and that's when he set us all up to die. Why did Skitter free her? Because that'd be awesome if she did. Legend stiffened and folded his arms over his broad chest. Your gang has offered to exchange Dinah Alcott for you. Oh, well, that's nice of them, Harry offered lamely. Seems fair. Don't you think, Vista? Legend frowned before turning to stare down at the cape on the floor, who just happened to be the same age as Dinah Alcott. She smiled and waved up at the tall hero, slipping easily into the innocent little girl routine. Vista, what are you doing here? I'm trying to seduce her to the dark side with the promise of unlimited frozen yogurt and pizza, Harry said. No bedtimes, homeschooling if you want it. And you haven't ever heard a bedtime lullaby until you hear canaries sing. Sounds wonderful, Vista said with a grin that could have given Tattletale a run for her money. Vista, can you please return to your dorm? Legend managed to sound nice, at least. The girl sounded like an old woman with her sigh. She climbed back to her feet and waved at Harry. See you soon, I hope. Yeah, you too. When she was gone, Legend looked back at Harry suspiciously. What were you talking about? Just about how many commonalities we've had in our lives, despite my being kidnapped and raised by villains, and her being raised by wards. You know, it's actually kind of depressing that kid capes are screwed either way. The two merely looked at each other for the longest time. Please be honest, Harry. Is Dinah Alcott in danger? Harry snorted. From Coven. Skittered sooner hurt herself than hurt an innocent little girl. We're only villains because you made us be, Legend. You and your protectorate. What will they do if we refuse? This is me shrugging. Just imagine it. Harry grinned. They'll let her go eventually, unless she wants to stay with them. She is a cape now, after all. Then they'll just come after me directly, probably. That would be unwise, Legend warned. Maybe. You know, I don't think Skitter has an upper limit on how many insects she can control. But really, the question you should ask yourself isn't if you should play hardball or not, but what you expect to get out of playing hardball. I know the PRT wants to. I imagine if you weren't here I'd be on my way to the birdcage again if Piglet had her way. But what does it get you? Harry wished he could shake his head. I'm not going to join the wards, Legend. I trust you because I think you're a good man, but I can't trust any of the people you trust, that you have to trust. I don't trust the system. I can't. It's too broken. So the only way I can live is outside. The only way I can make a difference is from the outside looking in. Harry, you're only 16. I've seen Ian's, Harry said, surprised at how deep his voice suddenly dropped. I've seen things you can't imagine. Atrocities beyond the scope not just of your understanding, but of this planet itself. I've seen acts of pleasure that would reduce you to putty and acts of horror that would make Cyan weep. The Simurgh ripped my mind open. Harry Bailey died that day. Legend went very still, studying Harry intently. Then who are you, Harry? Still trying to figure that part out, he admitted. So, I guess the question of the day is, do you play the part of the bad cop and force the issue? Dinah won't be hurt, but any chance the Protectorate ever has of ever working with me or Coven goes away forever. You'll be my enemies. Or you use this exchange as a way to save face, let me go, and know that if the Protectorate ever truly needs me, I'd be willing to help. You have a high regard for yourself. Do you think your friends could take me? Probably not. But again, what would you gain? You're part of the Triumvirate. Beating up a bunch of teens doesn't sound impressive. Purity is no teenager. Yeah, she's also not a part of Coven. That was a temporary truce at best. Tattletale rejected her outright for the whole Nazi thing. You know, even villains hate Nazis. But damn, her baby is cute. Hey, did you know Menja and Fenja are single? I'm not, Legend said sharply. He looked down at the floor while considering his options. He then turned abruptly and left the room. He didn't notice the small handful of flies that managed to push past the light blow of air caused by differing air pressures. Harry, though, watched the flies with interest as they buzzed into the room and began exploring both his face and the foam around him. Grinning, he blew one of the flies away, only for it to fly right up his nose until he had a sneezing fit. Oh, very funny, Skitter. This ought to be interesting, he muttered. Sitting in one of the many narrow parks that lined the hero's way, the boulevard that ran by the PRT headquarters in the city itself, Taylor and Lisa drank tea from a thermos. In the suburban park 2 blocks back at a small bookstore, Jess listened in on the stolen radios they all used, courtesy of Coyle's Armory. Fourth floor containment cell. Looks like they have full mover protocols. He's phoned up to his neck, Taylor said, describing what her flies detected. Think they'll go for the trade? Jess asked over the encrypted line. No, and I'm not sure why, Tattletale said, frowning in puzzlement. We saw Legend fly in, and he is pretty much the only one in the Protectorate who has a decent history with Harry. It almost makes me wish Purity was still here, Taylor muttered. Lisa shook her head. We're better off with her gone. No, who I really miss is Bitch. She was our hard hitter before you came along. Your bugs make you powerful, but there was something to be said about a trio of car-sized, heavily armored monster dogs. No argument there from me. She had issues, but she didn't deserve what Coyle had Shadow Stalker do to her. How are your bugs doing? Little over 2 million so far. You know, I'm not sure I could even count to 2 million, Jess said over the radio. How the F*** do you even know? Secondary thinker power, Tattletale said as she squinted and tried to study the PRT headquarters. So, think it's time. Taylor nodded. Both went without masks and with loose-fitting clothes over their costumes. They made a show of finishing their tea and walking back toward the central portion of the city, staying well away of the suburban where Jess waited for the signal. 2 large, unmarked white vans suddenly screeched to a halt in front of the young women. The doors slid open on one, revealing half a dozen men in black tactical vests with PRT badges at their shoulders and foam sprayers on their backs, though they held assault rifles in their hands. PRT, on the ground now. The leader of the squad, a narrow-faced man with a hairline that had abandoned merely receding and was now in full retreat, shouted loudly. Faced with a dozen assault rifles, Taylor raised her hands and dropped to her knees. Tattletale did the same, and neither resisted as 2 of the men walked around and secured their hands with zip ties. Startled civilians watched from the sidewalks or even office building windows as the entire event went down. The leader lifted a radio from the strap on his vest. Headquarters, this is Agent Yarnos, IDAGG 1265T on special assignment out of Boston. We have apprehended Skitter and Tattletale and are on our way in. Prepare containment. Say again, you caught Skitter and Tattletale. Roger. They were sitting on a bench 500 feet away from your building, Dmitry Yarnos, a licensed PRT contractor, said. Merthin had a feeling they'd be making a move for Mage. We're bringing them in. Roger. We'll be waiting. The men pulled Taylor and Lisa to the first of the 2 vans. No one said anything as a third van fell into their formation as they pulled onto Hero's Way. A group of soldiers stepped out of a side entrance to the PRT headquarters building, and among them stood the distinctive figure of Miss Militia, an American flag scarf hiding her features, while a larger flag cinched her waist just over the tight-fitting camo pants and tank top. The air by her hands shimmered as weapons materialized and changed, until she held an assault rifle herself. Show me, she said when the other PRT agents signaled the van to halt. Open the door, Dmitry ordered. Taylor stared intently at the hero who looked into the van. This game of yours is over, Skitter, Tattletale, she said. Time to grow up. She slammed the door shut and patted the side of the van hard to signal it to continue. They drove into an entrance facing north toward the boat graveyard. 3 separate checkpoints confirmed Dimitri's status as a freelance consulting agent of the PRT before finally all 3 white vans stopped. Miss Militia had walked alongside the vans through each checkpoint. Inside the final checkpoint stood 20 agents and another Protectorate cape. Velocity. Lisa breathed near Taylor's ears. Fast, not strong. Dmitry and his men climbed out, pulling Taylor and Lisa out as well. 6 more men climbed out from the second van. One of the building's PRT agents walked to the third van and opened the door, only to stand and stare with a wide-eyed expression of horror. Hundreds of thousands of insects swarmed out of the back of the van, engulfing him and cutting his terrified scream short. Miss Militia and Velocity both started to react nearly instantaneously. Dmitry and his men were just that much faster, having already positioned themselves. Foam sprayers trapped Velocity's feet and Miss Militia's weapon-producing hands. The rest of the fake PRT soldiers fired fast-acting darts into the legitimate agents so quickly the poor men and women had no chance to defend themselves. "You can't possibly think you can get away with this," Miss Militia said from the mound of foam that now thoroughly contained her. Skitter stripped off her loose clothes to reveal the costume below. She calmly slipped on her mask. "We offered a fair trade, and you didn't want to play," she said. "Now we do it the hard way." She turned to fight Coil's mercenaries. "Gentlemen," she said, now also to the masked agents. "Remember, we're in custody still until we reach the containment level." Neither of the girls commented as a winged gargoyle stepped from the last van, which was now insect-free. The massive creature looked at Velocity with a sniff before staring at Miss Militia. "Big fan," the gargoyle said with a young woman's voice. "I'd ask for an autograph, but well, you know." The tranquilized agents were tossed like cordwood into the two closest vans and ID badges were switched. Skitter and Tattletale both put their hands behind their backs and let their dozen men guide them into the heart of the PRT headquarters. They reached the elevator, which appeared to be undefended. Lisa took one look at it and said, "Stairs." No one protested. It gave Skitter time to continue infiltrating the building with her bugs. Genesis came up behind the 12 men, obvious but necessary because of the power of her projected body. In the absence of bitches' dogs, Genesis was their only brute-style hitter. Lights began flashing in the stairwell, followed by a piercing alarm. "Well, knew it was too good to last," Lisa muttered. "Come on, kids, let's get moving." Skitter. On it. Overhead, lights began to flicker as the millions of insects that now infested the building attacked electrical wiring. They heard a door open overhead. Genesis launched herself into the air column between the flights of stairs until she found the source of the noise. Instantly they heard terrified screams. They reached the scene just moments later. Dimitri's men quickly tranquilized and secured the PRT agents that Genesis either distracted or beat up before moving on. With the alarm going already, there was no point to pretending to be prisoners. They reached the 4th floor where the containment cells were and spilled out into the hallway. Skitter took one look at the team waiting for her and felt her stomach clench up like a fist. She anticipated the wards: Vista, Kid Win, Gallant, Clockblocker and Aegis. Not even Armsmaster was a surprise. They knew Legend was in the building and faced the possibility that he might face them as well. But ****ing Alexandria. Skitter, didn't you tell me you had an Alexandria lunchbox as a little girl? Tattletale asked loudly. And Armsmaster undies, Skitter said, too terrified to be embarrassed. Armsmaster seemed less than impressed. Alexandria simply took a step forward with a piercing dark gaze. "This game is over, children," she said, echoing what Miss Militia said earlier. "There's only one way this ends without all of you getting very, badly hurt." Harry was expecting bugs to come eat the foam away at any moment. Taylor pretty much made it clear they were engaging in a rescue operation. She had to be close to get him the message. He was not expecting a knife to appear out of nowhere and stab his forehead hard enough to strike a spark when the runes redirected it into the metal frame that held his foamed body upright. "Ow," he said, more by reflex than because it hurt. "Who's there? What was that?" The knife came again, even harder this time. Again his runes redirected it without it even scratching him. As he stared, a girl came into focus, almost like a mirage. She wore torn jeans and a halter top that did little to hide the almost fluorescent pink bra. Her black hair had one bleached stripe with a strand of purple writing in the middle. Her face looked like a picture of a composite from all the prettiest models in the world distilled down to a perfect oval shape in mocha, and then put in a cheap, plastic frame by way of bad dime store makeup liberally painted on. Not that he cared. He was staring so happily at her top he barely noticed as she stabbed the knife directly at his eye. His temple rune again redirected it. F***. The girl shouted. "Why won't you die? Show me those beautiful tits and I might." She turned the blade and hit him in the temple with all her might, which was enough to turn his head a little. Harry felt he was justified in making bad say jokes about breathtakingly hot young women in revealing, trashy clothes trying to kill him, and was preparing another when he noticed she was crying even while she continued trying to stab him in the head. Damn it! Crying girls just left him utterly helpless. Look, I know you're busy trying to kill me and all, I get that, but could you slow down enough to tell me why? You. She stabbed at one of his hands, and in the process broke the magnetic envelope that kept him from vanishing then foam. He stared down at his suddenly free hand. Huh, thanks. She backed away as he quickly began vanishing the foam from the rest of his body. He turned back to wait. How'd he get free? What? He looked around for bugs or other proof Taylor was there, only for the secondary security system to kick in. Foam almost exploded out in massive volumes from nozzles set in the top of the walls. Harry quickly summoned a shield around himself, only to falter when he felt a knife poking his stomach. He looked down and saw the same girl from before trying her very best to ram a knife into his stomach within his shield. Yeah, sorry, my skin's pretty knife-proof, he said. She tried punching him, and when that didn't do anything she tried the knee in the crotch trick. Why won't you ing die? She cried. Making a sudden decision, Harry grabbed her and apparated just as he let the shield drop. They emerged in the observation room on the other side of the glass wall. The girl spun around and then started to fade away again, not just from his sight but his memory. Click. His mind began moving faster as he recognized a foreign influence on his memories. He beat the influence back, refusing to let anything affect his thoughts, and just like that the girl reappeared. She tensed when he met her gaze, but then attacked again with her knife. This time he caught it, spun her wrist until she released it, then spun her back until she was against him, one arm around her neck, the other locking her arm behind her back. So why'd you sneak all the way into PRT headquarters to kill me? For Brian, you murdering Brian. Gru. You killed my brother. Harry released her as if she were acid. Brian. Oh shit. Taylor said he had a sister. He was trying to my god. I'm so sorry. Not yet. Somehow I'm going to find a way to kill you. I didn't kill him. I was trying to save him from Bakuda. I just failed. Bullshit. TV said. TV said what the man responsible for all this shit wanted it to say. You know about Tattletale, right? Did Brian trust her? Mostly. She looked suspicious and appeared ready to bolt. Only the fact he could see her kept her in place. She and Skitter both joined Coven, Harry said. All of this was Coyle. Coyle was Brian's real boss, and he left us all out to dry. Please come with us. 2OU. For failing to save your brother, I owe you. I know that. Come with us and at least talk to Tattletale or Skitter. You know Skitter had a thing for him, right? Yeah, I know, she admitted. I promise I won't hurt you. And you can't hurt me, so it doesn't do any good to try. Will you come? Please. How can you see me? I walked right past Alexandria herself and she could. What did you say? Harry interrupted. Alexandria's here. Yeah, so. He grabbed her hand, much to her displeasure, and started running toward the doors to the main hall. The PRT agents, because of the foam, were never able to search him for his staff, which he'd kept in a charmed pouch on his belt. He pulled it out now as he ran with Brian's sister, whom he still didn't know by name, only to pause as ants and termites crawled onto the door in front of him. Alexandria and Legend in building. 50 feet ahead of you, 100 feet to your left. That's gross, the girl announced. He looked around the room. It was the control room for a dozen cells just like his, all designed to hold powerful parahumans for transport to the birdcage or whatever other prison was warranted. There was no furniture or loose items to transfigure at all. He looked back down at his would-be assassin. What's your name? Why do you care? Harry shrugged. You're the sister of a guy the first wanted to save but failed. Also, you're absolutely king hot. So I could call you, Sister of Gru, or, Super king hot bird, but in an emergency both may take too long to say. And Skitter told me, bird is a demeaning word that I'm supposed to stop using. So, your name would be easier. She stared up at him, evidently too confused to be angry. I'm trying to ing kill you and all you can say is that I'm hot. You have a nice personality too. Harry hazarded. My name's Aisha. F asterisk 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 tard. Great. He grabbed her arm and spun them both into disapparation. A second later, the two of them appeared in a spot between Tattletale and Skitter on one side of a wide hallway and 2/3 of the triumvirate itself on the other. He quickly saw the wards behind the two elder heroes. Holy shit, it really is Alexandria, he exclaimed the moment he appeared. Damn, legend, really. Bringing in your final solution just to get me into the wards. How'd you get out? Kid Win blurted from behind Legend. Harry shrugged. Magic. Alexandria exploded into motion, flying toward them like a missile. Aisha shied away with a squeak of alarm. Harry barely had time to summon a shield anchor to the walls. She hit it head on. The boom shook the building, cracked the walls he used to anchor it, and the shield itself shimmered like cracked glass. But Alexandria stumbled back, genuinely surprised that it held. Unfortunately, it was about that time that Miss Militia, Assault, Battery, Triumph and 30 more PRT agents with containment foam spilled out of the stairwell behind them. Miss Militia looked like a drowned rat, with her wet hair plastered down over her bandana mask. A very, very pissed drowned rat. There is no way out for you and your men, Alexandria said with an unflappable calm that betrayed no anxiety at all over the fact his shield stopped her. We don't care about the men, Tattletale said with a dismissive wave of her hand. These were all Coil's mercenaries, the ones we captured when we freed Dinah Alcott. Canary asked them nicely to help us, but when we're done you can have them. Now, that said, as much as Harry's power utterly beeps in a way normal teleportation shouldn't. Because it's magic, not power-based, Harry said over his shoulder. I think we'll be going now. Tattletale and Skitter both rushed forward to grab Harry's arms even as Harry grabbed Aisha. Alexandria and Legend both surged forward, but they were not fast enough and all four disappeared with a pop. Left behind, the huge gargoyle grinned. You know, if she had Armsmaster skivvies as a little girl, then she's probably been shitting and pissing on Armsmaster since she was a toddler. The monster sounded like a young woman before it too disappeared with a pop. The remaining mercenaries blinked suddenly and looked around. They found themselves facing the most powerful heroes not just in the city, but in the country itself, flanked by 100 PRT agents, and very slowly put their guns on the floor. We surrender, Dimitri said. The four of them, Tattletale, Skitter, Aisha and Harry, all appeared with a loud clap of displaced air in the middle of their lair. Almost immediately, Lisa spun around and collapsed to her knees with dry heaves, while Skitter actually stumbled and fell backwards on her rear from vertigo. Aisha looked at the two girls with a confused scowl. The F asterisk asterisk asterisk, S wrong with them. They get shot or something. They don't like my teleportation, Harry explained. Like Canary or Purity, Aisha didn't appear affected by it at all. Speaking of unattainable hotness, Harry saw Canary walking toward them from the apartments. Who are you talking to, Harry? She asked. Harry turned and glared at Aisha. Stop it. F asterisk 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 you, I don't owe you shit. Aisha snapped back. You F asterisk 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 ing killed my brother and what the put me down. Harry shook his head and continued to levitate her 5 feet off the ground. Pull back your power, and I'll let you down. Harry, Canary said. Taylor didn't actually free me, he said over his shoulder. I couldn't get enough bugs through the electrical grid they used to filter the air into his cell, Taylor admitted from the floor. Guess they were expecting me. So, a stranger snuck in to try and kill me. Knife to the face, things like that. Accidentally broke one of my bindings. Tattletale, Gru had a sister, right? From the floor, Lisa Mo.ned a little as she forced herself to sit upright. Yeah, she said. Aisha. He loved her more than anything in the world. He ordered me to put his share of the Undersiders' loot into a separate account for her if anything happened. I have about $250,000 set aside for her, but never had a chance to contact her about it. He warned me her mother would try taking it. Lisa looked around, frowning, but still couldn't see the newcomer. She's here, isn't she? Must be a high-ranked stranger power. I can't get a hold of her at all. Harry looked back to Aisha, who instead of shouting or cursing, was staring at Tattletale with a flurry of emotions on her face. Abruptly she pulled back her power. $250,000, she demanded. Lisa sighed, almost in relief, to see her. Hello, Aisha. Harry, put her down, please. Harry complied and Aisha stood trembling, knife in hand, as Lisa casually walked over before gently pulling her into a hug. Aisha didn't stab her at least, but looked rather like a deer in headlights when Lisa backed away. Brian was a good man, Lisa told the younger girl gently. He wanted to make sure you had a chance in life. I'm so sorry we couldn't save him. Aisha looked back at Lisa with a trembling life. You tell me, she said harshly, her voice cracking. You tell me what happened to my brother. Still smiling in a sad expression, Lisa put an arm around the shorter girl's shoulders and started leading her toward the apartments. I'll tell you anything you want to know, promise. Harry stared after her, his own heart breaking. He almost jumped when Taylor, of all people, took his hand. You okay? He shook his head. The world is utterly, completely ed. Legend told me they knew we were innocent, and were willing to expunge our records, but only if we joined the wards. Isn't that insane? They know we're innocent, they just don't care. Maybe you should join, Canary said. Harry looked at her and noticed she didn't seem thrilled at the idea. He wasn't either. And have to share you ladies with other boys? He asked, shuddering. Hell no. I'm the only guy in Coven, surrounded by gorgeous women. Why would I give that up? Oh, yes, you've got it going on, ladies' man, Taylor said with a roll of her eyes. A lesbian, an asexual, a paraplegic, me, and possibly a teen young enough that if you even think about touching her, I'll have a swarm of cockroaches eat your prostate from the inside. Harry shuddered. How could you even think such a thing? You were staring at her chest. Harry opened his mouth to protest, but then stopped. Well, in my defense, the girl has some killer beeps. I didn't know they made girls like her. You should have seen her brother, Taylor said. They have really good genes in their family. But she's 14, Harry. But I'm only 16. I think it's this little thing called age of consent, Canary said wryly. Harry sagged. I know. Besides, she blames me for Gru. But, hey, you guys got Dinah, right? About that. Dinah Alcott looked way too thin for her age and frame. She lay on her side shivering on the lower bunk bed in one of the spare rooms. Even closed, he could see dark, shadowy rings of exhaustion and stress around her eyes. Harry sat by her side, holding her hand, when Jess rolled her wheelchair into the room. He looked up, staring for a long moment, at one of his first friends in the country. He left Dinah's side and knelt down beside her chair. You're okay, he breathed. He grabbed her other hand. You know it wasn't me, don't you? Please tell me you know. I'd never hurt her, never in. I get it, dork, Jess said in a thick voice. I know. It was Francis. After she freed Noelle, he went nuts. Coyle helped him cover it up and make it look like you did it. I'm just sorry he managed to convince Luke. He started to hug her, but she shook her head firmly. Don't. I hurt my back again escaping. Not having a wheelchair hasn't helped. Skitter's dad has been having to carry me around. Where is he? Harry asked. He drove Jess and the Suburban back after we freed you, but then had to go back to work, Taylor explained. Well, I can fix the chair at least. Harry transfigured the chair into a good copy of her wheelchair. He even added the magical equivalent of movement. I'll have to keep recharging it every day or so, but that should give you some motion. Jess, you know about the elevators, right? Jess stared. Behind them, both Taylor and Canary also stared as they came in. What elevators? Skitter said. Just look for the Rado rune on the walls, Harry told them all. It looks like a caveman R. Just touch it and it'll activate the elevator. Oh, and if you're joining us, I'm going to have to take you down and do a blood sacrifice on the ward stone to give you full access. Very funny, Jess said, only to fall quiet when neither Canary nor Taylor laughed. What the hell? Harry waved all around him. Magic, Jess. My runes worked because I'm a wizard, and they didn't work on Luke because he wasn't. This is where we tested my runes. I fixed it with magic. I have to admit, it was pretty amazing, Taylor said. And don't let the whole blood sacrifice thing scare you too much. We cut our wrist and bled a bit on the wardstone before he healed us. He even offered some people numbing charms. She glared. Harry ran a hand through his hair nervously. Yeah, sorry about that. I have hundreds of thousands of years of another man's memory in my head, but I have to actually think about something to know anything about it. Just didn't think about numbing charms at first. He then scooted toward the edge of the bed until he was able to run a hand over Dinah Alcott's sweating forehead. I'm sorry it took us so long, he whispered. The young girl was too lost in her withdrawal to answer. As Harry knelt down beside her, he felt memories boiling up, and with it knowledge. I need asphodel, angel's trumpet, mandrake, dittany, an armadillo and a moonstone. What? Lisa said. A restoration potion, Harry explained. Panacea can't heal brains, and it's Dinah's brain that has been hooked on Coil's drugs. Even if we heal her body, she's going to be affected by what Coil did to her for years. If we can find those ingredients, though, I can make a potion that will restore her mind. Without dragon's blood I can't make the full body version, but Panacea can restore her body. I'll do the travel if you can just tell me where to look. We'll do the research, Taylor said. You go shower, Harry. Seriously, it's been a while. You do smell bad, Jess said. Harry didn't need to take a whiff to agree. Right, I'll go shower, but try and be fast. I hate to see her suffering. He emerged 30 minutes later from his apartment in casual jeans and a pullover while a slow-acting dry cleaning charm crawled up his suit. He left his room and found Taylor next door in her room on the computer. He could tell from the floral scent and the moisture in the air of her room that she'd just showered as well. She just must have gone faster than he did. There are armadillos in the National Zoo in DC, she reported from her computer as he came in. You can find a moonstone at most jewelry wholesalers. As for the plants, again your best bet is the U.S. Botanic Garden in DC or the Botanical Garden in New York. Cool. Hey, where's your uniform? On the bed. Need to figure out how to wash it. Harry conjured a mannequin bust, did a switching spell to place the suit on it, and then cast the dry cleaning spell. That should take care of it. Takes about 20 minutes. I'm cleaning mine. I was thinking about seeing if Canary wanted to come with just to help, but if we're going to a botanical garden your bug power might help too. Wanna come? When she turned to look at him he noticed a touch of red to her cheeks. He then noticed she was wearing a halter top that exposed more skin than he'd ever seen on her while awake. He even saw a hint of cleavage there, if just barely. Taylor had killer legs, but she wasn't ever going to be top heavy. What? She demanded. With an effort of will even Alexandria would have admired, Harry forced his eyes up to hers and noticed her cheeks were red, but her chin jutted out the way it did when she was feeling brave or stubborn. Nothing. Zoned I guess. Thanks for finding this. Hope it works. I haven't tried making any potions yet. Did you want to come? Will we have to teleport? Lisa appeared at their doorframe. Aisha was not with her. Hello, you two, she said with a suspiciously happy grin. Talking about potion ingredients, I heard. DC, Taylor said. Not sure I want to risk another teleportation. I had an idea about that, Lisa said. Honey, can you push your power away? I mean, completely disconnect yourself from your bugs. Taylor scowled but nodded. Mostly. When Hess and her pals were bullying me, I had to push the bugs back to keep from using them to kill the girls. See, I think the reason you and I get sick, but Canary and Aisha don't, is because of our power. I can't really turn mine off, I can only limit stimuli. But if you can limit or stop your power from kicking in, it might make it better. Want to try? With a shrug, Taylor stood. Sure. Give me a sec, Harry, then teleport me into the atrium. K. She closed her eyes with one hand on his arm, and then abruptly closed on him. Now, she whispered, almost into his ear. A second later they were in the atrium. He could feel her shudder, but this time she didn't spin away sick. Back, please, she said again. He appeared back in her room a second later. She finally let go of him and settled back in her desk chair. It was better, she admitted, flushed. Harry felt his own cheeks burning. She was as tall as he was, and when she hugged him and spoke, her breath crossed his ears in a most peculiar way. That wasn't even taking into account that he could feel her chest through their shirts. Lisa's vulpine grin just made him feel more uncomfortable. So, you going, Taylor? She nodded. I'll need to get in costume, but I was going to go civilian, Harry said. Hell, we've been unmasked and I can make us invisible. Or glamours or whatever. Hell, I might even give folks a show. Why not? Her smile confused him even more. He was not used to seeing Taylor smile and felt like he was missing something important. I'd love to go, she said. Give me a few minutes to get dressed. Sure. Yeah. He stepped into the hall only for the door to close behind him, with Lisa still inside. Why'd she stay? He started to move when he noticed Aisha hovering in the hall. Her power was active, but his occlumency had come to recognize her power well enough he didn't even need to think about pushing it back. So, still want to kill me? She grinned, and it looked disconcertingly like Lisa's. Thought you killed him. But just now. Now I know you're not that smart. So, where's my room? Harry tried to catch up to what just happened. I am too smart. Maybe about school shit. But girls, you're an idiot. So, you're short. Maybe. But I got a nice rack. All Harry's arguments faded away. Yeah, he said with a goofy smile. Can I see them? Maybe. How much money you got? Aisha, sweetie, let's not encourage Harry here, Lisa said as she stepped out of Taylor's room. Besides, you might break him, and he's kind of our best emergency escape route. Come on, I'll show you your room. Aisha followed, but then turned and walked backwards. When she did, she wore a truly wicked grin, leaned down even as she walked backwards and pulled her top out enough to give Harry a stunning view. That girl is going to be trouble, he whispered. Yeah. Harry jumped and saw Canary beside him. Gah, you scared me. Obviously your attention was elsewhere, the older woman said with a knowing smile. Well, you saw them. How's it fair for a 14-year-old to have beasts like that? I feel dirty even talking about them. But not seeing them. Not my fault. So that would be a no, then. Harry sagged. I'm not winning this, am I? Nope. I think Taylor's ready. He turned and saw Taylor step out in a very tight, curve-hugging pair of jeans and a nice heavy cream blouse with sleeves that ended at the elbow. Her long, curly hair was pulled back and looped through a New England Patriots baseball cap. He scowled at her, then at a grinning Canary. I'm going to find out what's going on, you know, he declared. Probably, Canary said. In the meantime, Taylor has a list of other things we're going to need for Aisha. Fine. Just a pack mule. I get it. You ready, Taylor? She closed her eyes and concentrated for a moment before nodding. Hurry. Don't know how long I can push them back. He wrapped a hand around her waist, spun them both, and a moment later they appeared on the lap of a large granite Abraham Lincoln in front of 2 bus loads of local school children who all started pointing at them and talking loudly while their chaperones stared in surprise. Oh, never mind us, Harry told the excited crowd as he removed his staff from his pocket. Nothing to see here. Just 2 super awesome teenage capes out for an afternoon of fun and chaos. So much for incognito, Taylor muttered darkly. I'll just cast a notice me not, it'll be fine. She climbed on behind him just as the first park rangers arrived, and to the shouted delight of the children the 2 of them soared on his staff over the heads of the assembled tourists and into the park beyond. He cast his notice me not and almost immediately people stopped pointing. Why there? Taylor asked. I've never been to DC, it's the only place I could remember clearly, he said. Point me National Zoo. His magic pointed the way and he banked sharply to follow, aware of Taylor's arms around his waist. The zoo looked pretty obvious when they reached it. The 2 descended together, landing on a path near one of the display buildings, while Harry stored his staff. Still under the masking magic, he cast glamours on Taylor and himself before letting the notice me not charm fade. And we're here, he said with a grin. Taylor looked around with interest. I haven't been here since I was little, she said, nostalgia thick in her voice. Dad was in town for a DWA meeting with the New Hampshire senator about a labor bill they were pushing. Mom brought me here. Harry found himself staring at her wistful expression and felt utterly torn. He wanted so badly to take her hand and just walk through the zoo with her, looking at all the exhibits as if it were just a happy day together. But there was a little girl back in Brockton Bay who desperately needed their help. With a deep sigh, Taylor seemed to arrive at the same conclusion. We need to get moving. Do you know where the armadillo is? Harry cast another point me spell. As luck would have it, they landed relatively close and made their way to the small mammal exhibit. Given the beautiful spring weather, it wasn't surprising that they had to make their way through busloads of tourists and school field trips. Finally, though, they reached the exhibits and made their way through casually until they reached the enclosure that held, among other animals, a pair of three-banded armadillos. So, what do you need to do? Just take it? Taylor asked. I just need some of its bile. She stared. Bile, Harry, really? He shrugged. Again, no dragon's blood. I'm having to make a magic potion without any magical ingredients. Okay, I'll bite. How do you extract armadillo bile? Magically, of course. Harry cast a strong notice me not before removing his staff and, at a touch, vanishing the glass wall of the enclosure. One of the giant furry rat things that shared the armadillo area tried running off, but Taylor caught it easily, causing it to squeal in alarm. Harry, meanwhile, removed a vial from his pocket, waved his staff over the oblivious armadillo, and cast the extraction charm. The poor animal rolled onto its back and made pitiful little coughing sounds as a minuscule stream of green, foul-smelling fluid spilled up and out of its mouth and into the vial. A moment later Harry had 2 ounces. He capped the vial and put it back before storing his staff. At his nod Taylor put the big rodent back into the enclosure and he restored the glass before dropping the notice me not charm. Botanical garden next, he said. Right, should be close. As they were leaving the building Taylor saw an advertisement and froze. When Harry didn't notice she grabbed his hand and forcibly pulled him back. We're going there. But Dinah, this is important, Harry. They're just spiders. Those are Darwin bark spiders. The only ones in all of North America. Strongest silk in the world. Tensile strength better than Kevlar. I want them. What the hell point is there to being a villain if we can't get them? He stepped closer, noticing that they were getting some attention. I'll make you a deal, he said softly. We help Dinah first, then when she's well and home I'll prepare your spider city for you. And when you have an environment set up for them, I'll bring you back. Deal. She looked longingly back at the spiders before nodding. Deal. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.